Morning, everyone, to the 78th meeting of 7th Council Municipality of South Dundas and into day 2 of our budget deliberations. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof from council this morning? Seeing none, we will be going into a closed session. I'm not sure how long it takes, but once we come out, we will go into our budget update. So, Mr. Clerk, please.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Wells, that the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas proceed in camera pursuant to Section 239B of the Municipal Act 2001 concerning personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employee.
All heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. So back in 15, 20 minutes or so, 9:30. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. Mr. Clerk, read the motion, please.
Moved by Councillor Wells, seconded by Councillor Lewis, that the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas rise and reconvene and authorize staff to proceed as directed.
All heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask Madam Treasurer to give us a budget update on where we stand now in relationship to where we started. And then the rest of the morning, we will do reserve funds, and that go through that list to make sure everyone's aware of what we have. Then we will do the capital budget, finish up with grants and donations, and we'll see where we are at that time. Not sure how long we'll be, but we'll take whatever time we need to get through this properly. So, Madam Treasurer, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I provided Council with a summary page this morning of the budget changes that we made during Tuesday's meeting. So the levy has been reduced by $67,025. So the rate as it stands right now would be 2.05% tax rate increase and 2.57% levy increase. So going by the suggested tax rate increase of 1.83, Council would need to further reduce the budget by $16,280. Does Council have any questions on the update?
Any questions on this so far? Council Mellon?
Mayor Byvells, I just wondered, why don't we put the South Nation, before we go any farther, to me anyways, that, because that was sort of hinging on the meeting we had yesterday, if we're gonna go ahead with that, reduction from what they were originally asking, which was 11,000 and change, which we talked about. So would be prudent that, either we are going to go with the 59 on South Nation or the 11 whatever or nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Madam Treasurer, right now you've cut it to where
That's if we receive the funding.
if they receive the funding. So,
Yeah.
so to bring council up to speed, since Councilor Mellon's brought it up, both him, myself, and quite a few staff, Shannon and some others, sat in on a presentation by South Nation, Sandra Mancini, and some others on what LiDAR is and how it can be a useful tool. Without going into the details, because they were trying to sell us, there was no doubt about that. I don't know where staff feels, and I don't know where Council Mel feels, but my personal opinion is I think it's certainly worth the $59.07 if they get the funding. I see enough benefits to make that worthwhile, but it's such a big project that I think to stress that the funding should be a priority is something they should look at, and if they don't get the funding, then we can have another discussion on where we're going to go. But I'll turn it over to the CAO because I'm sure that he's got a flavor from staff of what their thoughts are.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. So I did follow up after our presentation yesterday with South Nation, just to see staff's kind of direction from the training. They all think that it's a good investment moving forward, especially with as Council Mellon and Stephen will recall, is the different color delineations for where the water and shore drainage is. So I think from a staff perspective, we would recommend that this LiDAR will be useful for staff. I mean, whether it's municipal drains or whether it's a planning or a development piece. Even our economic development officer thought it was a benefit too, just from doing a cursory of that property, when dealing with people who are interested in certain properties. So we think it's a benefit. And, one of the questions I brought up yesterday was, when would we have to replace this down the road as far as updates? The reply back was at that time we would look to see what changes happen over that course of that time, and whether or not we need to make that purchase or that upgrade at that time. So I would say for that small amount of that $5,600, it would be worth the investment for the municipality.
And following up on that, you're right, you know, it's just like you buy anything, you'll end up 5 years down the road saying, do I need to reinvest in it and redo it? And it's like drape. Drape is where they do the aerial photography and you get all the pretty pictures of the landscape. It's not Google Earth, it's something different. And that you can see because there's changes within the 5 years. Elevation changes don't necessarily change unless you're the big city where there's a lot of development. You know, and the city of Ottawa does it every 5 years, but the city of Ottawa is growing significantly, so that makes sense. So I went back and reviewed how much this was going to cost and who pays what. So SNC is putting in $75,000 of their levy dollars, which we pay into. The counties are putting in $20,000, which is actually smaller than the county SNC ask. I think the ask was twice that. And if we commit the $59,07 to do what remains in South Dundas, because we already have 2/3 of it done, then I think that's at least fair. It gives them a good basis. They're speculating how much it's going to cost too, and they're going out, I understand, for asking, not request for proposals, but some idea of pricing. So I think that's fair. I think, you know, North Dundas is going to want to pay the whole shot, and it seemed like that their planner is gung-ho on wanting to get it. So it's good and it helps us. It would help developers, like if the Swanks, if they had LiDAR, might have had a little bit edge on the elevations they have to deal with on their proposal. But we do have elevations, but this in theory is easier than finding a benchmark and then starting from scratch. And that's the only other way to do it. So that's my recommendation. And if Councilor Melton, anything further?
No, after sitting in on that, I was a little apprehensive too, but I do think, like you said, 2/3, like the main residential areas, if you will, south end of the municipality has already been done by LiDAR. So, but as far as municipal drain, stormwater management, even maybe distinguishing maybe a little more accurate floodplain mapping, and I think just on municipal drains, you could almost pick out the areas that may be, you know, causing backups, you know. Maybe you wouldn't have to go out and do a complete survey before, you know, be able to tell the landowners, you know, yes or no drainage, you know, district needs to be re-engineered. Or, yeah, for $5,900, I agree with what you're saying, Mayor Bivels and Shannon. I think it's a good value. And if you want to spread this over, and I did check with Sandra yesterday after the meeting, and it can be done over 2 years, but at $5,900, I guess just do it to 1 year. But I think it is. I think we'll get value just as long as staff can utilize it, and they're quite, from yesterday's conversation, I think they're quite gung-ho and they have the expertise and knowledge and know where it can be used, so yeah.
Okay, any comments, questions from any other members of council on this? Okay, so that's where we're going to land up being. Thank you. So we'll move on to reserve funds, and that's on page 9 of my screen, and it's up at the front end of your books, correct? Just after the introduction. I don't know, whatever tab, you can correct council to whatever tab it's at.
Tab 2.
So maybe you can give council a brief overview of what we have as reserve funds and some of the major transfers and how that affects our budget. It's just, you know, it's not all coming out of taxation, but, you know, funds that we either have from last year or previous years to pay for some of the stuff we are doing, including some of the upcoming capital.
Okay. Yeah, I won't go line by line, but if there is a certain reserve you want me to stop at, just let me know. So I'll just start by saying that the ending balances for 2020, they are unaudited. I'd estimate that John and I have about 80% of the year-end entries complete at this time, but we won't be completing our year-end work until next week, and then our auditors are coming for the 2020 audit on March 8th. So I'll start with sale of assets. So for this year, we have 2 projects to come from that. So they're both under economic development, industrial park certification and industrial park clearing. For the South Dundas Fire Reserve Fund, there's project almost $75,000 to come out from that. So that is a 2020 carryover to complete the communications upgrade that's already been approved by council. You will note in the fire spreadsheets for their budget, it's not included in that, but we will add that in before we pass the final budget, so it's included in the 2021 budget. Fleet replacement plan will, we can talk about that when we talk about fleet, what the ins and outs are for that. RSL promissory note, there's $900,000 projected to come from that this year, and that's for the water tower financing. And we can talk about that further too whenever we do the water budget. I'll speak briefly about gas tax and OCIF. Our contributions from gas tax and OCIF both for 2021 are going towards the 2021 roads program. And we do have a little bit of money left over in interest to put towards the 2021 roads program as well. Moving down under reserves, dollar for dollar projects, you'll note there's nothing in the reserves now for that. There is one application from Friends of the Ford House that we can speak about during capital or during grants and donations. The amount that they have requested has been included in the facilities budget. Moving down to the road reserve, there are a few projects projected to come out of there. So there's just over $47,000 for the streetscape, and that is from a Main Street grant that we received a few years ago. There's the carryover of the Crookshank Way streetlights and the Bridges Guide Rail program coming from the funds that we have put aside for bridges. Under the winter control reserve, we have, in the balance is $77,500. So what that is the $50,000 transfer from 2020 and then the variance from 2020. So that has been knocked down by council for 2021 to $25,000. So the projected end balance would be $102,000. So under service delivery reserve, in that reserve we have a few different funding things. So the first thing is the service modernization funding that we received. So on the next page in your budget package, I have a reconciliation of what we've spent and what's projected to come from that funding for this year. So I can talk briefly about those projects. So for 2021, we have our asset management coordinator salary coming from there. There is the waste management study that's due to be completed. That was approved already. And then for projected projects, there's the recreation master plan at $75,000, the Matilda consulting and Matilda expansion. So the projected ended balance for 2021 would be $6,900. Also within service delivery is our Safe Restart funding. We received $125,000 from the city of Cornwall last year for the COVID-19 pandemic. We have utilized all of those funds and we will be reporting on that at the end of March. Then from the province, we received some operational funding as well. So we received just under $300,000 in 2020, and then in 2021 we received another $60,000. So I haven't completed the year-end reconciliation for that yet. That's kind of a work in progress because under Safe Restart, we can claim capital projects, where with the COVID-19 operational funding, we can't. So we have to move around things as they come up, I guess you could say. So I did run some numbers last evening, and I'm guessing we have about $150,000 left in operational funding to spend for 2021. Now, staff has been kind of brainstorming some ideas of how to best utilize that, and it would come back in a report to council as to how we would be using the funding.
All of that, that's out of the, where'd it go?
COVID-19
Yeah,
operational.
150 you said, Sarah?
Yeah,
Roughly?
yes, roughly. So moving down to the recreation facility reserve, we have 3 projects their carryover projects from previous years, so archives, the fire separation at 35,000, the OPP Justice Building, I believe that's the LED lighting, and then there's $10,000 from Carmen House that wasn't used for the committee's requests from last year. And then at the very bottom, there's the Morseburg and Iroquois Waterfront Reserve. So in capital from Morseburg, they have submitted a request to utilize the remaining amounts of their reserve towards the pathways, and then they also have additional requests this year for capital funds. Iroquois Waterfront, we have transferred the money that they did not spend in 2020 into their reserve, so they have a small balance to work with as well this year. But at this point, we haven't received what their requests are for 2021.
Yeah, and just to let council know, I let the committee know that if they have any projects for this year and they have one they're requesting municipality to do, that it would come out of their reserve funds. So that's all they have to spend, so nothing new. They didn't have anything new on the books. As of not necessarily.
Does council have any questions on the reserve or reserve funds?
Any questions, comments? Council Mellon?
I'll start.
I didn't. Oh.
On the road program, by the time we're all done, we're down to 29 cents. And that sends a little bit of a flag up to me, because if any projects, if we're, you get into, the nuts and bolts of some of the roads we do, if the tender comes in, a couple thousand over, are we gonna scrap it because all we got is 29 cents? That's, I don't know, there should be a little bit more wiggle room in there, I would like to see anyways.
Madam Treasurer has her hand up, so I think
yeah.
she's got the same answer I have in my head. But
Okay, so with the funding that we receive from gas tax and OCIF, we do like to show that we are utilizing it all.
Oh, well, we're doing a good job. Okay.
Yeah, we don't like to show carryovers of those funds unless we're saving it for a project like, say, Ontario Street. We had a couple years saved up of
Yeah.
funding, but typically we like to utilize all funding received.
we still have the road reserve, so don't forget, we still have a little bit
Yeah.
of a piggy bank there yet.
Okay. What other was, oh yeah, the vision care reserve, like, we're up to 66. We haven't used, we took, I'm just wondering if that needs to be quite that high. We usually been running around 4,000 or 5,000 on vision care.
You want to explain that one? 'Cause
It depends on the year. Every year fluctuates as to who's claiming glasses and who's not. So last year we used 3,200, but this year it could be well over like 4 or 5. So we do keep a consistent contribution to the vision care because it does fluctuate year by year.
Fair enough.
just hang on, Deputy Treasurer has something to say, it
Oh.
seems. He's finally had his opportunity now.
Sorry, just one thing to add to Councillor Mellon is that I believe it was last year we increased the repayment amount to $300, and as we continue to add staff, that is also going to affect that reserve.
Okay, and so for councils and everybody's knowledge, we self-insure that as a municipality instead of carrying insurance, because it makes more logical sense from an economic point of view that we pay for it out of our own pocket instead
Yeah.
of pay the insurance fees.
I could agree with how we do it. I just, it was getting up there a little bit. I'm not going to go into,
It is rather expensive, Council Mellon. I don't know, you still on cheaters or you got real glasses?
no, these are cheaters.
Okay, so these babies here,
Don't have to tell me my wife's got $1 million worth of glasses.
I just had the
They're
lens.
fine.
I had the lenses replaced. I kept the frames.
Yeah.
It was $300.
Oh,
It's $500 to do a whole match. So that vision care is expensive,
Oh,
so
and-
keep that
oh,
in
yeah.
mind. It's not cheap.
I totally agree, like, I got these are Costco specials.
It'll come someday when your Cheetos run out of cheat, like mine did, and your long distance. It's amazing once you get your new glasses. Geez, I wonder what the hell I was doing with those old ones.
Well, that night vision business is really getting,
No,
tricky.
that's the whole. Yes, Shannon.
Well,
Just one thing for council for some context. Our premiums that we were paying back about 8 years ago was about $12,000 to $15,000 a year for our premium for vision care. So that's why we did it internally.
Self-insured.
Self-insured. There was some
and I
definite
don't,
savings.
don't get me wrong, I just seen the numbers and I thought it was maybe a little bit, but anyways, I'm not going to get into one or two items in here that can be addressed with capital. The COVID-19 operational funding, you're estimating 150,000. Maybe we can get into that in budget. What else that can be used for, because it's sort of earmarked. Well, I'm not sure what it's earmarked now. Is that the rec master plan? No.
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 Go ahead, Sarah. It's on operations, and trust us. I've read the letter, and I know we don't want to give Sarah sleepless nights because the treasurer is fully responsible for that money and had to sign off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen that kind of directive from a minister. Say, yeah, you can have the money. Treasurer signed this off, so you're being very
Oh, I'm not going
faithful
to
with
put
it.
you on the limb, Sarah.
So yeah, it does need to be used for operations. So, I mean, we always have to consider whenever somebody comes with a proposal, if it can fit into an operational thing and be due to COVID. So we have to report on this funding by, I believe it's March 31st, but we do get to use the funding through 2021 to help with operational pressures. So any purchases of any PPE we'll put through this funding, and then I believe staff will probably have a few ideas of how we can maybe modernize some services, maybe go digital with things that we can use this funding for.
I realize most of these agreements are very strict on what it can be used for and what it can't be used for. And
I think between us and staff, we can come up with some creative ways of making this funding not have to go back. I've had discussions with the county treasurer over this, and counties actually are sitting on $1 million of it. So, and they don't have as many operational pressures as we would. I think we can easily spend the money. Like, they made up all the interest differential last year at the counties, the whole thing, right? Whatever budget numbers, you made it work. And I'm looking at our arena and on some of the deficits there, and anything that, you can look at a budget item that went the wrong way because of COVID, and it's not hard we can justify quite a bit of it. I think the ministry wants us to spend it wisely, don't ever kid yourself, but I don't think they really, really want it back. They want to make sure that we're as made whole as possible, and Sarah's right, we still got 2021 to go through, and they don't want to. We're not the big cities. The big cities, like, they give them a check and how much more do you need? Because they got transit. Like, imagine if you ran a transit system, and I know they had lots of headaches in Ottawa, but they don't have headaches anymore because no one's riding it. But that also means there's no income on that system anymore. And how do you operate a system that's 50% funded by revenues on fares, and no one's running the
they're
the
building
machinery?
more.
Well, but you can't stop. You can't stop that, because someday we're going to, the project is still in theory needed. But anyway, I'm not going to go down that, the transit way, but there's ways that we can come up with that's still within the limits of what the ask is. I know that there are some municipalities that are, I'd say, have pushed beyond the limit line. That's up to them, but I'm not expecting our staff and treasury to go past the limit line and stay within the parameters as liberally as possible. We will find a place to spend it that makes sense without spending it unnecessarily.
That's what I want to hear. Okay, two more observations and I'll shut up. Is our working reserve, I think, is it's good, and I'm glad to see it's, we're hanging in where it should be. And the other thing, and maybe you can, our health and safety reserve, we've never had any money in it, and we still don't have any money in it. Do we even need it? And why do we have a health and safety reserve if we're not gonna have, like, I guess enlighten me, what do we use a health and safety reserve for? And if we got one in there, why don't we have?
Go ahead, Sarah.
I believe we used the funding whenever we transferred to 4S. We did have a small amount of money in there before, and then we depleted it whenever we transferred to the online platform for health and safety. So it's just, the reserve is there if we ever decide to put some money back into it, but
Okay, I just wondered if we got a reserve line there, we put the 29 cents from. Okay, that's all.
We all generate accounts and within systems, Councillor Mellon, that you look at every once in a while and say, I haven't used it for a number of years, I'll just delete it and maybe use it for something else. Even at one time I had 5 loans and I consolidated them, but those accounts can't disappear for a number of years. And your accounting system says, no, you cannot. Because if you go back, you have to account for it. So, any other questions from any members of council on the reserve fund? The only comment I'll make on the working reserve is, the goal is 10% of a year's expenses, so we're pretty close. We're just a hair underneath it, so that's reasonable. I think it's got to be there because you never know. The county's just got up to 10% on the insistence of our former treasurer and now the current treasurer. So council's got there, but it's not money we're going to spend. But if something, if you lose something or something goes big, at least you got something there to cushion yourself. And it's also cash flows too, right? There's no money coming in until March, and then you got to get to March. Okay, thank you. So then we go into the capital budget. So I assume you know what tabs you guys are going to. I gotta find it down at the bottom of my screen. So that's okay. Computers work well. So where would you like to start? You want to look at our fleet equipment schedule first, and then, or we just go through the capital and that'll magically form itself up?
yeah, we can start at the top with, well, I guess building is, they're asking for a vehicle, so it is technically
Okay.
with fleet.
Well, so council sees the sheet on the equipment replacement schedule, and it will.
We just
can't-
gotta go down the sheet, go down it, and
Deal
Well-
with it as we go?
On the sheet, is the sheet in the same order as the explanations or not?
Yes, the summary page should follow the document that has all the explanations.
Okay, so my suggestion to you paper people is you pull that piece of paper out, put it to the side, and then we'll go through every one with the explanations. I will just go back to it. So currently, our contribution to the fleet reserve is $318,000, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to say right now that I'm glad staff took the initiative to extending our vehicle lives within that spreadsheet to 10 years and 20 years. And I know the fire is regulated by the National Fire Code regulations, but it made a big difference. It takes the pressure off you, and it's similar to other municipalities, similar to the counties. Counties keep their snowplows 20 years, and most of their fleet trucks are 10. So, it can be fluid, but overall, if that's your goal, at least that gives you a good basis to put the right amount away every year instead of putting too much away, and then all of a sudden you're looking at a reserve fund that is excessive. So, I know that some of this is trucks going in and out sideways and everything else, but I will turn it over to Jeff at this time to explain the rationale behind it all. And Jeff, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think
Are we doing planning first, Sarah? Is that what we touched on? So Nicole can speak on what her master plan is, and then I can kind of defend it.
Yes, Nicole will, I guess Nicole can speak to her vehicle for building.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So Building Department is hoping to replace our current 4x4 Chevy Silverado Truck 80 with a smaller, more economical vehicle. Ideally would be an all-wheel drive, but four-cylinder, smaller wheelbase, so the maintenance would be a little bit cheaper. And the estimated cost savings for fuel would be approximately 25% of our regular annual fuel costs. The reason why we're looking for a smaller vehicle is because we do a lot of driving throughout the municipality on a daily basis. And a truck currently is just costing us more than what it should be. So that's our rationale on why we would like to get a smaller vehicle. Can answer any questions at this time.
Okay.
Sorry, truck 80 will be used by Jeff's mechanic, as he doesn't drive much, so the mileage wouldn't increase as much as it would with building.
Okay. Can Treasury explain why building, oh, that's right, we did that, because there's cost recovery, so that's why you're putting that $10,000 into fleet. So you want to explain that whole thing to council again, because it makes sense, but it's part of this whole package.
Yeah, so the building budget. Best practice is that the building department is self-sufficient. So previously, whenever we needed vehicles for the building department, it's coming from the fleet reserve fund, which would be funded by the tax base. So what is happening is for this vehicle, we have it funded coming from the fleet reserve fund, but Nicole also has incorporated into her budget a $10,000 contribution back to the fleet reserve fund that would be over the 4 years to pay it back.
Okay, so you understand the financing and how it works. So it's not, so how does that work on taxation? Anything?
No.
Or it's just money flipping around? Like, money has to go out first, so is that part, what reserve fund is that coming out of to pay for it?
Coming from the fleet reserve fund. So we have the
Okay.
contribution to the fleet reserve fund at 318. So that's what's going to tax.
Okay, so you understand the magic of that math?
Oh,
Okay, yes, Jeff?
excuse me. Sorry, if I could just add one thing. I did accommodate in the budget for a replacement cost. So we're adding a reserve under building department so we can replace that vehicle in 10 years. So that's self-sufficient funding under building as well. So ideally, fleet reserve is just giving us a loan to purchase the vehicle. We're paying it back within 4 years, and we're also budgeting to replace it in 10 years.
Okay, sounds like good accounting practice.
I like that. I have a question. So the old truck is going to the mechanic. Does the mechanic have a vehicle now, and is that so that's replacing what he already has, kind of thing? He has one. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
That was my only question.
okay. Yeah,
The only
Councilor
thing
Lewis?
I have to say, Nicole, is I'm glad you said what was going to happen to the 2013, because running through my mind, I'm saying to myself, they want to get a new vehicle, and then they're going to give the 2013 to the roads department. Like that didn't make sense to me. But now that you've told me where it's going in the roads department, now it makes sense. And that was that's the only comment I had.
Councilor Wells?
Yeah, no, I fully understand what they're doing here. So on the mechanic's truck is 64, so that's just going to be sold to gov deals, and that money will be put towards into the reserve fund, I guess, or is it going to go towards the payments on their new truck?
Jeff can speak probably more to
Yeah.
the mechanics truck whenever we get to that part of fleet.
Okay.
But when we do sell something on Gov Deals, the funds from that do go back to the Fleet Reserve Fund.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm good with it.
Councilor Mellon?
No, I like, I read this thing, I don't know how many times before I started to clue into what they're trying to do, but that's fine. Nicole, you're gonna put in 10,000, like 10,000 for 4 years and then continue on another 10 for the next 6 years? Or how?
No, yeah, so the $10,000 repayment is yearly for 4 years.
Yeah,
And separately on our building budget, we have another line item that is for the 10 years. So it's between $4,000 and $5,000 we're adding to the reserve
Oh.
to replace that. So it's
So-
an additional underbuilding.
I was gonna say, because you're gonna be up to 60,000 if you go 10, but if you're looking at 4 or 5, which,
Yeah.
not, yeah.
They can make the math work when they have to.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good with this, and I think it makes a lot of logical sense. Okay, next one is Nicole, yet on Archives Building, please.
Yeah, sorry about that. So looking at the reports that we received previously from the engineers that reviewed the roof at the archives, there's some minor repairs, so well, if you call $15,000 minor repairs, I guess, but rather than spending $100,000 to replace the entire roof, we can budget $15,000 for the lower roof and $20,000 to the upper roof, and that would extend the life of those roofs by 12 to 15 years approximately. The other $35,000 in that budget is from the fire separation between the archives and the proposed rental space where the old medical clinic was. So I can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Gardner,
No questions.
Councilor Lewis,
No, I have no questions on this one.
Councilor Wells.
Yeah, for that fire separation, I know Madam Clerk there said about getting it done and getting it rented. My thoughts on that was I would just leave that, well, we can leave it wherever we want, I guess, in reserve, but myself, I wouldn't do any work on that till we actually had a client, because it's just, I think it's, there's no sense, they say build and they'll come, but I would just not spend that money right yet. The roofs have to be fixed, but I would just keep that 35,000, leave it in the reserve or whatever you want to do with it, but not plan on doing it till we actually have a person that wants to take it.
Okay, Councilor Mellon.
Yeah, I sort of agree with Councillor Wells, except I wouldn't leave that 35. I would take, we're spending 35,000 on a taxation for the roof, which needs to be done. Fire separation, until we have a tenant or a potential tenant, I'm not prepared really to, do the fire separation at 35,000. I would take the 35,000 out of the reserve, so we're not taking it out of taxation, and deal with the fire separation, and it could be 2-3 years. Be ideal if somebody would come in tomorrow and want to rent the other side of that building, but we don't have any tenant, and I don't even know if we have a potential tenant. So I would take the money for the roofs at 35. I would take it out of reserve, so we're not taking it out of taxation. That's my comment. Mayor Byvells.
Okay, I don't dispute any of your thoughts on this side of the table. However, this is my thinking. The roofs have to be fixed. It's just like anything else. If you let them go, you're going to put a 0 on the back end and wish you had done it. On the fire separation, I know there are some, we need to get past some of the legal challenges we have, and I think that's as far as I'm going to say on that, on ensuring how we're going to rent it. But if we don't do it, we can't rent it. It's like, so damn if you do and damn if you don't. And you can say, well, wait for someone to come there, and then you got to spend 3 months to get the work done. Then how are you going to get, you lost your tenant maybe. It's damn if you do and damn if you don't. And my other challenge is that if we leave that space open, I think there's people that are already using that building are going to say, I'm going to use all the space. And then we're going to lose that. Because if we make it all one building, all one use, we don't need to do this at all. However, I think we're paying good money on a loan on that building yet, that we need to make up some dollars. Like, there's some costs here, we're not getting any money in, and there's an opportunity. Am I gonna say there's an instant tenant? Probably not, but if I was looking to rent space in Iroquois and we advertise we have space, but we have to do this work, so you sign the dotted line, then we'll do the work, I would say, oh, why didn't you have the work done? We have the money in reserves just specifically for that. So that would be my thoughts. However, I'll ask this side of the table their thoughts on your ideas, and then we'll go from there.
No, I would like to see it done. I think that at the doctor recruitment committee, we've discussed different options about mental health practitioners and nurse practitioners. And if for whatever reason we had some provincial funding or whatever that we would have to move quite quickly, I would not want to risk that potential delivery of service to our residents waiting for this to be done. So I'd like to see this done.
Well, we've been kicking this around for the last 2 or 3 years. Myself personally, I have to agree with you, Mayor Bivels. The money is in reserves. And why wait to the last minute to see somebody step forward that wants to rent that half of the building? Then it's going to take 2, 3, 4, maybe 6 months to put the separator in. I say we do it now and get it over with, and we take the $35,000 from taxation for the roof. That's where I stand on that one.
Any further comments on this side, Councilor Wells?
Yeah, like, I'm still sticking to, right now we have a loan on this building, and we're putting more money into this building again, which hopefully we get it back. As far as me, I hate to put money into something where I'm not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, but I like Councillor Mellon's idea. We could use that towards the roofs for maintenance, and it's no burden on the taxpayers. I said we're putting more money in a building that we already owe money on it, and hypothetically, it's like some other things that's been done. You put the money, it sits in the back shelf, and it's not getting used, so even though we have the money. Just because we have it doesn't mean we have to spend it, so that's it for me, Mayor.
Okay.
I guess my only other comment, I don't know, like, I hear what you're saying, you don't want to lose a tenant if, potential, going to take you, how long would it take you to put a fire separation in? And let's face it, if we get a tenant that says yes tomorrow, they're not going to be able to move in the day after tomorrow. How long would it take to put a fire separation in? Anybody have an idea? I haven't got a clue.
The only other thing you got to think about too, you're taking that $35,000, and 9 times out of 10, because I rent buildings, you have a tenant move in, they have a specific thing they want done, so you have to come and get a building permit to do a rental or do a addition and whatever stuff. So it's, as far as building a firewall, it's nothing build a firewall, but it's just 9 times out of 10 your tenant asks for something else. So to keep that tenant or a potential tenant, we're going to do extra work anyway. So we might be, if he wants a little less area and you give more to the archive, like you're putting money out there that if someone wants to rent 500 square feet less and we have a firewall up and we're charging by the square foot, you could lose a tenant because you have that wall up, hypothetically. Like, it's a business move that I think
I still hold true to this. I mean, if fire separation is needed down the road, at a last minute, if you will, take it out of working reserve, pay it back from facilities over the next, but if we have to we don't have it in the reserve and we need it, we say, okay, we'll take it out of working reserve and we put 5,000 or 10,000 in out of facilities, that's where the money's going to come from. It's in facilities, but I still think that I would leave the fire separation out and use that 35 out of reserve to pay for the roof.
Okay, Nicole?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the tender process, it requires a tender process for the fire separation. So that would be roughly a month at the least. Design phase, because of the type of use of the building and the size, requires an architect and an engineer, so that's another 4 to 6 weeks-ish. And then you have construction phase. So you're looking at 4 months before that fire separation process is completed.
Just one last comment from me, and can I?
Oh, yeah.
Again, like if we want to advertise this, like Madam Clerk says, personally myself, as a business part, I would advertise it and see if we have a potential tenant to see what they want, because at the end of the day, if they want less square footage, and so we're making a little bit and we make the archive building bigger or whatever, I think we're wasting money if we go ahead and we end up, if some potential client wants to sign a 10-year lease and we got to move that firewall, we just waste all that money. So it's a poor, I think it's a poor business move, but I'm just, you need it, but I'm just thinking the business point of it. That's me though.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Wells. I would, looking at this, and I understand, where Councillor Mellon's coming from, instead of just, using those reserves. We put that money away for this fire separation someday down the road. What we'll need from staff before we do that, though, is a full business plan on how we're going to achieve that and how we're going to get there. So we haven't got that yet, but we have to have that money set aside to deal with this if we go down the road, and maybe we won't. If in the end we land up saying we can't rent it out and the archive gets it all, we still have the $35,000. It's not gone. We're not going to spend it. But the roof, and the roof needs to be dealt with this year, and it's more a fix-up job, and it's 35 grand, and it's still money, and I'm not discounting where it has to come from. But I still, like, in my mind, and I agree with Deputy Mayor Gardner, I can see that space being used to help the community, not necessarily be a total business venture. We all need more health care. Iroquois suffers a bit because of what's happened in the last number of years, losing dentists, losing medical, they've had some losses. They've gotten over it and used to it. However, there are services that we can extend, I think, in partnership with others. And I've actually reached out with partnerships, but we need to deal with some of the other aspects of that building. So I'm good the way that staff has presented it. It gives us that option. We haven't spent the 35 grand, and in the end we don't do it, then next year we got 35 grand to do whatever we want with it. It's not like it's gone. So as long as staff comes back with a full plan on how we're going to get there, I think that's reasonable.
And again, one last comment. As far as the taxation, I have no problem taking $35,000 from taxpayers to fix roofs, because that's general maintenance. Taxes have to. Taxpayers own all these buildings. We got to fix them. So I have no problem taking that. But as long as the money stays there and we just use our smarts about it before we actually go and do it, I'm good with it.
Okay, so just to clarify, staff's proposal is to do 70,000, 35 out of taxation, 35 out of reserve. Yes, yes.
No.
I'm good like that.
Okay, so we're going ahead with that. I think the expectation from council is that we figure out how we're going to do this and do it right before we go spend the money on the fire separation and what kind of plans we need. So, okay, so next one is Carmen House, Nicole.
Yep, Carmen House had a balance of $10,000 approximately remaining from the 2020 asks for capital. And unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to complete all of the museum asks, so we are requesting that that $10,000 be included in 2021 capital so we can complete those museum asks. So those include examination of the chimney and fireplace if they need remortaring, refurbishment of the centennial plaque, the front porch rehabilitation, exterior painting, and then possible investigation into the structural floor beams as they are sagging significantly. That report for structure will be coming back to council in the future, so that may not be included in that $10,000.
Okay.
Answer any questions.
It's carryover. I mean, you know, we've got to start somewhere, and I think their requests were reasonable, so I'm okay with it.
Okay, Councilor Wells.
No, I'm more than good with it. I was up there, and all the stuff here is, I know it needs to be done, so no, I'm very comfortable with this one.
Councilor Lewis.
No, I was the one last year that brought this to council's attention, and I'm happy with sticking with it.
Okay, and my only concern is that there's enough money to do what you need to do, because I know council has decided that we're going to keep Carmen House as our historic house. We've let Forward House go to the committee, and that's up to them what they do with it. So, you know, it's our responsibility to keep that heritage building going, as long as there's enough money to do what we need to do. And if you need more, then I guess we'll have that debate later on. I'm good. Morrisburg Dock
If I could-
washrooms.
Sorry. Sorry, if I could just add about the Carmen House. We
Yeah,
did
go ahead.
apply for a grant. We did apply for a grant to cover the cost of the porch. So that'd be taken off of the $10,000 if we do receive that.
Okay, well, and we'll have some extra money just in case then.
Yep.
Morrisburg Dock washrooms.
Morrisburg Dock washrooms, with the increased people coming into our waterfront, there's been concerns about accessibility at those washrooms. So staff are proposing to use the accessibility reserve to renovate the washrooms to accommodate barrier-free accommodations, I guess. One being the level between grade and the sidewalk is significant, so wheelchair access is not really available at this time. We're hoping to reconstruct that to make it more accessible to all of the residents. And I can answer any questions at this time.
Debonair.
No questions. I think we accessibility is really important with the use and our regular users down there. It's about time, so it's good.
Councilor Wells.
Yeah, Nicole, so that, for the renovation there, the 20,000 is, like, do you plan on taking that 20,000 for all new bathroom petitions, or just like taking out and putting a barrier-free petition in?
Yeah,
Or
it would just be upgrade.
Are you're talking your sinks and all that too, for the heights and everything? Is that a total thing? Because there's a lot to just barrier-free, so like, does that include like raising of the sinks or lowering of the sinks and all your bathroom petitions? As far as the sidewalk outside, it's a matter of you can cut out and re-concrete that to get it up to the right elevation, but I just wonder if you had enough, like the 20,000, because the last time I was in that bathroom, at the best, it needs, whether you're doing barrier-free or not, it needs a little bit of a facelift inside there for sure. But I just want to make sure that 20,000 is, if you went through and just looked at everything that's related to barrier-free, that's all.
Yeah,
Just to
we
make
did
sure
do
you think you had enough, that's all.
did do a cost estimate on what we are hoping to do in the space, and $20,000 is a good amount.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Okay. Councilor Lewis.
No, I have no complaints. The Morrisburg dock washroom does need a bit of facelift, so I have no concerns over this.
Councilor Mellon.
No, I just thought 20 was a lot, but maybe I haven't got a clue what the cost would be, so it is the cost. No, go ahead. I thought 20 was going to be
They have to pick a number. If they don't spend it, we still have the money.
Yep.
How's
Yep.
that? Fair enough?
Yeah.
I think that, I think most staff knows that council is concerned about dollars, and they'll spend it wisely, and if there, as I said, there's money left, I'm sure we can keep it back in the reserve. Justice Building.
Okay, Justice Building has some issues with the steel doors replaced in 2000. There's significant deterioration on the steel doors where you can almost see through from the exterior into the inside of the building. So we're proposing to replace those entrance doors into the building at an estimated cost of $5,000. The OPP detachment side of the building does not currently have a generator for backup heat. They do have a separate generator for power only that they have to wheel into the garage area and actually connect into the panel. So what we're proposing is a standby generator for heat and electricity to accommodate for emergency services when the power goes out. And the last one was the OPP LED conversion project from 2020 that went to council. So that project, because of the pandemic, got put off. We're just requesting to carry forward that approved amount into 2021 so we can complete that project. I can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I have no issues. I would imagine the OPP doors, that's a security issue, so, yeah. Yep, I have no issues with that.
Council Wells?
Not really, just a the OPP doors or the front entrance doors into the Civic Building? Is that the
No,
one?
the steel doors going into their OPP garage
Okay.
portion of the building.
Okay. No, like, yeah, 5,000 is definitely enough for that. The generator, if that heat actually goes out in the cold, police usually leave their cars running anyway, so they probably go out there and just sit, but no. I'm good with the standby stuff. I could put something in the budget.
The only question that I would have, Nicole, on this here, the generator itself, the generator that's there right now, should it not be big enough to light that whole building and do heat?
Yeah,
Because that
so
is
we
a
had
monster.
It's massive, yeah. We had a contractor come in and do an assessment on if we could tie in from the fire department generator. Unfortunately, because of the wiring of that building, how it was done in 2000, it's not able to happen that way. It's really unfortunate that we can't tie in because it can't accommodate the entire building. It's just not feasible. It would cost more to do the electrical work to get it to tie in than it would to purchase a generator for the OPP station specifically.
Yeah, well, that was my only concern because I've had maintenance done on that generator and I know it is a monster. But no,
It is a substantial one.
if it doesn't work, that's fine with me.
Well, I got notes here, I said I'm only willing to buy them one, or do one of them, but I mean, are we under any obligation to do either one? I'll call it what it is. Under their contract or lease agreement or whatever, they've been going along without a generator now, and I don't know, the doors. I don't know, I just, I was willing to do one or the other this year, but, I don't know. Things are tight enough, but are we under any obligation with the lease agreement we have with them or the rental agreement that we have to supply them with a generator? Okay, then they can use a generator they got. That's my opinion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just if, I actually, since you put it that way, if we don't have to do it, I sooner not spend the $7,000. As far as the doors go, you would have to check with, I don't know who takes care of the lease, I think Brenda maybe, or Madam Clerk, to see if it's up to us. Because not all lease agreements are the same, so. But as far as the generator, if we don't need to do it, I say don't do it.
Well, I know our lease agreement well enough and we have to keep it fixed. That's our job.
No, as far as the building, that's fine, yeah.
We have to keep it
Yeah.
in good shape. So currently, we're not obliged to have a generator there? Go ahead, Nicole.
Sorry. That's correct, we are not obliged, but I will say that the generator that they have only supplies power. It does not supply power to the furnace, so there's no heat when they run that generator, it's just lighting. So if it's -40, they don't have heat.
I guess then it become how often you need it and how often you don't need it. And
Yeah.
if it's not part of our obligation, then I do somewhat question whether we have to do it or not. I don't just totally disagree with that, but I would like to have a standby generator at my house, and I'm still sitting on the fence because of it.
So if the heat went out to that building and say we had like -30 for 3 days, what would be the impact on the building without being able to at least have it somewhat heated?
It really depends on how long the heat is out. Your plumbing could burst. It really depends. There could be significant damage, there could not. It's kind of a one time, you don't really, you take your chances.
Damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Yeah.
That's your challenge with this, so. So Council Mellon has put on the table no generator.
Take our chances, no generator. We'll be all right.
No.
I agree. If we don't have to do it, then let's save the $7,000.
Yeah, in theory, if there's ever a long day power outage, then we can flip in something to deal with it as an emergency.
Get a bunch of candles.
No, no,
Potato
no,
juice
no.
cans.
They do rent these things out. Okay, so no generator. Okay, and that's building done. Go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
Just a couple of things on facilities. So included in the budget is the main floor office renovation that's being funded through the Social Services Relief Fund. And also included in facilities is the Iroquois Civic Center, the Cenotaph project. So there's $15,000 coming from taxation for that.
Okay, I'm going to assume that council's still good with those expenses. We're down that road far enough. Okay, so we moving into fire emergency services. It's 20 to 11. Does council require a 5-minute break, or they want to continue on?
I'd like a little break, please.
Okay, go ahead. And we'll do a quick break, please. We're back from our 5-minute break that went into 10. So moving on now to Fire and Emergency Services capital budget. Chief Morehouse, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For Fire and Emergency Services this year is, we will be replacing some of our PPE that falls under the 10-year lifespan. So we need to replace some balaclavas, so we're asking for $4,000. Some boots, which will need to be replaced. We have 26 pairs of boots, rubber boots, $6,100. Bunker gear, right now we have 18 sets of bunker gear that have reached their 10-year limit. So at $45,792. Gloves, again, when we get out on calls, we seem to be ripping and tearing our gloves at house fires and auto extrication calls. We're looking for 17 sets of gloves at a cost of $4,070. And then helmets, all the helmets that we have in the fire service expire this year. So again, on the 10-year plan, we're looking for $25,440. Again, all of these items will be funded by the reserve that we have in our procurement plan. Any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Nope, in my mind, it's health and safety of our firefighters. So it is, we do make a significant investment, and I think it's important to keep everyone safe.
Council Wells.
No, we gotta do it, I'm good with everything.
Council Lewis.
No, I don't have no issue with health and safety, but one question, Cameron. The $25,440 for the helmets, that will replace all those helmets?
That will replace 60 of the 66 helmets we have right now, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Council Mellon.
Can't add.
Okay. More, go ahead, Council Wells.
All this stuff here, does it just get disposed of, or does it get sold to like third world countries or stuff like that? Or I'm just saying, like, does it just get disposed, or can you actually send it to somewhere else?
That's a great question. Thank you, Councillor Wells. So I will be putting a report forward to council. I know guys that, I know I collect all of my helmets, so I'm assuming some of our guys will. So maybe we can recoup some of our costs by selling the helmets to our guys. Anything that does not, we don't sell. We do donate to Firefighters Without Borders, who send all the PPE that we have that is we can no longer use to third world countries to outfit firefighters there. So hope that answers your question, sir.
Certainly does, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cameron. We'll move on now to Public Works, the 2021 road program. Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can we start with fleet? Just to make things simple.
We're going in roads. That's where we're all at.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so for my 2021 roads budget, the roads, which we're looking at doing this year, are as follows. Siebert Road, that would be complete with a micro resurfacing from County Road 1 to County Road 16. Broken second, and when I say broken second, it's from the train tracks to the western boundary of Marine Station. That's the section, it's already presently microed, and we're gonna put another lift of micro on it to keep that road in great shape. Kirker Road, that is complete from County Road 1 to County Road 16. That is a single lift of micro. And originally, my roads program included all of Flag, which was identified through the roads needs study. But I've since eliminated all of Flag, and I have added Kelly Road and Bell The reason for Kelly and Bell is both roads are in very, very poor condition. We seem to be investing a lot of time for staff time and product to go and patch potholes on those two roads respectively. So I have added those in this year's budget as being complete reconstructions, pulverizing 2 inches of gravel, new double surface treatment with a fog seal. I can answer any questions that you have at this time for the roads program.
Okay, so is council all aware of where all these roads are in South Dundas? Well, I know, it would have been nice to have a nice little map. I know, just a little hint for next year. So how does council want to approach this as a package? Well, I'll tell you what, you see it, if you want to take it as a package or pick it apart, I'll leave it up to you. I will give council some information on Kelly Road, because I did drive Kelly Road yesterday in my tour, and I do concur with our director that road is done. Some sections more than others, but yeah, it's you can't drive 80 on it anymore, that's for sure. I asked Councillor Mellon to drive down Bell Road. He can tell us what he thought of it.
Yeah, I think it's, it's getting to the point that I think Bell probably, if we let it go too much longer, it's gonna cost us probably, it's gonna get to the point that, yeah, I think Bell, actually, I'm quite happy that you took Flag out, because on the way here, I drove the length of Bell and then hopped on Flag and took it the full route, and there's nothing really wrong with Flag compared to Bell, so yeah, I agree with Bell.
Okay, and for council's information, Bell Road was done when Charles Barkley was still mayor of our municipality, because I remember we had some extra money left over from the wards, and we wanted to make it disappear, and that whole pocket of Smale and Bell was all put together, and I can still remember Charles, because that's where Spruce Haven Cemetery is on too. And Charles making the comment that you must have been speaking to a certain member of the cemetery board to get that done, because I was adamant we should do it. So, but it lasted, considering that would have been probably in 2008 we did that. So it lasted quite a while.
Yeah.
So that's a good. So anyway, I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Gardner and tell us what we want to do with those.
I have no issues with this, and I like, Jeff, I like the fact that you prioritized and triaged a bit to kind of move this around, and not be absolutely hardwired into following the order. Yeah, I have no issues with this.
Councilor Wells?
No, actually, I went and I drove Bell Road, Kelly Road. I wish we had more money, because the Chanette Road is another road that's going to be at the point where it won't be fixable. You'll have to pulverize it and do a complete thing on it, but I'm sure that's in the road thing. No, I'm good with everything. Good. I just like to say maybe we should look towards next year is like the malls, like Iroquois Mall and Morrisburg is getting at the point where they're basically beyond fixing. It would have been nice this year if the roundabout went through and you could actually do everything at once, but that would be something because I don't think both of the parking lots are even in the road thing, the inspections. So it'd be something to look into, because we're at the point where we want to attract people here, and the first thing they're coming to our malls and they're bouncing around. You wouldn't even want to try to take a wheelchair across one, because you'll be heads over tea kettle. So other than that, the roads are good. We're moving forward. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
No, I have no complaints. That's why we have a road program. For a number of years, there wasn't much done on the roads, and now we're paying the piper to get them done. So I have no issue with this whatsoever.
Councilor Mellon?
No, I mean, I agree with it all. Like, if we had a big envelope of money, we could do a whole bunch more, but I think we're doing as best as we can. The best us really good, best us. It's good.
Well, I do spend a lot of time and energy on thinking about roads, and I don't do just in South Dundas, and I do it at the counties too. In fact, I drove 245 kilometers the Saturday before budget to see what roads had to be done. So I'm not trying to overstep, I just like to know more. And to be honest, microsurfacing is something that I think is the best money we can spend on keeping our roads in good shape. That's why Flag is in good shape. It all got microsurfaced a number of years ago, and it shows. County Road 2 was microsurfaced a number of years ago. It's still in great shape. So, doing those roads like Seaburton and Broken Second and Kirker before they're potholy and rough, then it's too late for micro. Then you got to just let them go to the point they're at Kelly and Bell, and you do their full reconstruction when they're totally whipped. But I throw a little caution in the wind when we don't, if the road needs study says we should do those roads. I like it that you've checked them over and let them go, but I think next year you have to seriously keep them back in your mind and bring them back to the forefront if necessary. I don't want them to get to the point they're full of potholes and then micro doesn't work anymore. But I think this list is good. And in speaking to Councillor Wells' concerns about the plazas, I don't disagree. I agree that they're an issue, and if it wasn't for the thought of the wheelchair and trip hazards, then yeah, they're not roads and you don't have to drive fast on them. But before we do any work in either one of our plazas, I want to make sure that we're doing what we need to do right in those plazas, especially the one in Morrisburg. And if you are going to do line painting in Morrisburg, please come back to council first before you do anything of the such, because there are some concerns of how it's already painted now. And if we're going to paint it that way again, that's fair enough, but I think there's some other better ideas of how we've got to go forward with the plaza in Morrisburg. So other than that, I think, it's a good program, and I think it shows that we're looking after what we can. I don't disagree with Jeanette Road, drove it yesterday too. It's not an 80K road, and that's my standard is 90 on county and 80 on ours. Some of our paved roads out in the old Williamsburg sector are still in good shape, but it doesn't take long for them to get to the bad state, and then they will have another decision on how we're going to deal with them. So anyway, I'm good with the program. Go ahead, Jeff.
So just to add on the roads program, both Seaberts, the Broken Second and the Kirker, they will be included in with the counties of SD&G on their joint tendering process. So those 4 roads have already been submitted for pricing. Kelly and Bell, that will be submitted by myself, as the counties do not do double surface treatment. So I'll look after those 2 projects on my own. As far as the plazas, you made reference to painting. There's no line painting being done in the plazas this year. It's only the handicap parking symbols and the crosswalks coming out of the grocery store and by the plaza main entrance. So that's all that's being done as far as painting in the plazas.
Okay. I guess if we ever decide to do something there, then we'll have that discussion later. It's not part of our budget today. I will admit, say that your construction methods now with the double surface treatment fog seal has worked out well. Have you been down Pigeon Island Road?
Yeah.
It's holding well?
Yeah, it is. First of all, you got to think where that road is. It's in the middle of a swamp.
We understand that. It's the test road.
And Jeff at the time added, I believe he added an extra foot of gravel when he did that road. It's holding up.
It's good. Okay. I know North Dundas has gone a different route, and it'll be interesting to see follow how they do it. They actually just did a new road needs study. It's on one of their in their council agenda package, I believe, in December. So if you want some easy reading some night, they're like every other municipality. You get the roads need study back and say, well, you need millions of dollars. I guess this is the way you're gonna have to tackle it. It's a challenge. We have a lot of roads to do and a limited amount of funds, and we do thank the province and the feds for what we do get from them. Okay, so roads is good. Next one is sidewalk program, Jeff.
Yeah, okay, so for the sidewalk program, this is now year 3 of 4, which I presented to council. So this year, we're tackling Elizabeth Drive from County Road 2 to Church Street, and a portion of Dundas on the south side from Elizabeth to the western side of Codwell Drive. That gives us roughly about 850 linear meters, which falls within the budget tendered amount, which I've set forward. I can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, it's part of our 4-year plan. Council's already had a discussion.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Yep, Mayor, Councilor Wells, anything?
No, I'm good.
Councilor Lewis?
No, it's a program that we started and I'd like to see it continued.
Councilor Mellon,
Nope.
anything? Yeah, good program. I think we're showing initiative. I know the streets we got done in the last 2 years certainly have shone.
So Mayor, can I ask a question?
You certainly can.
You made reference to crosswalks in a different discussion. Presently, the sidewalk on Elizabeth stops at Frank Street, stops or starts at Frank Street, which is that little road which feeds, I believe, the alt apartments. Would you like to see that sidewalk extend another 20 meters to the north of Frank to line up with Highway 2? Or are we happy with it ending on Frank and then people walking on the road to get over to the new Tim Hortons area?
So you're talking about a crosswalk at County Road 2?
No, I'm talking about another extension of the sidewalk in the grass, just on the north side of Frank, between Frank and Highway 2. There's a grassy boulevard right there where there presently is no sidewalk. It starts at Frank on the south side.
Okay, I do see it now. I guess my suggestion to you is if you can put it in as a provisional item, and if it works within the budget, maybe that's something that, you know, since the equipment's there, you might get a good price on trying to change it. You have no base or anything, so that's a little bit different, so. But it's not part of the budget discussion right now, so that's the only way I would look at it. Mayor Gardner?
That's a good idea. Yep.
Okay, so that way, and if bring it back to council at the time, and then we'll make that decision.
Okay, thank you.
You must remember that so-called Tim Hortons fuel station is not operational yet.
No, I understand.
We're all hoping, but it's looking, I almost got deked out there a little while ago. I was back there in the night and said, oh, all the lights are on, but there's no fuel light on yet, so. So we'll move on to hydraulic hose machine.
So I made this presentation to council for the 2020 budget, and it was pushed aside. So I'm bringing it back again. We're seeing increased costs to do hydraulic hose repairs on our trucks. We have to purchase third party from local businesses, and with the ownership of our own machine, we could drastically reduce those costs. For hydraulic hoses to be made, whether it's at 3 o'clock in the morning when one blows, our mechanic can make one right away and get the truck back on the road again. It's through the same, if we go with hydraulic hose machine, it's through the same company which we received our nuts and bolts and our electrical supplies. It's the same racking. It's the machine is supplied as long as you purchase the product from this company. I can answer any questions which you may have.
Okay, so you mentioned about loan agreement. So can you kind of expand on the entire nuts and bolts of dollars and cents? Because it sounds a little too easy.
So the system works the same way as our nuts and bolts that we presently have. The racking was supplied free of charge as long as you initially stock the racking with their nuts and bolts and that you repurchase the product from them. Same thing with the hydraulic hose machine. The machine is supplied as long as you purchase the hoses, the fittings, and whatnot from that company. It's the same supplier. It's MSC.
Okay, and have the supplier given you a cost of your initial inventory?
It's the $4,070. $4,000 plus the HST is for the initial setup of the hoses and the fittings, which our mechanic would use. And then the rest is a cost per repair, which would be charged back to the unit. As we use and replace, it gets charged back against the unit that the repair went against.
Okay, does the mechanic have a current inventory of generally used hoses within our fleet now? Because we have a fairly,
Yes, he does.
similar fleet.
Yes, he does. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm not leaning to yes yet, so Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, my concerns, with these things, I feel like I've been saying this for 2 years now. I like to see a return on investment in this stuff and the proof in the numbers that is actually saving money. My concerns are the same as they were last year, so I'm leaning towards the no.
Okay, Councilor Wells.
Yeah. I think I know hydraulic hoses. I have lots of equipment with them, and I know what it costs to do them. My concern would be the initial cost is fine, like the 4,000 they bring in just a little bit of inventory, so it gives you a little bit of both. My question is two questions actually, Jeff. One is, do we have to actually sign a contract with them that will bind us for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, whatever? Or can we at one point say, okay, you know what? We've had this 2 years, come take your machine, take it back. Does the machine belong to us or belong to them after, if there's a lease agreement on it? And the last thing I would ask, before I would say yes on this, is it up to Chris to call them? Because I know I have a bolt department at my shop there that Worth comes in, and we had it happen once. I wasn't there, and Worth came in when Maureen was working there and just decided to restock the way he thought it should be restocked till I got the invoice. So little be known, Worth came back and took some of the stuff back again. So I just want to know, like, if it would be up to Chris to call up the sales rep and say, okay, we need 20 feet of hose, we need some 3/4 inch fittings, or is it in any signage anywhere that they come in and just do, like, keep it fully restocked every time at that point?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, they restock based off of a phone call from my mechanic. He keeps an eye on product. When it gets low, he makes the phone call, and they come back and stock it. It's the same agreement as we signed with the electrical and the I just don't have those details, but it is the exact same agreement. And I'll give you an example on one invoice, which we spent for hydraulic hoses. This was from 2018, totaling $5,000 on hydraulic hoses. So that was just for one unit, unit 84, a single axle plow truck. So there's your machine right there, just on one invoice. Again, I'll follow your direction. It is a well-spent, and that I can just leave it at that. Sorry.
And I would take that 5,000 probably was a full replacement on every hose for that international truck at that price, because go a long way. Another question I would have, like, for the 4,000, if you're saying 5,000 for one vehicle, but I'm sure a lot of the stuff is duplicated as far as if the two trucks are the same, that your hoses would all be the same. And say if roughly for each backhoe and the excavator and the compactor, if you had 2 extra hoses for every hose of the big equipment we own, how much would that be over the $4,000? Hypothetically.
I can't answer that right now. I'm not sure.
Okay. So it'd just be comparing apples to apples. If we had 2 of every hose for every piece of equipment we had, that at the end of the day, if a hose breaks in the middle of the night, at least you have one there, and it's just a matter of next day replacing that hose. Or it's more convenience where we're gonna stock $4,000 worth of hoses and fittings to have our mechanic make them, which is fine. I have no issue with that. It's just I like to compare apples to apples. If it's cheaper for us to have 2 of every hose that we hypothetically would use, that would, and each piece of machinery, like your main hose for like a backhoe, like your lifting hose, and that be the first one to blow compared to the dump one or something. So it would have been. I'm good with the machine, but it would have been nice to see how just the offset, if that makes sense. Other than that, if we're gonna have this garage, I probably would say yes to it, but we'll go around. With some of my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, so did you mention the length of time the agreement has to be in place again?
No, I don't have that in front of me. I'm sorry. I would say it's a year agreement, but I'll get back to you on that one. I don't have that. It's the same agreement though, Mayor, as the one we signed with the nuts and bolts and the electrical fittings.
Okay, we don't have a machine with the nuts and bolts. We don't have a machine for electrical fitting. I know that machine is a lot more money than the rack, so. Councilor Lewis.
I hemmed and I hawed on this hydraulic hose machine. I am going to say no, for the simple reason we have 2 or 3 places in South Dundas that does hydraulic hoses. It's not hard to get a couple of hoses made up from these people, have them on the shelf, and as Councillor Wells says, if we blow a hose, the next day you go and get it replaced. I think $4,000 doesn't sound like a lot, but $4,000 is a lot in equipment. So I'd rather stay the way that we are, use our local people that does this job. It keeps their doors open and it keeps them happy. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilor Mellon.
No, if we need a bunch of different length hose, I mean, we don't have to have every hose in the book. Just, if you need, take some extra long hose, you tie them up, you get through the night or the weekend, and like Donnie or Councilor Lewis has said, we have guys that will make hoses up, and I'm going to hazard a guess they're probably going to make the hoses up in the long run, probably cheaper than. I get leery of these agreements when they they seem pretty too good to be true. They usually are. And maybe I'm just cynical, and I don't care. But as far as I'm concerned, we keep a very limited stock, because basically we're looking at the weekend or middle of the night sort of thing when a hose might break. So we keep some hoses around that we could MacGyver them up. If we don't put 2 to 3 together to make one long one, or keep some short ones, whatever. But no, I don't think we need a hose machine for this. It's just.
Okay, so I'm hearing 3 no's.
Jeff, I'm definitely for this machine. The only thing I wish you would have brought me a lot more numbers, like facts, to make up my mind on this purchase. I know hoses. It's like a want and a need. Do we need it? Probably not. It's a good want because it's there. Like if we middle of the night you have to. I just wish you would have, I'm for it, but I wish I would have had more numbers in front of me to justify the offset and the costs. I'm still for it. I think at the end of the day it'd be good. I understand Councilor Lewis, there's 3 in, and I know all 3 of them that do the hoses, so I'm sure Jeff knows which ones give you the best prices. If not, I could actually tell you. And But yeah, I just wish you would have brought something more numbers towards me, Jeff, but I am for it. It's just, I'd like to see a little more numbers next time, but I'm for the machine though.
Okay, you're still no.
Yeah, more numbers.
You're no. Okay, I'm no too, actually. I think I would have been maybe a better decision with numbers, but I still think that we could have enough spare hoses in the shop to deal with the challenge ones, and I trust him that if he sees a hose that's frayed or starting to leak, that they get replaced as soon as they can, because I got machines that got hoses in weird places. If they ever go in the middle of the field or in the middle of every row, it's still gonna be trouble. So, and I don't have a hose machine. I can't justify it for the number of people out there that will fix it for you, so. No is the answer right now.
Okay, that's fine. Does the counties have a MTO garage too, or do they?
No.
They sub everything out?
They have two mechanics, I believe two mechanics, one for east, one for west, but.
Yeah. And they don't have their own?
I don't know about, I don't know
Oh, no,
about
I
that.
just was
I
curious
cannot
because-
comment on that.
yeah.
I'd have to, I
I'd
was
be curious
thinking
because
about asking
they have a
that.
lot of equipment, eh?
They have a lot of equipment, yes, there's no doubt about it.
Anyways.
And I can't answer that question
All
right
right,
now.
no, that's fine.
But we do have one, there's one not that far away from our garage that you can probably, certainly during daytime, get it and make an arrangement for the trouble times. Okay, so that's off the list. Guardrail installation, Jeff?
Yeah, so I went through our OSIM and I looked at culverts, which are larger than 3-meter diameter. And I went with the rating of good meaning that no work needs to be done to them within the next 10 years. So I selected 3 locations, one being on Lightning Street and 2 being on Siebert Road, which were identified through the report, which have only the guide rail remaining as a deficiency. So in front of you is Lightning Street with an estimated cost, Siebert Road, and another one at Siebert Road as estimated costs. These will be put through with the county's joint tendering process for guide rail repair and installation, and I'd be willing to answer any questions which you may have at this time.
Okay, Mayor Gardner?
This is gonna sound like a silly question, but, well, yeah, I guess these would you do these whenever you're doing the road repairs?
No, these are done through the tender, so it would be when their contractor is available for our area.
Okay, and you're just putting it under provisional with the counties?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, yep.
Council Wells?
Yeah. Now, with this report, this OSIM report, these location, is it deemed, because I fully understand about the diameter of the culvert, so is it by law that we have to put these in? Because there's never been guardrails there as long as these bridges have been, or culverts have been there. So so what's the report? Like, do we have to do it, or don't have to do it?
You don't have to do anything. You can, the OSIM is a bi-yearly report to identify all your structures greater than 3 meters for culverts and for bridges. And the report has criteria that it has to meet. What's the decking like? What's the approach like? What's the descent like? Is there guardrails in place? Yes, no. They suggest guide rail for the fact that there's significant drop-offs, that if a vehicle was to leave the roadway, there is the potential of it hitting your culvert end. So that's all the guide rails are for. It's for protection of your infrastructure, but it also is protection of the vehicles on the travel portion of the roadway.
Okay. Because there's actually, I know the size of the culvert, but there's like other culverts there. There's one on Strader Hill Road that would actually be or a couple on Strader Hill Road that would come into this. So is your plan to do year by year all the ones that have diameters this size, or just what's in the report?
Well, that is the report. The report is everything, pipes that are less than 3 meters don't classify under the OSIM reporting. It's only, they picked a number and 3 meters is the number. So it's pipe greater than 3 meters, 10 feet. That's what's involved with the OSIM reporting.
Okay. I'll wait till it goes around the table. I can go one way or the other, doesn't matter.
Councilor Lewis?
I really personally don't have a problem with this whatsoever. I know if a car goes off on Seabird Road, you most likely wouldn't see it anyways. So I think this is a good idea. I don't have an issue with this whatsoever.
Councilor Mellon?
I do. Until we got the bridges that the cars are traveling over, I'm not really worried, in good shape, I'm not really worried about the cars that are gonna go in the ditch. We got Taylor Road and there was another bridge in that report, culvert, I forget what the name of the bridge was. Culvert, it was a large cement culvert that are in need of work. I'd much sooner
The other one was 9 miles, actually, not a cement culvert, it's an elliptical culvert. That was the other one that was
Yeah.
an issue.
I'd much sooner do the work on those. Ones of the bridges are deteriorating and need work, and it's probably, we don't have enough in the reserve probably to do those bridges. But if we keep, what is the total in that bridge reserve? Do we have a number for that? We're gonna use it all up pretty well?
We currently have 215,000 in the reserve for bridges, but then the financing for the guide rail program is coming from that allocation. And then we have another 100,000 being transferred in. So the net effect is that you're decreasing the road reserve by $21,000.
If we don't do some of these bridges that need the work, next bridge report is gonna, I don't wanna see another bridge condemned and closed. So, no, I'm not gonna put the money in the guardrails. I'd much sooner leave that money in the reserve, build enough up and start knocking off these bridges that need cement work, reinforcement, or Taylor Road Bridge that was identified. There was 2 of them that were, top of that list. Get that money in place and start knocking off those bridges so that they're fixed up instead of putting culverts on cement culverts or guardrails on cement culverts that have never had guardrails there. So, yeah, a car could probably run off it tomorrow, but I don't want to see another bridge report saying we're going to have to close another bridge.
Councilor Wells?
Yeah. And actually, I agree with Councilor Mellon. Especially with Taylor there, it was a high one. To keep this money, leave it in the reserve, and we're adding to it again, and come back next year and concentrate on at least one of the bridges. So we paid to get these reports done, where the guardrails we don't need them. So I would like to keep that money and maybe even add a little more, and then we're the 100,000 to get where we can fix some of these bridges. We get all these reports done and we sit back and we're really not doing nothing. So I would definitely agree with Councilor Mellon. Put it aside for this year and maybe add a little bit more if we can, or get what we can next year and get one of these fixed. Thank you.
You know what? I agree. If it's not a must and there's no cause to put the guardrail up this than a report where it sounds like it's a nice to have. I think that putting this money aside to work on the bigger projects, as Councillor Mellon says, I think that's probably the smarter way to go. So I agree with Councillor Mellon.
I'd like to thank Councilor Mellon because those bridges have kind of slipped my mind over a year. And since he did bring it up, that is a good reason. We'll put it in reserve and let's start taking care of our bridges instead of worrying about this year.
Jeff?
Can I propose a Plan B? Plan B being eliminate the guide rail program. We are due for OSIM this year, 2021. Can we wait for the report, and whoever is a successful company to do the OSIM reporting, can we utilize them as engineering services to do a full engineering review on Taylor so that it's ready to go to the street for repair for 2022?
I'm going to suggest to you, it may not be a bad idea. It raises a few red flags in my head, so I think you need to, that's something you're going to have to deal with on our procurement policy, and if you bring a staff report back and if it works, and then that's not a bad idea. I don't disagree. That's what counties do have a separate company that does their reports, and then they hire out other engineer firms, and that company may or may not win those bids. But yeah, you need to have a design in your pocket so you're ready to go. There's two ways of looking at this. I agree with council's idea of putting money aside for Taylor Road, and if you didn't know about Taylor Road Bridge, you obviously hadn't been speaking to a certain resident that lives on a certain road that's very near to it, and what he told me about Taylor Road Bridge, that I wasn't going to allow to shut it down. So Calhoun Road's the other one that's in rough shape. So we started putting money aside last year for these bridges that we want to keep. We got rid of 2 bridges that had to go, 9 Mile and the Vries. To take it out of that pocket now and to do guardrails as much as they are required, and we do know about that it's a hazard there, and hopefully we don't get caught, but we need the money to deal with bridges that don't fall down, are falling down, I should say. So so currently we were going to take 100 out of, how much out of reserve and how much was taxation, Madam Treasurer?
So the entire amount was coming from reserve, so the 121,705.
Okay, so nothing on taxation, we're just going to keep it in reserve. Okay, so council wants to keep that money in reserve instead of spending the money, and then we'll see what the bridge report says, and we'll have at least something to do something next year. Okay, and then if we come to the end and council wants to put more money into the bridge reserve, we'll have to make that decision after we get through the whole budget. I don't think this is the time to do it, unless council feels strongly and put more money in, as Council Mellon has suggested. I'm not at a point, I personally am not at a point, we're getting closer, but I think that's something we can reserve in our head when we have our final deliberations on when we get a number. Is that fair? Fair to council? Okay. So, no to guardrails. They are, as Jeff's, they're not cheap. Like, they literally are not cheap. County spent a pile of money on guardrail, and it was always a discussion to get rid of the old cable guys and put the steel in, but I think the steel ones are what you gotta go. Okay, now we're into fleet. So, what's wrong?
Crookshanks Way street lights, did I miss that one?
I haven't hit that in my book. That's it.
There's no capital sheet for that because it's a
Yeah.
carryover project from
It's just a
2020.
carryover, but, so I'm good with it, but I'm
Okay.
knocking things off here.
We're good with that. It's coming out of reserves anyway, and
Yep.
it's an old, something's got to be done. If we don't do it, we'll have a committee on our hands. Okay, so we're good to go to fleet, because that's my next sheet. Okay, then go ahead.
Okay, so the top is bylaw truck 74. That has been deemed, as Nicole talked about, to be replaced with a small SUV. The building truck, truck 80, that, as Nicole spoke on that is deemed to be replaced and was going to be given to our mechanic. Truck 71, which is the truck that presently is used in the plaza, it has been grounded, electrical issues, every light on the dash is on, and it's derating the engine. So that vehicle is deemed to be replaced with a regular cab, 8-foot box, 4-wheel drive. And the recreational truck number 73 presently is on the list for replacement. It now has a hole in the floor in the cab because it is rotted out. It is to be replaced with a vehicle, 4x4 extended cab with a 6'6" box. It's speaking to this before, when this sheet was presented, truck 80 was going to our mechanic to offset truck 64, which is past its life. It needs more work than it's worth investing in. We had a discussion yesterday about reallocating truck 80 and reallocating truck 74 due to the drainage position, that they will need a vehicle to get to look at the drains. So what I am presenting to council is that truck 80, which was going to go to our mechanic, now be given to the drainage superintendent or drainage person, whoever that may be, and that we keep truck 74 for our mechanic for the 2021 season. When 2022 budgets come around, we will then allocate a vehicle for the drainage person. We will disperse truck 74, and truck 80 will then be given to the mechanic as the mechanic's truck. And if you followed that, congratulations.
Okay, so from a council perspective, Jeff, I'm not complaining about your creative logic, except to have that dumped on us right now to figure this all out is a bit of a challenge. Yes, Madam Treasurer.
I
Just hang on.
apologize for that because we didn't include a drainage vehicle. We discussed it at our senior staff, but then finance forgot to put it in, so that's our fault for that.
Okay, well, fair enough. So in the end, we're looking at purchasing 2 SUVs and 1 truck?
In the end, we're looking at purchasing 2 SUVs and 2 vehicles. One for the plaza, which would be to replace the plaza vehicle, and one for recreation to replace number 73. Those are still going to be replaced with half tons, but by law and building are looking for SUVs.
Okay.
Building
so-
would look after building, and bylaw would then be part of that 3 equation.
So the 4 vehicles are budgeted at 41,000 each?
That's correct.
Yeah, because that's, I only look at 3 on the list, so that's
There's-
why I'm.
There's
so-
another one up under building.
Oh, yeah. because-
on the summary?
Because
Oh, yeah, okay.
So that's
the
your,
SUV.
there's your 4th.
there's 3 here, but then building has, I'm counting the building one. I'm just putting them all in one big pile because they're all coming out of that same reserve in the end.
SUV.
So 2 SUVs and 2 pickup trucks.
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any
And
count? Go ahead.
in doing the SUVs, with the way of the world, that we're going green, we're gonna, if a tender is issued, we're gonna issue it with 3 options. Option being for gas, being for hybrid, and being for electric. Electric seems to be the word of the month now. OGRA at their conference just yesterday is really pushing the electric vision. So when we submit our tenders, they will have 3 options for pricing.
Well, to be honest, I don't totally disagree, but I'm waiting for this federal budget because I think they're going to throw some money at this whole electrification and carbon neutral thing. But does council have enough information from the director to figure this one out? Considering, as I said, I don't mind jostling vehicles around. On the understanding, if we give the mechanic this truck that's pretty well done, he's going to have to keep it alive, and that's his job anyway. One thing I will say, Jeff, and I'm assuming that it's done now, that every vehicle gets crowned hard every fall and if necessary in the spring, because if you want a hydraulic, the mechanic wants a hydraulic hose machine, He couldn't prove it to us now, but if he came to us and said he wanted the machine to do, you know, I hate to say it, but crown applications, because you can get, you know, or rust check applications in-house, then that's something that we miss somewhere here. I've got a 91 vehicle that is, I don't know what the kilometers on it, died at 191, so it's in the 250 range, and there's very little rust on it. My truck has very little rust on it, it's got 200. If you keep that up, trucks do not rust. We have enough trucks that rust, and I'm so sad, it's an embarrassment, because I can't understand how, you know, a simple maintenance feature of winterizing with a spray is something that it's an automatic. So Jeff?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, since I started with the municipality in November of 2015, the vehicles have been crowned religiously. Our big trucks, which need safety inspections, they have the safety inspection, and as soon as the safety is done, they go for crown, because it's not fair for the crown to drip on the mechanic while he's doing the safety. Our smaller vehicles, they are shipped out and crown is applied to them. So yes, we are crowning our vehicles.
Okay, that's good. I appreciate that. So, okay, let's go to fleet. So you got
Yeah.
2 SUVs and 2 pickups. Justification you heard.
Yeah, in my mind, the building truck will pay for it.
Yeah, that comes. Yeah,
Yeah, like
they're paying that. That's a loan, basically.
Yeah, I'm trying to separate a little bit
So
because
okay.
it looks like a lot. Yeah.
One SUV and 2 trucks.
Yes. I don't have a problem with you putting in about the hybrid and the electric. My fleet vehicle was a hybrid, and it was double the kilometers that I would get to a tank of fuel. It was absolutely crazy. I don't know if we did do that. Do mechanics need special certification to deal with hybrids and electric vehicles?
I would have to follow up my mechanic.
Okay, so I'm just, before we get all excited about adding a different type of vehicle, if we don't have a person that can service those vehicles, then I don't
They
see
come
the
from a
point.
dealership, then we'll have to
Just
figure out
saying.
how we're going to deal with that.
I'm
but
just saying.
but
So, I mean, that's a
by
provisional.
2035, everybody's
Yeah.
going to know how to fix an electric
Yeah.
vehicle. That's guaranteed.
That's a provisional item. It doesn't cost anything to just kind of put that out there. So I'm okay with that. I think that's the way things are going to go. You know, when I look through all of these, my only question, and I don't want the truck people to jump all over me, but why does the Plaza truck need to be a 4x4? Is it because you use it somewhere else?
He's out in the snowstorms, shoveling the sidewalks
Okay.
at the plaza.
Okay.
So it's transportation from Morrisburg to Iroquois.
Yeah.
So.
I think just that's a important, although the parking lot's bad, so yeah, maybe 4x4 is a good idea. Yeah, I think it needs to be, I'm not kidding, it's bad.
We know, it's already been discussed, and we'll have that. That's a next year project, maybe. We'll see.
I think with this, by upping it, I like the 10 years, and good to hear about the Crown. We heard that last year. I think that this is just necessary replacement in my mind, and the 2 SUVs. I don't think we've had SUVs in our fleet before, and I'm just thinking that there's also other ways to save as well. If we do in-person conferences again, an SUV could be something that you could, instead of the staff charging mileage, you use the SUV, that type of thing. So that could balance out some of the mileage costs a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's necessary. People really hate our purchasing of vehicles, but in this case, it's only one consideration, and I'm okay with it. I think they're necessary.
Councilor Wells.
Yeah, so I think I followed all the stuff you did after you rearranged some stuff. So all 4 of these vehicles are in the budget? Just because you missed one by not listing it, still in the budget? You didn't miss putting it in? Just saying?
No, because we reshuffle, so initially we were gonna get rid of truck 74 on gov deals, and now we're keeping that and giving it to the mechanic for the year, so then we'll rebudget in 2022 for another
No, I
vehicle.
just want to make sure, I'm sure that all the numbers will even out, but, yeah, like I like the way it's set up. We're sticking to our replacement schedule. We made it better by moving things up 10 years. I like the idea Mayor Byville's had about that you would look into doing our own rust check. Because now, because we have the bigger lift and everything to do as far as all the half tons and 3/4 tons go. I know Whitaker bus line, or a bus line up the road there, they've done their own for years and years and years. So it's a spot where we could actually save quite a bit of money. Not necessarily the mechanic has to do it, it's someone else could be trained to do it. It's not hard to do it. I've done my own. Other than that, yeah, I'm good. As far as, and we mentioned this before in other discussion, Jeff, about, and I'm sure you keep on the people as far as, like you say, the one truck there, the floor's rotten. Well, a lot of that you're driving around, if these trucks, especially in the wintertime, should be washed on a regular basis, like wash your fender wells and your rocker panels and all that stuff, and it'll cut down and keep stuff out of the back that's just not piling up and getting stuff on. So preventing maintenance goes a long ways. But as far as the vehicles, we're sticking to our schedule, so I'm good.
Council Lewis. We'll go through council first, Jeff.
Just so I'm not confused, because through Jeff's talking, I just, whoa. So Jeff, what you're telling us is truck 74 is going to go to the mechanic.
Correct.
What is going to happen to truck number 80?
Truck 80 is going to be given to the drainage, the new drainage, I just don't know their title, the drainage superintendent.
Oh, so really-
they call
Our
it.
infrastructure coordinator.
So it's,
That's right.
it's staying in buildings.
It's staying there for, no, sorry, and Danielle's on the line, but it's staying for 2021 season to get us through, and then we will budget for a vehicle for that position for 2022, and then Unit 80 will be given to the mechanic in 2022, and 74 will be sold on Gov Deals in 2022.
Okay, I got it now. The reason why I had to ask that question is because I went back to truck 80 and it only has 112,000 kilometers on it.
That's right, but it's been identified because of the age of it.
Yeah.
Through
Well,
our
I
10-year.
understand that, but the way I look at it is not the age, the condition of the truck, and how many kilometers are on it. So at least the truck is staying here. I'm happy with that. Other than that, yeah, I know truck 71, it's done. It is done. And I didn't know about the hole in truck 73, but it's got 240. And I understand why the Plaza guy should have a 4x4, because whenever I had truck 73, I got stuck many times in the dump with just an ordinary two-wheel drive. So I don't have an issue.
Council Mellon.
Yeah, so I got followed. So I guess, Sarah, we ended year end for 2020 was 850 in that reserve, fleet reserve. Is that right? Am I got that number right?
That's correct.
And then we started 2021. And then so we'll end up in 2021 with the purchases, because this is all coming out of reserve, 643. Is that right?
Sorry, yeah, the ending balance in the reserve at 2021 will be the 643.
Yeah, so, we canceled the purchase of 2 trucks because of COVID last year. So
We're behind.
we're behind. And, you know, if we don't, you know, I looked at my notes here and I had them scribbled and scrabbled and put no down and, you know, yeah. But we canceled 2 trucks last year, so if we don't, we gotta catch up and it's coming out of reserves. We're not depleting our reserve, our fleet reserve to the point that it's critical. It's still functional. So, yeah, drive on. Don't get an electric vehicle unless you got a charger. And you're right, I mean, we need 4-wheel drive. Sorry.
Not everybody drives around in a big Dodge like you do. Anyway, on the vehicles, I like the way that we're thinking outside the box, and not one person doesn't own a vehicle. It can be shifted around to make use in another department. It's why you buy white vehicles, and the only thing I still have a challenge with is it'd be nice to have what those vehicles, department of those vehicles are in, because I see them drive by and say, okay, is that public works, is it water, wastewater, or is it rec? I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is, and I'm the mayor. So the challenge with that is if you want to do the switch around, you have to make sure the stickers all come off so you can do the switch. But anyway, that shouldn't be that hard. I will recommend, though, that the bylaw vehicle gets bylaw on the side of it, and the building vehicle gets building on the side of it, because, to be honest, an SUV running around with South Dundas and it says bylaw on it, people will pay attention. It's that just like having an OPP car running around, right? So, Nicole?
Mr. Mayor, I did accommodate that in my budget for building and bylaw for specific tags showing building and bylaw.
Okay. You're not putting lights on the bylaw yet, right? On top?
No,
Okay, I'm just checking.
not yet. Maybe
I know,
2022.
I'm just being facetious here. But anyway, you know, it's a good idea to size down those 2 vehicles. There's no doubt about it. They don't need a pickup, and a pickup's nice if that's what you like driving. I know that there's 4 of us here that like pickups, and we'll probably wouldn't like to go to the SUV on a steady basis, but from an efficiency point of view, it makes a lot of sense. I like the idea, at least looking at hybrids and electric. We need to be starting to think responsibly and trying to cut down on carbon emissions. We are, because we're going smaller. Is everybody ready for that? I would say not, but I think it's just like that slow drip on you. Eventually, you're going to have to convert someday. And even, you know, my furnace went the other day, and the son said, you better look at the AC unit that's squawking on behind. Maybe it's time you look at that too. And then all of a sudden I start to look at heat pumps. So then I also say, well, if the government throws money at it, I'll look at it. So that's something, you know, you look at a program and it works. But I'm good with the 4 vehicles. Question I do have to staff, since we're not doing water, wastewater, they're not looking for vehicles yet? Or is that just going to be a totally separate thing that we'll have that big debate then, and then we have more white vehicles running around?
We can have that discussion during water sewer.
Okay. I know it's not totally it, but the money has got to come out of some pocket somewhere, and that's all yes?
The other thing that we discussed internally is that we like to see when the infrastructure coordinator position is filled, what role they play in the water and sewer department, because then there could be a combination of next year's vehicle being a hit to the water budget plus the fleet budget as well too.
Okay. Anyway, we'll deal with that one, water and wastewater. Something I wrote down. I said, because that's something every year they're looking in. The oldest one is got some age on it. There's no doubt about it. They've got good use out of it. So we're good with the 4 vehicles. Jeff? Jeff, go ahead.
Just to make reference to what Councillor Wells just said a few minutes ago about spraying, we do not spray internally. We job it out to Winchester for Crown for our small vehicles and fellow up the road for our large vehicles. That's what we've done. Crown gives us a great corporate rate, so it goes out to them. So I just want to clarify that we don't spray inside at the municipal facility.
No, I think what Councilor Wells was alluding to, and myself, is that could be an option down the road if you think you could, if the numbers work. You'd have to work through the numbers on what you currently cost and what it would cost you to do it yourself, including your mechanic time and overhead time. So it may all come out in the wash, and if you get a real good deal, then I would suggest you continue farming it out. It's just an option we thought we'd throw on the table for, thinking outside the box.
Okay.
There are companies in Ottawa who do large vehicles too, but if you got some good connections in what you're doing, that's great. I like that. Councilor Lewis?
Our mechanic used to do the undercoating.
Well, I think our former Director of Public Works was big on making sure we did that. Anyway, something you can look at. Correct?
Thank you.
Yeah, like,
Okay.
I knew we subbed it out anyways.
Okay, now we come into something everybody wanted to get rid of and we learned about. Yeah, I think so. Hydraulic feed wood chipper, who wants to sell me on it?
I think Danielle was going to take the lead on that, and I was going to support her on it.
Okay, if Danielle wants to come on, it's okay, fair enough. It's a number game now, so we heard something yesterday, so. I hope she's not talking because she's not unmuted.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. So, good morning, Mayor and Council. So, the Parks and Recreation Department, along with Public Works, is proposing a hydraulic feed wood chipper for capital purchase in 2021. The reason why we are proposing this as a joint venture is, one, because Public Works has the existing equipment to tow the chipper, and two, as council knows and has approved the Emerald Ash Borer removal plan, they are aware that there are quite a few trees in South Dundas that do need to come down. The budget for tree removal in 2020 was quite high. We didn't actually utilize the entire tree removal budget because due to COVID, we didn't have enough time to get to the tree removals. However, looking at the amount of trees that need to come down this year, the wood chipper makes financial sense. So it's about $49,000 that's estimated to purchase the chipper. Right now, the cost to remove trees, depending on their size, is anywhere between $3,000 to $8,000 per tree. So, we anticipate the payback on the wood chippers actually 5 to 16 trees, which we will easily do in 2021. Based on our Emerald Ash Borer plan, we have to remove 172 ash trees in the next 7 years, and 43 trees are to come down in 2021. And that's why we were also proposing that arborist student position this summer in the Parks Department. We do have an ISA registered arborist on staff as well, so he would have the certification to operate this piece of equipment. We would, of course, need to do some additional safety training, which was accounted for in the Parks and Recreation budget for training. What's also great about the wood chipper is the wood chips that are created from the chipping of the trees will actually go into our parks and landscaping. So around our new trees that we're planting in replacement of the ash trees we're taking down, along the waterfront and the gardens there. Playground bases, we do use some wood chips in some areas for playground base protection. We currently spend about $2,500 a year on wood chips, so we would that's been removed from the parks budget if we were to purchase this. If we do not purchase this piece of equipment, Parks and Recreation would automatically add another $64,500 to its operating budget. So if council decided not to award the capital purchase of this wood chipper, Parks and Recreation's operations would increase almost by 1% to the budget levy. And then I'll let Jeff speak to his utilization of it in Public Works.
So in Public Works along the roadsides, when branches fall, presently we're loading them into the back of a truck, full branches, and we're bringing them to the compost facility or the landfill. In the back of a 1-ton truck, it doesn't take long to get a load of branches. So we seem to be doing more time driving than we do actually being productive. So with the wood chipper, we could drop or fall the branches and we could chip it right back into the bush line. without having to leave site. We could keep them moving in a forward direction, which I feel would be more productive at the end of the day. So that's why I've adjusted my contracts brushing by 10,000 to help offset the chipper. I feel that we would not need to hire out as many contract services to remove trees.
Okay, we've heard the ROI on that. Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Okay. A few things missing from the ROI.
Well, I know, but they made it big enough that it works, right?
So I'm trying to scale down on time. So you've got 43 trees being removed in 2021 plus your brushing program. How many weeks are we talking about? Like weeks to do the work? Because whenever I'm looking at it, I'm thinking the 43 trees are about 3 weeks to remove all of them. 2 to 3 trees a day, I would think. Hang on, math is off. How many weeks are we looking at this machine being used?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in the Parks and Recreation Department, I'll speak about that first. We would be using it primarily in the late summer and fall. I estimate that we're probably going to be utilizing, and maybe Austin can jump in here from an operations standpoint, but I estimate at least 8 to 10 weeks for the Parks Department. Just because once we chip the trunk of the tree, which is a large amount that we have to chip, we also have to do all the branches and the cleanup. So I'm estimating 8 to 10 weeks, and then I don't know, Austin's on the line, maybe he can correct me, and then Jeff can also speak to what they use in Public Works.
So in Public Works, mine would be just as a filler, Deputy Mayor Gardner. When the brusher is out, my rubber tired excavator, this unit could be right with it at the same time. So those hard to reach branches, we could use the excavator to reach them, to drop them. What he could chip up, great. Whatever he can't, we could put it through the chipper and we keep the process moving forward. It's also when windstorms roll through, I know they're not a big event, but we do get trees that drop, and we have to dispose of those trees which fall across the road. So it's a cleanup process. I can't give you an exact week, but it will definitely be utilized on the roads department. Not as much as the recreation side, but it will get utilized.
And my other...
Austin, you speak. You got something to say?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So through you, Mr. Mayor, in the parks maintenance plan, we do have the wood chipper to be used potentially 3 to 3.5 months, as well into the late fall and winter. Once the arborist student obviously returns to school and is no longer available, additional park staff can assist our arborists on staff to continue the tree removal and any additional brush that may need to be removed as far as limbs in parks, tree lines, and trees along the waterfront.
Okay, now go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, my only other question was, we seem to be zeroing in on this $49,000 one. Was there any other options looked at as far as wood chippers, or do they only just go for 50 grand?
That's a cheap one.
That's a cheap one?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that question. So when we were getting quotes for this, there are different sizes of wood chippers, obviously, and they vary in costs. So when we reached out to the particular individual that gave us the quotation for this, he gave us, I think, Jeff, I think he gave us 6 models to choose from. This was a lower end model. I'll be honest, some of the models get up to be over $150,000, $160,000. They're quite large. This one was the one that he recommended for the utilized, like what we were going to use it for. We explained to him about the brushing and about the emerald ash borer removal, and he suggested that since we already have existing dump trucks, that this would be the best method, as it just shoots right into the back of the dump truck. There was a smaller model, but it is a lot smaller, and it's mainly used for residential purposes. So for someone who's just doing small residential cleanups, and the smaller model, I believe when I looked at it, was only 32,000, but it can't do the size of trunks that we thought we would be encountering with the ash tree. So he understood, based on our dimensions of the ash trees that we were recommending removing, that this would be the best model for us to go with.
Okay, that's it for now.
Council Wells.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm looking at your numbers here, Austin or Danielle. The $3,000 to $8,000 per tree, like I'm having a hard time wrapping around that because I just for example, I had a company price to take down a poplar, which at the base is on my property is about 3.5 feet, and the tree's probably 90 feet high. That they're going to take it, like knock it down, and just cut it up in 8-foot chunks for, it was just over $1,100. Because you're 5 to 16 trees to pay for a $50,000 piece of equipment. Like I know the trees that we're talking out, the 43, if they're all out in the park, there's not one out in that park that couldn't be knocked down like fairly quick. Another thing, we're coming up with the extra 64,000. I'm assuming that's coming from us having to hire a company come in and knock down the trees. That's where the extra money would come from, Danielle, apparently, if we don't get this chipper ourselves. Correct?
Yeah, so the 64,000 through you, Mr. Mayor, would be paying for that contractor to come in and knock down those trees. That's correct. And that's based on we have a hourly, like a hired equipment list. So we do have to follow whoever bid on that. I can't speak to what pricing you're getting privately, but that's based on the pricing that we have in our hired equipment list currently.
And this one here, is that exactly as shown or not quite as shown? Exactly as shown? So
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, that's exactly as shown. That's correct.
okay, so this stump grinder here, or stump grinder, wood chipper would, like you were saying about size of stumps, obviously, this machine here, you're looking at probably at the biggest diameter you could put through this, I would have to say would be 6 inches or less. You wouldn't go over that. And as far as the stump parts, you would actually have to either dig them out or grind them out with a stump grinder. So you get, but like this one here, like if you, it would have been nice to have another thing, like you want a thing like this, it would have been nice to have in your budget thing, like specs on this thing. Not maybe so much for staff, for me that understands the equipment and that, I would like to see the actual breakdown, like everything on it before I would spend 50,000 on, just not a quote from a supplier.
If council would like, I can share that. I actually have the specs up on my screen. Just give me 1 second here. And maybe I can share my screen here so that you can see. Are you able to see that?
It's small.
Small like that. It's good that you have that. Would have been nice right here beside the picture. So what's it say for the size to chip? Because I
18
can't read it
inches
from
is
here.
the end.
What is
18
it?
inches is the 18 inches
18
is
inches.
the
There's
in-seat size. Yeah.
There's no possible way this machine could take an 18-inch piece of wood through it because your shafts and bearings would be coming out the side of it. So that is like what I don't know how they come about this because actually I've owned a big stump grinder. My brother owns a big chipper. It's just I can see that we need one. Hypothetically, like we're talking 43 trees, and even our arborists can knock down trees, and you could actually make piles of brush for each tree. And you're saying 3-4 months. If all we're budgeting for this year to take down 43 trees, I don't know. That's basically a tree a day. But you could, hypothetically, you could knock trees down, remove the big part of the wood, have piles of brush that you could go around and rent one from Home Depot this size for $300 to $400 a day to do it. I'm going there, I'm just saying about the numbers. I don't, as far as the payoff, like payback, I'm not seeing those numbers in my thought, but I'll leave it go around the table, and I'm not saying yes or no, and I'm just waiting.
Councilor Lewis?
That was, I have to agree with everything that Councilor Wells says. The first question I wrote down on my pad here is, how big of a branch will it cut? To me, that piece of equipment, I would say no bigger between a 4 and a 6 inch branch. And as Councilor Wells said, if you're going to bring up the roots, you're not going to do it with this machine. You got to get a stump grinder to do that. And I also agree that between $3,000 and $8,000 per tree, that's a little steep. If that's what our tree man is charging us, maybe we better be looking elsewhere. Geez, I've never.
Mayor Bybelt, if I could just interject, just so that council understands. So the $3,000 to $8,000 per tree isn't necessarily just the actual cutting down of the tree. Because it's hourly, it depends on where the tree is located as well. So for example, we took down quite a few trees in the Iroquois campground in 2020. Those were those large poplar trees I'm sure council's familiar with. A lot of them are in really bad shape. I can tell you right now that 3 of the poplar trees were over $7,000 to remove. And that's with them cutting them down. They do have to rent a lift to get up to the top of the tree because they have to limb them from the top. And then they have to take away the wood. So it does take them quite a bit of time to do all of that work. So that's why you're seeing that cost, is because, again, that's a hired equipment list price. We pay by the hour, and we pay for the rental of the equipment that the contractor has to use. So I hope that clarifies a little bit. It's not that they're charging us $8,000, but at the end of the day, it's costing us $8,000 once we have the equipment, the removal of the wood, and then the actual tree coming down by the arborist that we hire on the hired equipment list.
That's something that should be another just, okay, just be quiet.
So the company that we deal with, they do not supply a boom, a truck, and 2 men? Is that what you're telling me?
So they do supply that through you, Mr. Mayor, but it all is a different cost. So there's a charge for labor, there's a charge for the rental equipment, and then there's also a charge for the removal of the wood. And that's just, I don't know if Jeff wants to speak to that. I wasn't here when that hired equipment list went out, but that's what we pay for.
Okay, no, that's good, thank you. It's just, that's hard to believe, because that's usually all added in as one price at an hourly rate, you know. But that's fine. But I will vote. I will not support this. Not at $49,000, because I don't think it is the machine for the job.
Okay. Councilor Mellon?
Wow. For 43 trees, and I don't know, I took a tree down in my backyard that was 80 to 90 feet high last year. They come in with a boom truck, 3 men, they dropped it. And I mean, it's from here to Donnie from my house. That's why we brought it in with a boom truck. Cost me about $1,100. They dropped it down in lengths. I got rid of the wood in lengths. They just dropped her down. They were there for probably 8 or 10 hours. Cost me about $1,100. If you can knock a tree down, us knock the tree down, I agree with what's been said. I don't know who said it. Just put piles up in brush and put it in log lengths and give it to somebody or sell it. I mean, if it's ash wood, like have somebody where is as is, or we can haul it to our utility. It's not going to cost that. There's no way that, there's something wrong here. As far as this piece of equipment used on road and municipal drains, it was sort of mentioned in here. It's not going to be used on drains, and road work will be minimal. I mean, we have a rubber tire excavator with a brusher on it. yeah, there's gonna be the odd time, there's gonna be a tree down along the edge of the road or whatever, but, I mean, we could process the trees up in our parks, drop them, take away the big stumps and just have, a half a dozen or a dozen piles of brush, and we could rent the thing or hire somebody to come in and chip it. No, I'm, no, this one don't fly with me.
Okay, Councilor Wells, you had something to say?
It's just, I know with all the trees, there's savings by if we absolutely use a company to take down every single tree. We have arborists, we have equipment to do it, like as far as the big wood goes. And I've seen that company that actually does a lot of work for us, and talk about disposing of the wood. Just happened, my shop's right beside the compost sites that's closed. I know where they were getting rid of it, a majority of it anyways. I can see this as a asset, but the asset and us renting it out, it's kind of renting it out. We can still dispose of all the trees, cut them down. The question today is whether the chipper to get rid of it. So we can, if we organize things that all the trees are cut down and piled, we have every piece of equipment to get rid of the big stuff. We can take it, burn it, or we can offset it somewhere and tell people if they want it, they can have it or whatever, or sell it, like Councillor Mellon would too. But I think if it coordinated right, especially with 43 trees, and we're talking, if obviously this is what we have, 172 ash trees over the next 7 years. And this stuff, if you think trucks and half tons are hard to maintain, wait till you own a chipper this size, because I used to rent one out and I got rid of it just because of it's a constant repairs on them. So at the end of the day, I would have to say no.
I can see where staff are going with this, because even if you do 43 trees at the price that you paid for your tree, the $1,100, it still comes out to $47,000 to get rid of 43 trees at $11,000. So I get where the staff were coming from this. I would much rather explore some of the options that have been put on the table, whether it's a case of chopping down the trees and then renting the wood chipper for like 2 weeks or whatever the case may be. If that's even a doable thing, I don't know if that's even an option. I think that would be important to explore. It'd be important to have that information on the table to see if rental was an option. Because if it's not, then it's not an option. But if it is an option, then it's kind of an important part of this conversation. So I'm leaning towards no, but I definitely see what the thought process was behind it. I would like to see if renting it is an option, and then you're just kind of putting your plans in play. But instead of owning the unit, it would be a rental unit.
Okay, Councilor Wells.
I just got one more comment.
Yeah.
I can go after you if you want.
No, it's okay.
Just getting back to Austin, you said about the 64,000 additional to the budget, and which another thing I have a hard time following, because what you're saying, if council doesn't get this chipper, that at the end of the day you were going to cut down these trees anyways and utilize this chipper to use it. So what you're saying, if we don't get it, we're not going to cut our own trees and get rid of it. So I don't know where the 64,000 is coming from. So it's just, I see the thought in it, like Deputy Mayor said, but these numbers are just not adding up in my with my calculator.
Okay.
And that's
comment-
all I'm saying about it.
Comment from Councillor Mellon, then I'll give
Yeah,
staff some direction before we make a decision.
Like the 11,000 I used for my tree was when you have to bring a boom truck in because you're working in confined areas and you can't drop it because if you're just knocking the tree down, if we don't do it ourselves, if you're gonna hire somebody, which makes no sense, if we got an arborist, like, I mean, he can knock the tree down in the park or you work around the situation. The only reason you would pay $1,100 to take a tree down with a boom truck is, you know, you don't want to take the chance of dropping it on somebody's house or camper or whatever. But if we're going to knock the tree down, we're just knocking it down, dropping it, blocking it up into 8-foot lengths, and then, you know, but so $1,100 is the very most extreme. But that I don't see us needing to do $1,100. I was using that as a reference to, you know, to me it just didn't work. When it was we were talking about. What were we talking, you know, $3,000 to $8,000 a tree? You know, I couldn't get my head around that one at all. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, so council's leaning to no, however, a no has implications on the operational budget according to staff. So I know it's your lunch break, but we're gonna stop for lunch. If you can come back and firm up those numbers and with the ideas that council have put on the table and give us an idea of if we do not buy the wood chipper, what do we need to add to operationals this year to make everything happen? And, and as Councilor Wells alluded to, it's one thing to buy the piece of machinery, but it's not like a car or a truck where you can run it for 3 years, nothing breaks. This is I can see there's a lot of maintenance on it, dealing with, I assume, knives and bearings and engine overhauls and hydraulic pumps and all this other good stuff that has to function on it. And it's doing some hard work. It's not a forage harvester taking corn, it's taking logs. So if you can come back and throw something quickly through with Treasury to give us some idea of as Deputy Mayor Gardner likes to refer to and is really important, return on investment, and show us, then please do so. And then after lunch, if it's not quite done after lunch, we can got other things to look at, but by the end of the day, we'll have something figured out. Does that sound okay, Danielle? Because I imagine... Okay, so with that, we're gonna have a break for lunch and back at 1 o'clock. And welcome back to the afternoon session of the South Dundas budget deliberations. When we left just before lunch, we were discussing the wood chipper, and I had asked staff to go back and do some number crunching to see if they could work within what council was looking at or justify it a bit more. So I'll turn it over to Danielle at this time, and we'll go from there.
So thank you, Mayor. So I just want to start by saying this is, we didn't have a lot of time to get some more information together. So I just want council to understand these numbers are rough and could potentially change. So I've come up with 4 other options for council to consider if they choose not to go with the wood chipper. And again, these are rough costs. So, so the first option would be for staff to just remove the trees and pile them in parks, not remove them, not do anything with them, just leave them in the parks as Councillor Mellon suggested. That would be about $21,000. The second option would be for staff to remove the trees, pile the trees up and bring the trees to Matilda, which is what Councillor Wells was suggesting. That would be about $22,350. Again, that could change based on equipment needs. So if we have to, obviously that doesn't include fuel or anything like that. Option 3 would be for staff to remove the tree, pile the tree, and then rent a wood chipper. So that we're looking at that price is about $52,200 for the year. That includes a rental that is significantly smaller than what we're proposing to council. So that's a 12-inch in-feed rather than an 18-inch in-feed. So that's the largest size that you can rent from a rental company. That $52,200 does not include gas for the wood chipper. The fourth option is to use hired equipment, which I believe someone may have passed out the quotations for reoccurring services to council.
We have them.
So if we use the lowest hourly rate, which right now, if I'm looking at it, if we just do logged-in tree service, it's just easier to, because that includes the bucket, the chipper, and 2 workers. So that's $170 an hour. So if we use them to remove the 43 trees, it takes them about 7 hours from takedown to chip. So that's about $1,360 per day. So at the end of the day, we're looking at $58,480 for that service. So that is no tree replacement or anything like that. So that's the fourth option. I haven't heard from Jeff, so I don't know if he ran the numbers for brushing, roadside brushing. I can't speak to the numbers that he would be saving or need to add to the budget. My recommendation to council, based on the 4 options, if you're not going to go with the wood chipper that was proposed in the budget, that we not go with option 1 or option 2. And the only reason why, and I know these are the cheaper options, option 1 is if we remove the trees and just pile it in a park. One, that's not really aesthetically pleasing for our residents if we just leave a giant pile of wood in the middle of a park. Even if we ask residents to come and pick up the wood, I can imagine we had some issues with people driving through parks earlier in 2020. I don't think we want to begin promoting that again. And then option 2, so bringing it to Matilda. I have advised council about this before, but as soon as we open the Matilda ECA for an amendment, I am concerned that we will lose the right to burn. That's a very old provision that Matilda had from the 1970s. Most landfills don't have that ability anymore, so I'm a little bit hesitant because I wouldn't want council to think they could bring all that wood to Matilda, and then if we lose our burn ability, that it would just sit there and it actually would end up filling up our landfill and contributing to our volume there. So my preference would be for option 3 or 4. So you're looking at the 52,000 or the 58,000. But again, I'll leave that to council. All of these amounts would have to be added back into the Parks and Recreation operational budget if the capital was removed. And I believe Sarah can speak to this, but this 48,000 is being funded through fleet reserve, so it's not actually coming out of the tax base. Whereas this amount of any of the options would be added directly to the tax base.
So Danielle, just a question on the numbers, and I thank you for crunching this together, because I did give you a kind of a deadline that was a little bit challenging, and however, we need to come up with something, decision. I'd rather have that decision done today. If we go for option 3 or option 4, obviously we're taking the staff time that we had allotted for using this piece of machinery out of the equation. Would there be any thought of a credit for that? They'd be doing something else, but they wouldn't be doing this.
So in option 4, if we just use hire equipment, there would be no staff allocation. So option 4 is the use of hired equipment, so there would be no staff time involved. I didn't include the supervisor wage or anything like that to coordinate that amount. Sorry, excuse me. So I didn't include the staff time to do that, but option number 3, that does include staff time, because that would be still staff removing the trees, piling the wood, and then chipping it. So that option 3 does include the staff time.
Okay.
One thing too, Mayor, I'd like to add, sorry, I should have mentioned it earlier. So I just wanted to bring up to council's attention in 2019, which was a regular year for us. I try not to use 2020 too often because we didn't do a lot of work in 2020 because of COVID, but in 2019, on tree removal alone, and this is emergency tree removal, so not scheduled tree removal, we spent $36,000 in emergency tree removal alone. So that's trees that would have come up for safety reasons all of a sudden. So I just wanted to share that with council. So again, that's not the scheduled 43 that we have for removal. That's just the amount we spent for emergency tree removal. So anything like overhang brushes, all that kind of stuff close to hydro lines, etc. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay, so we'll go around the table once more. We have more information. Pick your option, pick your direction, and give me a decision, please, on where you want to go with the wood chipper purchase.
Okay. I didn't realize it was coming out of reserves, obviously.
All fleets come out of reserves, but don't forget, what we don't spend reserve is still in the piggy
Yeah.
bank. So always, it's still money coming out of somebody's pocket. If we don't spend the money this year, the fleet reserve
Yeah.
account will have that much more money in it that,
No,
or conversely, we as council can say we can knock off 49,000 out of that fleet reserve commitment of 318,000 to compensate for it.
Okay.
One way or the other, it's money's coming out of somebody's pocket, and you got the numbers. Go.
So in my mind, thanks Danielle. Good hustle. So in my mind, when I look at this, I think it needs to be a combination if we're going to attack the tree problem. In my mind, it would be a combination of number 1, where staff would remove and pile some of the trees where that makes sense. And then the price of $13.60 that you gave us per tree to remove them, you would have a budgeted amount of around 14 trees that you could deal with that other way. I'm thinking, I don't think a blanket solution other than just purchasing the equipment is going to solve it. So in my mind, it's a combination of 2, not to muddy the waters, but where you're able to, you would have our arborist remove and pile, and where you're not, you basically would have a budget of around $19,000 to remove 14 trees via the $13.60 per tree, or $13.60 per day kind of amount that you gave us.
So yes or no to the wood chipper?
No.
Okay. No, well, it's staying on. Go to Councilor Wells first. Sorry.
Okay, thanks Danielle for getting these numbers back quick. Just for clarification, number 3 there for, and clarification on, I would never cut a tree in the park and just leave it there in the park with a pile of brush, just to make that a point. But moving forward with that, number 3, at the 52,300, my question to you, on that, you're saying about staffs including there, so that's the price you're anticipating the 43 trees would come in to remove. So in the budget, if you say we're adding, disregard the rental, let's say the rentals for giggles and whatever is 5,000 on that. So the rest, where would our staff be working if you didn't, if obviously in our budget, you would already incorporate having staff doing something, removing these trees, like, or, like, I'm just finding it hard, like, where's the money? Like, what were they gonna do if we weren't gonna, we have an arborist, so obviously we're gonna cut some trees, so I'm just having a hard time. I can see the 58,000, that's black and white, that's easy to follow. The 52.3 I'm having a hard problem with, because where did you have the park staff doing if, like, we had to pay them to do something, so whether it's go to 2 months' work or 3 months' work, it would have to be in the budget, their wages are in there already, so it doesn't matter, we cut 43 trees, 14 trees, or 100 trees, they gotta be working somewhere, so I think it's safe to say that number is actually a lot higher. Like, either you have an arborist and the student, which we pretty much thought about the student anyways, knocking trees down and bringing equipment in, that, so if you can, I don't know, I would want 3, us do ourselves, renting the chipper, but I think that number's, myself, I don't think that number's close, because our guys got to be doing something. So whether they're throwing brush in a rented chipper, or they're picking up a log and throwing it in the trailer, at the end of the day, someone's got to be working. So that labor's already accounted for in our budget over 12 months. So if you're picking that labor just especially for those trees, I think we're on the wrong track. But that's
So if
here
I
or
may-
there. What we're talking about right now is the chipper, and my answer to the chipper is no. Thank you.
Danielle, you have any comments on Councillor Wells's thinking?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to answer Councillor Wells. So basically, that you're correct. So those staff are already accounted for in the Parks and Recreation budget. But like I said, in 2019, we spent $36,000 just to do emergency tree removal. So the 43 trees that have to come down, that will be an entire summer for our arborist and a student. So you're correct, that is already in the budget. But if we need to start removing trees, like if there's a snowstorm like Jeff was talking about, or if there's an event, which we do have, frequently does happen, and if a windstorm blows through, we have to do a lot of branch removal. That is not accounted for in the parks maintenance plan. So those would be hours outside of the normal charge. You are correct, Councillor Wells. This number could be more or less depending on maybe we have a great year, we don't have any storms, or maybe we have a great year and we only have to remove 43 trees. But like I said to council when I first started, these are very rough numbers, so it could go up or down. So we could budget less, we could budget more. It's really up to council how you want to proceed. I would hate to have not enough money in the budget and then overspend. So I'll leave it up to council, but I just wanted to answer that question.
And I appreciate that, Danielle. I can see, like, for beyond, none of us can, if we could see down there that there's gonna be a windstorm, 20 trees fall, but I hate to plan a budget just on foreseeing stuff like that. But then again, stuff happens. So, like I said, I think that number, because you're already budgeted for the arborist and the student anyways, I think you'll see at the end of the year, even if we do have a freak windstorm, and a lot of that freak stuff there could be insurance if it's a real freak storm. But anyways, at the end, what we're coming down to is the stump grinder, so I'm no for now, so thank you. Or the stump chipper, or the chipper.
We know what you're talking about. I know it's a
Okay.
confusing bit. Councillor Lewis.
My answer is still no for the wood chipper, and the reason that I'm saying no is because you're starting out, the wood chipper is worth $49,000, and then you're going to have repairs and maintenance on a wood chipper. It doesn't make it if it's brand new or if it's used. If you oversize it when you're feeding it, something's going to break inside. Number 3 is you're going to have to pay for fuel. So, to me, I think at $49,000 for the wood chipper is, yes, it's not a bad price, but I think whenever you look at the big picture and put the fuel and the maintenance in, you're looking 55, 60,000. So my the wood chipper, I'm still going to say no to that because I don't think it's beneficial for the municipality. And then you, that was stated before, you have to have somebody licensed to operate it. It's not something that Councillor Mellon or myself could just go and throw wood into because that's not the way it works. So I think we would have more money invested in the wood chipper than what it would be to contract it out.
Okay. Now, just to let you know, Councillor Mellon's a farmer, and farmers don't have rules, so I'll turn it over to him now.
Oh! Yeah, I appreciate the numbers, Danielle, and I know where we're trying to get to, but to me, have our staff cut the trees, remove the bigger limbs and the trunk. We can either have somebody pick it up in the park or remove it to off-site with our staff, with our backhoe and trailer or dump truck, and we can either give it away or try and sell it, you know, in 8-foot lengths, 6-foot lengths. Pile the brush, and after a week, you know, if you've got 6 trees down, 10 trees down, we either hire somebody to come in and chip it, blow the chips into our dump truck. We can use it because they mentioned in here, you know, we use wood chips. And we can either hire it done or rent a chipper, but no to the wood chipper. Have our own staff remove as many trees as possible and remove the logs with our own staff. Coordinate that with Public Works with a dump truck or and a backhoe if you want to, you know, do it in log lengths and try and sell. I mean, I think split firewood is worth about $100 a cord, but you could probably buy it in 25 bucks. I think somebody would probably give you 25 bucks a cord for log length ash trees, unless it's real bad stuff, but give it away. You know, just take it, stockpile somewhere, give it away, and then we either rent a chipper or we hire somebody to chip it and do it on a weekly basis. So you don't have piles, you know, and I agree, you don't want piles in our parks, but you know, do it on a weekly basis. Get rid of the stuff.
Okay.
No to the chipper. Sorry. Got there eventually.
So as much as council has said no to this, I will have a differing opinion on this. Council Lewis is right, 49,000 is just the start. You got to keep it going, and yeah, it's just like any other piece of equipment you have, and this one's one of those pieces of equipment that's going to cost more money on average to upkeep because of dealing with knives and grinders and shear points and hydraulic pumps and hydraulic hoses too, but we can have, we can't anymore. Engine upkeep, the whole 9 yards. But once you have the wood chipper, you have the wood chipper. So it becomes an asset. It won't be worth $49,000 first time you throw a twig through it, I realize that, but you still have an asset. Because next year I don't need to buy the wood chipper anymore. I have it. I have to keep it up. It might cost me a couple grand, but I have a wood chipper in my back pocket. I don't have to spend these kind of numbers over here anymore. So that's why I think their idea is thinking outside the box. It's, you know, we have a lot of projects we wish we have staff do instead of hire it out, and this was an opportunity to do so. However, council doesn't want to go down that road. So fair enough. The 49 came out of what we were going to contribute into the fleet. Madam Treasurer, what do we have to add to the budget for operations now after hearing the director? Because we need a number. We just added an operational number to the budget. We can do all the talking we want, but we have to have a starting point. So give me a starting point and then we'll go from there.
For what we need to add to,
If we don't have a wood chipper, the director says we need probably about 50 grand to do all the work, 60 grand.
right. So I guess that would be your starting point. There's also Public Works to consider. I'm not sure if Jeff's still on or not, but he also said in his budget that he needed to add some money back for contracts if we don't have the chipper.
I think it was 11, if I remember right. Yes?
I think it might be prudent for Danielle at least to tell council how much the rental is for a chipper, just for council's information.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Shannon. So the rental itself, we're looking at about $20,000 in 2021, if that's how we want to go. And that doesn't include the gas, so I would say at least, 20, maybe 23,000 to account for the gas. And then that's all for the rental.
Okay, so there's the hard numbers. So we don't need to spend 49, but we need to put more money in operations. That's the way they've got it figured out for us. We can't not put money back in for wood clearing because it is needed. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We can't ignore the dead ash. And we have actually had a big request from the Princeton Park to deal with that north fence, and I bet you there's enough money there to keep going for a long time. So yes, Madam Treasurer.
Works had $10,000 in their budget if the chipper wasn't approved.
So we'll just say 60 grand for rough numbers. So
Yes, add it back in.
So there you go. I can respect council's decision, but I want to make sure you can't, it has implications because of how they thought this through.
I'm flexible. I can switch back and I will say yes.
Okay, we're spending a lot of time on this chipper, but
Yeah, well, we all knew that. We all had opinions before we even hit this desk. I know it because I sensed it as soon as I walked in.
and I realized, Mayor, we got to start with a number. I'm just seeing the numbers in front of me. That's the only way I can base stuff on practicality, removing of 43 trees, which I know the trees in the parks. So the 20,000, I rented a chipper this size. That's a lot of days of rental for that machine. At the end, I still believe we can start at 60,000, do whatever you want. But at the end of the day, if we ran a chipper and go out there and cut those 43 trees down, we're going to be well below that. And I'd be surprised if we're not, especially because we're already paying our employees to do something. So, and honestly, I've owned a chipper this size, and the maintenance it'll just, you think it was bad with the fire trucks and stuff like that, you wait till you start maintaining that. Probably not as bad because we're only doing 43 trees in 1 year, so but at the end of the day, they're costly. I mean, costly. But I'm still sticking to my original no, and hoping the other numbers would come down.
Will we have to send the chipper away for maintenance, or is that a job that I can't see our mechanic doing that.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I can speak on that, yes. My mechanic, he can tackle that. It's moving parts, it's a motor, it's a diesel engine. He can totally handle repairing the chipper.
Mayor, I'd also like to add that the chipper does come with 5 years of warranty. So that's included in that $48,000, 500 price that you guys saw earlier on the screen. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. I don't dispute that, but the wear and tear stuff is still going to be wear and tear, so there will be some money spent on that type of upkeep. So if an engine blows, well, fair enough, but or if a bearing goes unnecessarily. But anyway, I appreciate that.
No, I'm sticking to my original. No.
You mentioned 20,000 for rental of a chipper. What's the hourly rate that they give you?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I honestly was, they didn't give me an hour, they just gave me a weekly rental price. So it's $1,980 for a week. And that's without the gas. So we'd still have to pay for that as well. They didn't
How
give
much
me
was
an
it? I'm
hourly
sorry.
price. $1,980, so $1,980 for the week.
$1,980. A day?
A
Oh.
week,
Are you anticipating?
at least 10 weeks.
That dog don't hunt, I'm sorry. If you can't chip 10 trees a day, that's 4 days, I'm sorry. If you got the trees cut and the brush there, like, I mean, we're not talking, no, I'm sticking with it. We don't need to rent a chipper for that many days to chip 43 trees. If we do, there's something seriously wrong. Because if the brush is cut, the tree's cut, and the brush is sitting there, I mean,
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be to cut the tree and wood chip it the same day. So it does take us about a day to remove a tree. That's the average that it takes our current contracted services to do as well. So they usually do about maybe 1.5 in 7 hours. Our staff also have a lunch break and 2 15-minute breaks that we have to account for, plus this, getting all the equipment there, getting it all back. This was with us renting it every single day to do tree work for 10 weeks so that we're not leaving brush and logs in the middle of the park. If you want us to leave big piles, then we can certainly just rent it for a couple weeks rather than the 10. That's up to council. I just thought aesthetically, it would probably be best if we cut down the tree and then chipped it the same day. So I apologize if I misunderstood.
So we've had a good discussion. You've got a lot of ideas from council on how to do things. The only way this is gonna work mathematically wise, and it's not gonna be perfect, is that we delete $49,000 out of fleet transfer and take that $49,000 and allocate it into parks. Some into parks, some into Jeff's, and they're gonna have to make that work.
Yep.
Maybe not enough, but maybe that'll make things think outside the box. It's the only way, I was still a yes, but I'm not gonna, I see 3 no's, so I'm not gonna change anybody's mind anymore. I think what I'd ask staff to do for this year is to take those ideas, come up with an operational plan, try to make it work, and then next year, see which plan works. And if you want to have a wood chipper or any kind of piece of equipment, we would need to see a very detailed either return on investment or a 5-year plan to how that piece of equipment saves us enough dollars and it's worth the value to the municipality. It's easy to say for a truck, because a truck's a truck's a truck, but something like this is a little bit different, and especially a piece of machinery that's new to us and how we would function with it. But it's one of those show me kind of things, and it hasn't. You failed to show the majority of council, so we need to do that math today. And I don't think we need to go any further on this. It is what it is, and we'll figure it out. Go ahead.
More comment before this. We're saying about every day, Danielle, about doing that. There last year, we got a nice dump trailer there, so if you coordinated, use the dump trailer and take it and put it on site down at the Morrisburg building, and coordinated that you brought a chipper in once you got your big brush there, you chip all your thing, you have your pile of chips right there, and it's just a matter of coordinating. It's something you wouldn't rent every day and do. Anyways, moving forward, we can safely say we're done.
Okay, so we didn't save any money. Is Treasury all right with that thinking? Because I know it's a little different, but I know it's probably not quite enough, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
either that or, and if you need more, if staff needs more down the road with more trees or things go weary, then you haven't got any room anywhere else in your budget, then come to council and prove to council that we were wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Staff has done their best. And we as council have questioned it. We've had an excellent debate over it. You know, over $49,000 piece of equipment. And if they can come back in the end of the year and be fair and just and show us that we tried our best, but now we're in September and we got this much more work to do. So two options: we ignore the work and drive on, or and if something goes wrong, we'll take emergency funds out, or it's next year's work, and next year's work is next year's work. I don't want. Well, what we don't want to do is penny pinch real hard this year, and all of a sudden next year was a 10% increase because we were being not very smart this year. So, okay, Jeff.
So I just want to throw caution to the wind on Councillor Wells' last comment about just loading it in the trailer and bringing it to the Morrisburg shop. By doing that, you're going to now open up the floodgates for every resident in Morrisburg. When they start seeing a pile in the yard, it's going to turn into compost site number 2. And I just want to throw caution to the wind just by saying that, because that's not what we're trying to achieve here. Morrisburg shop is clean right now, and by stockpiling it, it's only going to get bigger without us. It'll just get away from us, and that's my only thought.
Point taken, Jeff. And I'm sure if someone starts dumping there, we have a brand new bylaw vehicle coming with bylaw inside, so they can deal with it.
Okay, moving on. Danielle, landfill expansion plan, please. This should be easier. There's no hope. You have to do it. We've hooked this one down. I think I'm going to quit.
So I hope council can see my screen, and I
We
should
can.
be unmuted. Okay, perfect. So the Environmental Services Department section, the Waste Management section of the Environmental Services Department is requesting $50,000 from council this year for the expansion project at Matilda. So to be clear, this is not the actual physical expansion of Matilda. This is having a consultant look at the options. So I'm calling it the expansion project. However, it could be a transfer station. It could be an expansion at Matilda. Or it could be the costs associated with opening a completely new site. So the consultant is coming back with 3 options for council to consider at the end of July. The reason why we need $50,000 for this is because we need to consider all the options. And then we need to do preliminary environmental testing. So even transfer stations require environmental testing to occur. So we would need to do a noise study, a vibration study, and an odor study, which I know to council may seem a little bit silly. However, that's what the Ministry of Environment requires for any new environmental compliance approval. So in order to get a transfer station, we would need to, we couldn't amend our current environmental compliance approval. We would need to apply for a completely new environmental compliance approval. Part of this $50,000 is also looking at the cost to close Matilda. So that cost will also be presented to council as part of this study, so that we can look at the closure costs versus expansion costs and see how council would like to proceed. And then at the end of July, I'm hoping to have direction from council as to how they would like to proceed and file an ECA or an amendment for our ECA corresponding to your selected choice. So that cost is also included in the $50,000 because the Ministry of Environment charges for that application, and our consultants would have to do some further testing. So there would be some costs associated with that, as well as the work for the design aspect. So a transfer station would need an engineer design as well as an expansion. This $50,000 is not coming from the tax base. To be clear, this is coming from that service modernization funding that Sarah spoke about earlier today. If council has any questions, I can answer them.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I'm a yes.
Council Wells.
No, I'm good with it. I look at it as a poker game. You got too much in there to not get out, so we got to keep going and see where it takes us. So I'm good with it.
No, I have no problem with this.
Council Mellon.
No, I'm good. I'm good, yep. Just make a comment.
Well, that was an easy discussion. I wish they don't have to be all that easy, but anyway, no, we have to do it. We got to figure this out sooner or later. You know, we all stood up at our various campaign stops and said we got to deal with landfill. this is a big step. It's got to be done. We're either going to have a bigger landfill or we're going to have a transfer station. We got to have that figured out. Done. Okay, recreation master plan. Danielle, I hope you're not talking because we can't hear you. You're muted.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I don't know why it does that. So, the Recreation Department of the Environmental Services Division is looking for $75,000 from council this year to complete a recreation master plan. So the recreation master plan is going to help the Recreation Department determine where the community would like to go with regards to recreation, and how we can focus as a department our efforts on specific needs of the community. As council will recall, in our operational budget, one of our 5 goals for 2021 was really to focus on what the community wanted from the recreation department and really start focusing on offering those services. So this master plan will fit directly into the operational goals for 2021. The other thing this recreation master plan will really help with is determining the appropriate use of facilities in South Dundas and what programming the community finds useful in those facilities. So as council knows, and we went through budget yesterday with facilities, on Tuesday with facilities, we do have quite a few facilities. So this recreation master plan will look at those facilities, how they're currently used, and how we can use them better. And it will also determine if we need more facilities. So if we need, for example, council applied a couple years ago for a soccer dome or an outdoor bubble. So it would look at items like that and see what the community would think of stuff like that, and look for potential opportunities for partnerships, private and public. So this project is not coming from the tax base. This project, again, is coming from the Service Modernization Fund that Sarah spoke about earlier today. If council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Mayor?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Danielle. I do think this is a good idea. When was have we ever had one done in South Dundas?
Yes, 2006.
Okay, so 2006. And of that plan, how much of it was actually implemented?
Yeah, I'd have to let Shannon speak to that.
I'm going to say, since my time, we haven't
None of it?
referred to it at all.
Okay.
The other thing I will note is that we did.
I disagree. It spoke of hiring somebody, Ben McPherson.
Yeah, sorry, yes, it was.
As
Yeah,
a
that's
recreation
right.
coordinator,
Correct.
and that's what
Okay.
we did.
Correct.
And I think a lot has evolved out of it. It's dated now,
It's
no
dated,
doubt
yeah.
about it.
I've-
But to say we didn't do nothing to it, I'm sorry,
I
I
didn't say that.
disagree. Well, you were implying it.
No,
I'm getting ahead of you on that.
What I was implying is I would hope with this consultation that the consultant comes back with an implementation plan. Because a lot of times they'll just have a whole pile of stuff that we should do and no timeline on how to kind of roll them out at various levels. So that's all I was trying to say, that if we're going to spend $75,000, we shouldn't just have the ingredients, we should actually have the recipe. That's what I'm trying to say. So
Would it be fair to all council is that if we decide, and I'm thinking ahead, but if we decide to do this, that we as a council, like Danielle and Austin, would bring a report to council saying these are their ideas of how the plan has to be in an RFP, and then
Yeah.
council can add or
Yeah.
subtract to it.
yeah, that would be great.
Because I think, the dollar amount is quite high. I
Yeah.
don't disagree. You'll get a lot for you better get a lot for
Well,
75
and
grand.
that's my issue, right? Is we have all these plans boxed up, and like I said, I thought that was kind of a cute analogy. Have all the ingredients but not the recipe. You really need to have that. And the other thing is the recreational master plan. One of the reasons why I will say yes for this is because it connects directly to the rural schools movement, and it also connects directly to the doctor recruitment. And then you've got economic development on top of that, and as far as whatever. So it is a high number. As long as we get the right formula for the right return on it, I'm for it. I just don't want a plan to just take up space.
I agree. Council Wells.
Yeah. I can see where Deputy Mayor's come from. as far as doctor recruitment, we would have this master plan, which I would love to see the 2006. As the mayor said, they did a lot of things on it. Not saying it's not. I just like to go over to see myself exactly what it looks like. 75,000 is a lot. It's another consulting firm that's coming in where I would like to think between council and staff and everyone that we could somewhat do our own consulting. Somewhat, not everything, but we can come up with some kind of plans. But by saying that, like, again, going back to what Deputy Mayor said, like, if you had a plan there that you could show, okay, there's a couple doctors coming, what's here for my kids and stuff like that, and new residents moving in, you might be able to sell it to the public that way. And I'm sure this will be, if this went up for a debate, it would, honestly, I'm not sure which way it would go. I would lean to the taxpayers probably saying no to it, but again, I could be wrong. Anyways, I'm not against it, and I'm not for it yet. I'll just wait, let's go around and hear the rest, and we'll go from there.
Yes?
Sorry, a few things.
So this was a project that we originally applied for funding last year under the, I think, the ICIP, the recreational stream, which we did not get funding for. But this also speaks to our youth engagement piece that we did 2 years ago as well. It was one of the recommendations that we look at what facilities we have, what programming we're offering our youths to try and keep them here, as well as young families. And then also the 75,000 comes from some that were done over the last year or so, where that was kind of the range. A big piece of that is that public engagement piece, which I think is very crucial for that plan to move forward. So just wanted to add that a little bit.
Councilor Lewis?
I remember the 2006 master plan. And you are right, there was some good things that come out of that. I honestly think that, I know $75,000 sounds like a lot, but I do believe that South Dundas needs a new master plan. It's going to help us grow. It's a combination of many things. And one thing nice about the 75,000, it's not coming out of taxation. It's the money's already there. So I think this is a fantastic idea, and I think it's going to make, at the end of the day, I think it's really going to make South Dundas shine.
Councilor Mellon?
Well, I think I've already mentioned this. What can that fund be used? I got an. What can that fund be used for? This is like, is it pretty narrow?
Not Taylor Road Bridge.
Correct.
No, I'm thinking
Just thought
arena.
that.
I'm trying to, I personally, if it was coming out of taxation or reserves, absolutely not. And great to have a master plan, but right this year, I would say no. But if this is coming out of that service modernization funding, if it can't be used for anything else, or what, like, okay, but what can it be used for, Sarah?
I guess, kind of just as the title suggests, so modernizing any kind of service. So we've used the funding for the asset management coordinator position to help us get going with asset management. What are the other things that we've used it for?
Could it be used for the arena front steps?
No.
No, needs to improve
Okay,
efficiency.
my argument's
Yeah,
not-
it needs to,
go
yeah,
ahead
there needs
with
to
it,
be
but-
efficiencies
Efficiency.
associated. Yeah.
So we did the org review, we did the waste study with the counties, we did the asset management, and then we're proposing a few other things with the landfill and the rec master plan. So it's to improve the efficiency of the municipality and reduce operational costs.
All right, and, yeah, all right, and like, and I sort of agree with Councillor Wells, like you would think, but if we try to put a master plan together with staff or with this council, everybody's going to say, well, that isn't our master plan, that's your master plan. This way, we can go out to the public and say, well, this is what you want it, because otherwise it wouldn't work. It won't, could be the greatest plan we 5, 10 could come up with in the world, and everybody would be against it just because they'd be perceived it would be our plan, not the community's plan. So go ahead with it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I do, 2006 before my time. Lots have changed. Even if you dug the old one out, it probably is very irrelevant at this time. I believe recreation is big in South Dundas. I think it brings people here. It's part of our community, gives us something to do. I know not everybody participates in it, but if everybody has an opportunity to participate, at least I think we all gain from that. I will admit that 75 grand is a lot, and that's why I'm asking staff to come back with the RFP of what we're going to get for 75 or propose for 75. Depends on how much consulting they do and all this other stuff that we'd be asking them for. Like 50 is probably the number I'd be looking at, but you don't get as much for 50, so I understand that. So I'm all for doing this. I think the opportunity's there. My challenge is timing and how we're going to get public input on it. And I'm sorry, but Facebook and website is not going to be enough in this kind of stuff. We need to have open consultations, and we can't do that right now. So that's something we need to consider. It would have to be late in the year, and things would have to certainly open up much more to get to where we need to do. But in my mind, we have to have a consultation in Morrisburg, Iroquois, Dixon's, Williamsburg for sure, and see what people want. You bring stuff there, and I will guarantee in the end everybody's going to want a big recreation complex, and yeah, we can put that baby back on the table again. But that's a dream. I think it's nothing bad with that. We all have dreams in our lives that we want to do this, that, and everything else. If we win the lottery or somebody throws a big pile of money on the table, we're ready to go with it. And so that way, at least we know what we're going to do. However, we got what we got. How do we use them better? How do we, what do people want to do? You just ask them, what do you want in recreation in South Dundas? What do you feel that we as municipalities should participate in? What should the private sector do in this whole 9 yards? And what do we need for facilities? And maybe a question that you also ask is, what don't we need that we already have? It works both ways. Like, you need recreation for young people, you need recreation for middle-aged adults, you need recreation for seniors. It all works. Like, people have lacked doing recreation for the last little while because of COVID, and I suspect there will be a few people happy next Monday that stuff is restarting. So that means there's a desire. You go to Two Creeks, and I know South Nation runs it, and I know in the end we'll probably have to have a bigger agreement with them, but that place is full. It's unbelievable how busy that can be. And so recreation is necessary. People enjoy it. People have really gotten into it with COVID. So I think the timing is right. It's just a matter of how do we get the public consult to do it right. So
I just add on that. I'm sure some of us heard it. I know I heard it whenever I ran. Some of the big ticket items that people want, people always float around a swimming pool. And we just pull stuff out of the sky on that. It'd be nice when there's prices added to it so the public can actually see what's going to cost. And for $75,000, they should not only just be able to tell the price of something like a swimming pool, but what the ROI would be on it and how the progression on what you could, the memberships and all that fun stuff. That's what I'd like to see, because those are questions that people say, oh, gee, why don't we have this? And we don't have a document we can refer to and say, well, it is doable or it's not. So, I think that if it's going to be $75,000, those consultants are going to work really hard.
okay, Council Wells.
No, I'm listening what everyone's saying here. Like I said, I don't have an issue with the plan. 74,000 or whatever, 75,000 is just something that by taking taxpayers' money, I just hope at the end of the day, it's not sitting up on the shelf like a lot of things around here does. That's my only concern. And like I said, I got here because I said I wouldn't waste taxpayers' money. But by saying that, Mayor said now with COVID and that and the two creeks, and COVID probably increased recreation around here as trying to find things to do by probably 60-70%. And so, yeah, if Danielle, if you came back and like showed the RFP and all that, and I would be for it, I guess. I'm good.
Okay, Council Lewis, still good?
Yeah, I'm still good.
Anything further?
Nope.
Council Mellon? Okay, so we'll go ahead. The only request we have from staff is that your proposal to the consultant comes to council, so we're all good with it, and that way we get what we think we need. Okay, the next one is the recreational multi-use pad, and I will remind council that this is a pad that we're asking for a Trillium grant on, which we don't have a notice back, and according to staff, they will not proceed with this unless we do get the grant, so. Is there any discussion on this? Okay. You don't have to.
I just have one comment. Like,
Yeah.
if we get the money, I think it will be a great addition to our park. Other than that, like, if we don't get it, it's definitely not in the budget for this year, so it's something down the road. I would let the public know I wouldn't be against if done right and budgeted right, but I like the way it was staff brought it to us this time, so I'm good with it. Thank
Okay.
you.
We're good, Danielle. You don't have to sell us this one. That's an easy one. Morrisburg Waterfront Pathway.
So do you want me to go through this one too, Mayor? This is also
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
grant funding.
Just
Okay.
give us a little lowdown. It's a little different.
Okay, so this project is for the Morrisburg Waterfront Pathways. So this, we're asking council for $146,000, and this is through the COVID, I believe it's called COVID Restart Funding, sir, can correct me if I'm wrong there. But we would be utilizing that grant money to do this work. So similarly to how we did the Iroquois pathways in 2020, we would now be spending that money and revitalizing the Morrisburg waterfront pathways and the beach sidewalks. So we're looking at repaving about 2,751 meters of pathway along the waterfront, and then, like I said, 1,100 meters of sidewalks at the beach. We're hoping to get this tender out as soon as budget is approved so that we can start work and get all of that done so that our residents and our tourists can enjoy it in the summer months. The last thing we want to be doing is doing all the work in the middle of tourism season. So if council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, so do we have the funding for this?
So we received approval for it, but we had to submit an application with what we are doing with the funds. We haven't received the funds yet, and I don't believe we've received a notification that it's been approved.
Okay, so I caution you on tendering it out unless you know you have the money in your back coming for sure. So that's the only thing I would consider. I think we had this discussion before last fall about applying for this. So council still good with this?
Yep.
Yes, Council
Yeah.
Mellon?
The path, well, I guess when we flip over to the Morrisburg Waterfront Committee, they have pathways in here at 50,000. Is that a different?
Yes, it is. That's their money. Well, not their money. Our money we give to them
Yeah.
to spend.
So that's not
So
part
through
of this.
No,
Yes,
not
through you,
totally.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Danielle.
The Morrisburg Waterfront Committee is proposing a series of separate pathways compared to what's already existing. So that's why they are requesting the $50,000 for their pathways. They would be doing it in conjunction the same time as us if council approved that request out of their budget. But it is not the same project. They're looking to add pathways to the Morrisburg Waterfront.
It's part of the plan, like the waterfront plan, to have pathways within the, like, and that connect to vignettes and all that fun stuff. So I believe they put it on there and it'll be a provisional item in the tender, correct, Danielle? Or an add-on? one of the two?
Yes, sorry, that's correct, yes.
Yeah. So they figured, Archie, it was, sorry, Councillor Mellon, it was cost effective at the time to do that project with the money that they had instead of doing it as a standalone project.
I just wondered what, I thought maybe this was the same pathway, there was just 150 and 50, two different locations of funding. Okay. That money can't be used for anything else like the arena front steps?
No.
I keep hammering at that. Sooner or later, somebody's going to say yes to me.
Okay, so we're good with that. Riverside Playground equipment, Danielle?
So thank you, Mayor. So this is a request, again, we're coming to council with, we're requesting $25,000 for the replacement of the existing Riverside Park playground equipment. This request is not coming from the tax base, this is coming from Parkland Reserve, so it's not coming right out of the tax base funds. The picture here, you can see this is the existing playground equipment, and the top picture, which unfortunately a little bit of it got cut off, would be what we are looking to replace it with. Our Parks and Recreation Department has done a really good job at upgrading our playground equipment over the last few years, and Riverside remains one of the only ones that still requires maintenance. One thing to note, council is liable as well as the municipality if a child were to get hurt on playground equipment that's deemed unsafe. This playground equipment in Riverside Park, while it's not deemed unsafe yet, it does not meet current safety guidelines and it is past its expected lifespan. So it could become a liability if we do not replace it. I can
Okay.
answer any questions council may have.
Any thoughts of putting accessible elements to our play structures?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that's certainly something that we've thought about. In Haldane Park, I don't know if council's been to Haldane Park, but there is an accessible playground structure there.
Okay.
It's been really well received by the public. What we would do, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor Gardner, is that when we issue this out for tender, we could certainly put a provisional item in for accessibility, and we could bring it back to council at that time and see if council would like to upgrade to the accessibility feature, or if they'd like to keep it the same.
Well, I'm thinking different elements. I don't think, Danielle, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we have any accessible swings in South Dundas, or are they at how? So we're only thinking play structure. We haven't looked at the swings. Just, I was at a playground a couple of summers ago and they had accessible swings and I could not believe the use, and the parents were just thrilled. So
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Haldane Park has swings that are accessible. I'm looking to Austin operationally. I don't know if we have any other swing sets that are, I don't know if he's still on.
yeah, just something
Sorry,
that,
I'm not sure.
yeah, no worries. Oh, he appears.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, as of right now, the Haldane Park swing set is the only swing set that has accessibility features. And like I said, that's the only swing set we currently have that has been updated to meet the accessible requirements.
Okay, and I'm not necessarily saying it would be for this particular park. I'm just curious when I saw the play structure. That's all. I hope you're able to get it for $25,000. Last time I bought a play structure, it was about 50 to 75, but no, 25. Okay.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just to answer that, Deputy Mayor Gardner. So we do have preferred pricing that we get from a company. This is the quote. This is the I don't want to call it the base model, but this 25,000 is just replacing like with like. You'll see Riverside Park equipment. It's not too. I don't want to call it not too fancy, but it's not the deluxe package like you'll see in some of our, like Earl Baker Park, for example, has quite the quite the complex arrangement. This is just replacing like for like. So like I said, we can definitely include that provisional in the tender, and when that comes back to council can certainly decide if you want to enhance it or leave it as the same.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make it complicated. This is fine for this. I just had a general question, so I guess I'll have to go to Haldane Park.
No, I have, like you alluded to, Danielle, it's still good, but it's coming near the end, so if we want to keep our equipment safe for our kids, we don't want to endanger them.
Councilor Lewis, you've been in this business longer than all of us put together.
Believe it or not, Danielle, I was the person, well, my crew was, plus myself, put this playground equipment in way back when, so I know this playground equipment has seen its day. And if I'm not mistaken, I think when that playground equipment was put in, it was roughly around $11,400. So that tells you how old it is.
And I bet you moved council that day when you told them it was going to cost them $11,000 to put playground
I
equipment
took a
in.
lot of flack from council that day, but I got my way. And I do believe that it is time for this playground equipment to say goodbye, because I know the spiral slide 3-4 years ago was getting in pretty bad shape. So no, I have no problem with this one whatsoever.
Councilman Allen?
The normal, we do every one a year, whatever. Nope, you're good.
Yeah, I'm good. It's coming out of Parkland Reserve. Next one is Austin, I assume, campsite storage building. Oh, geez, did I miss something? Oh, there it is. That's why, because it's on the same page as that picture, and I went by it. Sorry, I'm going to go back to Council Mellon's thing. So Morseburg Arena repairs. So better do that one first. Go ahead, whoever's doing it. Sorry.
So I'll ask Austin to stay on as well from an operations standpoint on this one. And I'm not sure if Nicole's rejoined us, but this is kind of a joint project between Parks and Recreation and Facilities. So the arena stairs, council has heard lots of discussion about the arena stairs over the past few years. Currently, they are closed off to the public because they are not meeting building code requirements, and I'm not sure if Nicole's on, but I can't speak to that aspect. However, staff are requesting $80,000 from the tax base to do an RFP that will look at a redesign of the entrance, do the engineer drawings, and prepare the tender package. We do think that this repair will be quite significant. I have spoken with Nicole, and we do fear that the base on the stairs is not adequate. That's why you see it, if you can see the picture here, the stairs are kind of sinking on the, I believe that's the northwest corner here behind this. You can't really quite see it, but behind this little SUV here. We do have a lot of puddling as well on the stairs that serves as quite the trip hazard in the winter. It's quite slippery. So this $80,000, again, this project would be mainly led by the Facilities and Building Department to make sure the entrance meets building code requirements. I can answer any questions council may have, and so can Austin. From a building code requirement, though, I'll turn that over to Nicole.
I know. So Danielle, the only question I have is there's more to it than just the stairs, correct? You're doing more work at the arena?
So yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be the entrance as well, redesigning the entrance. So right now the entrance is not, it is accessible. However, again, the wheelchair ramp does need some repairs, and we have been repairing it year over year. It has some issues as well. The sports fix, the old entrance is actually rotten, so we have to redo that as well. So this RFP would be a total redesign of the entire front of the arena and how to get into the lobby, and looking at options that way. So this RFP would also identify if perhaps maybe this isn't the ideal entrance, maybe it is this entrance, and how we would design and construct a more accessible, friendly arena for our residents.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councilor Wells first on this particular one.
Yeah, this, the 100,000 is, I have no issue with the 100,000 at all. This here, 2 years ago, that should have been fixed. But there's I would definitely want to see the RFP for this and everything that goes out with this, because there's a lot of scenarios where if to do this to do this in different ways, 100,000 wouldn't even come close to doing that front entry. My suggestion would be, it would be all taken out, and either we would go to a new ground level, regardless how we go. I wouldn't vote to have another set of stairs there. So it would be either getting a design to go in where the one entrance is with a chairlift going up, or removing that front and putting, lowering the door system in that, putting stairs inside with the lift inside, that you still have a ground level. But at the end of the day, I definitely don't want to go to another system like that. I think we're the only rink and all 6 lower tiers that have an entrance to a rink like that. But I'm for the 100,000. Again, it comes to the point where you gotta maintain your buildings, and this is one thing that has to be maintained. So I would want council really involved on the RFP on this one, just so we're doing things right the first time, not going over and redoing or reconsidering things, but go out and get it done and do it right and move on.
Oh, Councillor Mellon, because he's been excited about this item since he got
Okay.
here. I don't want the decision made before it gets to him this
Yeah.
time.
You're right. I mean, we've been talking about getting rid of that, doing something with that front entrance. I was just begging, hoping, pleading that we could find funding without taxation. It's not gonna happen. It's gonna have to come. So you wanna spend 80,000 just on the RFP, because in your report in the thing, it's condenser enclosure modification for safety, spectator seating, handrails, and that's all in the 100,000? There's other things here besides just that RFP.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know, I can't see if Nicole's on or not. This was not a parks submission, so I don't want to speak to what else is in that capital sheet. I do know that some of the work, capital work that needs to be done at the arena is included in the design, the RFP, because we would like a consultant to speak to some of the other features inside the arena. So it's not just the arena stairs, it's the entrance, it's the lobby, I want to say it's just the general accessibility of the entire arena. I don't know if you've been into the arena, Councillor Mellon, recently, but the dressing rooms are a different level than the entrance, and then you have to actually go up another level of stairs to get to the ice. So I think this RFP is to look at how we can address the arena from an accessibility standpoint as a whole. So looking at railings, or, as Councillor Wells suggested, a chairlift, or other, like changing the entrances, etc.
I can get that, but I'm just, in your report here, you're talking about other things too, that maybe Nicole needs to.
Yeah, Nicole needs to address them.
Yeah.
I think they're the minor things. They're things that we could afford and that's easy.
So
The
we
big
got
guy is the stairs, so.
The 80,000
80,000 the
for
stairs,
the
20
stairs,
for
and
all the
another
little
20 would be
little
for
dribbles.
these other things.
Yeah.
Is that how we're looking at this? Okay.
It's rather easy, because they all look like necessary items that
Yeah.
we
'Cause
should
there's
at
other
least
thing- yeah,
address.
because, okay.
And the RFP just is for design and build, like it's actually to design it and do the job.
Yeah.
It's just not for RFP.
No.
It's
So
to
it'd be design
actually
and build.
Design build.
design and build.
Okay, so they'd be building it for the 80,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, since we can't use the Resilience Infrastructure Fund or the Trillium Grant Resilience Fund or the Modernization Fund, we'll take this out of taxation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify, just because I heard something that I'm not sure that's what we were looking for. When you say design build, they're not going to reconstruct the entrance for $80,000. That was not my anticipation with this project. It was just to look at redesigning the entrance and doing the tender package and issuing the tender and doing project supervision for it. It didn't include the actual construction of it, because that would have to come back to council for consideration based on the option they would choose. I just wanted to clarify that it's not a design and a build, it's just a design And then the creation of tender package and issue of tender and project supervision for that.
So we're gonna,
Okay, so I have to jump in because I'm reading RFP for design and build of arena stairs and ramp, including barrier-free entrance location, main entrance floor. Steel pan shows deterioration and rusting. So that's suggesting to us that we're gonna have someone come in, give us an idea how to fix this whole thing and do it. And for 80 grand, we're done. And it's gonna be tight, no doubt about it, but that's what we're reading.
That's what it says.
That's what it says.
yeah.
I apologize, Mayor. Like I said, I don't know if Nicole is, I'm really looking to her on this. I don't, is Shannon, maybe Shannon, do you have insight from Nicole on this? It was my understanding that it was more of a design and tender package creation for the 80,000. The 20,000 is for the other minor capital projects, but the 80 was just for the tender and the issue of that tender.
Yeah, Nicole had to step away for a little bit this afternoon, but I think what needs to happen is we need to get clarification from Nicole and bring this back to council.
Okay.
So what are we approving today? 80,000 or 100,000 for
I
design
think-
and build? I don't think we need to spend $100,000 to somebody to design something.
I think,
No. Like an RFP for 80,000 to design an entrance? No.
No, we need a lot of
Yeah.
clarification on
Yep.
this one, because that's a lot of money, and to be honest, when I read this, that, well, okay, we're gonna do something different, not necessarily stairs.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at this project, everybody's lamenting it, but we got what we got, It's an old arena, built in 1962, that we put a roof on in 2002,
2001.
2001, that we shouldn't have done. And then we spent 750 grand or more, $1 million, to put a new ice surface down, which you shouldn't have done. I'm sorry, Council Mellon, but we spent a crap load of money on an old building that has useless stairs, no accessibility. There was so many deficiencies that we never thought through. I don't like throwing others under the bus, but now we're stuck with an old arena. We'll probably got to spend a couple $100 grand to make this work right with the way it's designed, because, today's standards are not the 60s standard where you can, all the guys went, they were all men's rooms. Just the Ottawa Civic Center, I refuse to call arena TD Place. The Civic Center has stairs like that. Every one of the entrances except for the ground level one is all stairs. So it's not absolutely new, but Councillor Wells is right. This is the only arena in the lower 6 tiers that have this multitude. They put the lobby high and use the basement for something else, and everybody else has got the lobby in the bottom and have a nice recreation area up top. And that's done well, like except for Chesterville, and we won't, they did it in Winchester though. So, and Charlan in Williamstown has got that design. Finch has got that design. I have no idea. The thing that sticks out about this design is that they put a window in the big guy's washroom in front of the urinal when they opened it up. I'll never forget that one.
You gotta remember, the arena itself was built in 1962. It
Yeah.
was opened in 1962.
Yeah,
The lobby was built in the early 70s.
yeah.
Because I remember as a kid running all the way around the rink. And,
Yeah.
and the boards, instead of having plexiglass, they had chicken wire,
Yeah.
Well,
there was no plexiglass on the
Nope.
two sides. You
Nope.
can hang over the boards
Yep,
in the
yep.
70s.
So when that was built in, I think it was 73 or 74. And the reason they did this design is because it was designed back then for also the fire department. But once they put the doors in, the fire truck couldn't get in underneath. So that was scrap. But whenever that piece was put on, it was supposed to be lobby up top, fire department underneath. Well,
Somebody did.
but they couldn't get the door high enough for a fire truck to drive
Well,
in.
you wouldn't do it today for sure. Anyway, we got what we
So there's
got.
your
I think what
education.
we need to fix the stairs, we need to fix the entrance. How about we've got is council good with putting $100,000 aside, but we need to have more information to finalize this thing. And
I
we
kinda
can,
wish
we can
more-
always say
much
no
more
and put the money
taxation.
back into the pocket, into our bank account, and then this is gonna cost more than 100 grand probably by the time we get done. Would that be,
Oh, yeah.
okay, see, so this is just a start.
So
So-
we'll take the 100 out of taxation to go towards the start of this.
If council agrees with the concept and want to leave the money in there, we'll have staff come back with a detailed report of what that $100,000 will be spent
Yeah,
on.
cover those other areas. Those are 4 areas here that hasn't got anything to do with the front entrance.
Yep.
Yeah, 100,000 is good like that. At the end of the day, we're gonna have to come back and find something else, but definitely under budget if the way it states in there, it was design and build, it's under budget, and if it's just for RFP,
Or design.
we're way over
Yeah.
budget, so we'll just
Yep.
leave it there and
Okay,
We'll bring it
move
back.
on.
No, I think we need to come up with something that we're not, spending a pile on design and engineering and watching and everything else, and then someone else build it. Like, we can come up with a better plan, I think, in the end to do this. But anyway, I'm not gonna complain now, Nicole's not here to defend it, but we'll put the 100,000 aside and we'll see what we can do with it. Okay, now we'll go to the campsite storage building. Austin gonna do this? Or Danielle?
Sorry. I can, do you want me to start, Austin, and you can maybe jump in with the operation of it?
Sure.
Okay, so council, we are requesting $30,000 for a new campground storage building. I understand that we just built a brand-new building at the campground. However, that campground building doesn't have the storage we need for the equipment and some of the other items that have been requested by the campers. For example, wood storage. We would like to store the tractor as well that we use to cut the grass at the campsite. So we are requesting the $30,000. It would be a simple structure such as the one pictured here. It is coming from campground user fees, so it is not coming from the tax base. And Austin can probably help answer any questions you may have.
Oh, Austin, I do have a question. This is replacing the one that, is there one still there, or we tore one out?
Yes, there's still a storage shed there that is used for the campground and lawn bowling. That shed is also used to store the Cub Cadet tractor that we use to drag the ball diamonds and cut and trim the grass in other parks within the municipality.
So would that building come down, this one, replace it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're saying that it's going to be funded through the campsite user fees, which I think is exactly how it should be funded. And, if you're making an investment in picnic tables or whatever, the overhang is handy. I don't think it adds a lot to the price of the shed. I'm okay with it because it's being funded through campsite user fees.
Councilor Wells?
Yeah, the building you're using right now is the one in between the lawn bowling and the forward house, right? The one directly ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is the building we're currently using.
Okay, so you plan on building this just on sleepers, I take it? Or you take 30,000 to do that, you said about gravel, but you would almost need a wooden floor. You couldn't, unless you build like a pole barn or something, but I'll leave the design part up to you. Another question there, we're going out for tender for mowing, I believe, this year. And you said about the tractor for mowing, so we're still going to do our own mowing for the campground and marina as usual? It's
So
not
through
added
you,
to the
Mr.
tender?
Mayor, the campground and marina were also included in the 2021, 2022 grass cutting tender. And that's for the majority of the green space at both of those facilities. However, we will keep the current tractor we have down there for staff and students to cut the grass in closer proximity to the boats and campers. Staff felt that it'd be better to have the students and our park staff cut the grass that is close to the boats and campers rather than include that as part of the grass cutting tender as well.
Yeah, and the reason I brought that up, because as soon as you said that, I would highly recommend being a sensitive mowing area, and there's not that much mowing included at either spot, the marina or the campground, that we continue doing it. We have 3 students. I seen up there last year, the work this year because of COVID, it'll probably be a little busier, but it gives us the resources that we can mow it 1, 2, 3 times a week, especially in the beginning of the season when the grass is long, and you're more sensitive as a student working when you're working around someone's camper, weed eating and that because what I'm hearing now, you're putting part of it in as a tender, and part of it we're going to keep the tractor and do ourselves. So I would really like to see us do it and continue doing it, which I think we have the full resources of doing. And as far as your building goes, I'm for a new building. I haven't looked inside the other one. But in theory, if I'm taking this as a site plan, I'm looking at this, going to current wood prices, you'll have a hard time building this for $30,000 unless you did it in-house. Because first of all, you got engineered trusses there. As far as code goes, it would have to be a wooden floor and part of it anyways to keep the building together. You just couldn't put it on 6x6s, and well, you could, but it wouldn't be the ideal thing to build it that way. But I'm for the $30,000 to get what we can get for $30,000. At the end of the day, I don't think you'll get exactly what you get there. You'll probably just replace what you have. And again, moving forward, I still would like to see the campground and our marina mowed by our students or our parks, and not put that out for tender.
Councilor Lewis?
I have to agree with Councillor Wells on that one. They used to be contract out for mowing, and it was not a pretty sight. I'll say that. The more bluegrass inside the boats, all alongside the boats. So I agree that our staff or the marina staff should be mowing that themselves. And I also agree with Councillor Wells. If you can build that for $30,000, I'll take my hat off and tip it to you. Thank you.
Councilor Mellon?
I'll tell you where you're gonna get that 30,000, and I don't think we need that overhang. What do we gotta put picnic tables and benches underneath there? We got a new campground building in the wintertime that isn't being used. Put the stuff underneath there, like in that overhang. We got that open.
That's not gonna do nothing, Councilor Mellon. That's just, there's nothing wrong with that design, it's just,
Well, I know we have an open area in the campground building, like that over.
you might be able to put 3 picnic tables underneath it. It's 6 feet by whatever the width of the building is, just with a 4-foot overhang.
Not enough room?
No. That's a perfect design for a building.
All right.
I have no issues with it. It just, 30,000, that's, I'm good, and you run with it and see what you can do.
Let's see what we can get for 30. It's coming out of, go for it.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the buildings coming out of the campsite reserves or whatever money's there. So in the end, it's a building we can use and deal with the dilapidated one we have there. So we're good. Next one is Marina Guide Rail Supply and Installation.
Well, thank you, Mayor. So I'll speak to this one. So the current guide rail system at the Iroquois Gallup Canal Marina, I hope you can see the screen. There's two images here. The one on the bottom, we have a mixture of both types of guardrail systems. So the one at the bottom here is the metal guardrail that goes along the entrance down towards the marina, and then it switches into this old system. It's actually not permitted anymore. The use of these are no longer permitted, and we've actually started losing the pieces in between the wooden posts. So really, they're just wooden posts sitting there. So what staff are requesting is $15,000 to continue that metal guardrail just around to protect the parking lot and the individuals that park along this section, as well as along the Gallup Canal wall. There's no barrier there either. The Gallup Canal there is quite deep, so if someone were to drive into the canal there or were to fall in, it would be, there's no ladder or anything for anyone to get out at. This $15,000 is a joint tender price with the counties, so I've been working with Ben to get the pricing for per foot, so that's about what we estimated it to be. And if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Nope, no questions.
Councilor Wells.
No, I'm good with it. It's long overdue.
Councilor Lewis.
Nope.
Councilor Mellon.
Good.
Okay, as long as the price works, seems reasonable. Boat launch repair.
So through you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a request for $16,000. This is through both marina user fees and the tax base at council's request when we discussed the boat launch fees in the marina operations plan. So we are requesting that money to just fix the existing boat launch. We are not replacing the existing boat launch. That would be significantly more expensive depending on how council would like to proceed. I'll let Austin speak to the current operation of the existing boat launch, but I know it's not in very good shape. So maybe Austin, you can let them know what the issues are with the boat launch, please.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, last summer I noticed we had a lot of complaints from boaters given the current condition of the boat launch. The boat launch currently is built with blocks, and the blocks have actually shifted, so there's large gaps in between the blocks. Staff made an attempt to somewhat repair and fix the issue for the time being with gravel, but as you can imagine, it washed out pretty quick. With that being said, there are some boats when the water gets low, when boaters are backing their boats into the water, they do drop off the end of the blocks, which is a significant drop.
Okay.
So is the price 16,000 or is it 19,593?
19.
Well, they said 16.
Okay, so we're looking at two numbers. You got 16,000, and got 19,593 in the budget document.
I didn't hear her say 16.
So the 19,593 that's in the budget, that is the carryover from last year of capital funds. So,
We're adding 16?
no, I'm not sure where the 16.
Danielle,
So
you
the
can
16, yeah, sorry. So the 16 is coming from the marina user fees, and the remaining amount is coming from the tax base. Sorry, apologize.
Yeah, that was that 2650 that I mentioned yesterday.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, I'm kind of.
Okay. I don't know what to say. I was hoping both the marina and the campground would be self-sustaining. So how much is coming from the tax base again? 16?
There's like 2,500 that's coming
Oh,
from.
2,500.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm good then. Okay.
Yeah, so the 19,000, that's just what was put in for capital budget last year in 2020. So we moved it forward, and we're going to use the 19,593 plus 16? Okay.
No.
Okay,
16 is the capital coming from the marina user account, and the 25 something will come out of taxation.
so the 19,593 was in taxation last year anyways, correct?
Yes.
That's
And we're
correct.
just moving it forward, so it's still coming, okay, I got it now. We're on the same page. And I definitely have no problem spending taxpayers' money for this. It's a service-free thing, and I've put in there, and that definitely needs. My only thing would be, I don't know where you went out for, to get prices, or is this something, Austin, you're planning on doing in-house? Like build like a coffer dam and pump it out and move it around with our hi-ho and stuff and fix it that way?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the quote was from Kehoe Marine. They gave a quote, they gave different options, whether we can build an area and pump out the water, or they can bring their barge in and repair it that way.
Okay, and they're very, Kehoe is, I've used them before myself, and they're definitely a top-notch thing, so I have no problem using this. If Kehoe comes in, they can fix it and anchor it and give us some kind of little, I'm not saying a full warranty, but maybe just a little say, well, I'm sure this is gonna last, because you can't really get a warranty on this unless their anchor points actually shear off for whatever reason. But no, I'm good with this, and it's owning a boathouse up there and being up there quite a bit. I can see where the people are using or be complaining. So no, get her fixed.
On.
No, I have
Sorry, Councilor.
no issue with this. It's something that was there from last year, and I'm not going to bicker over $2,500.
Councilor Mellon?
Okay, it's 16,000 plus the 25, right? Okay, so we're 40,000, right?
No, 16 and 2,500,
2,500.
yes. Total is
I heard
$19,593.
25,000 and I thought my math is not good, but this isn't adding up here.
Well, it just kind of, yeah.
Okay.
It's a little
No,
confusing.
and I have no problem because we read that, taxpayers' money was used at the Morseburg here to fix it up, and we got a good ramp there, some maybe think. But anyway, no, go ahead, yep.
See, I don't even have hearing aids, Councilor Mellon. I was a little confused at the beginning too, so it's all good.
Okay, anyway, we're good. Got to get done. Okay. So we're done on that. My next run is economic development. It's 2:35. Does council need a break now, or can we go through capital and then go to donations with a break in between? Okay, let's go through this. It shouldn't be, I'm not gonna say it's not rocket science, so. Rob, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Just trying to get my video started here. There we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now I have the industrial park site certification as the first item. Is that the one that's showing for council?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This is a provincial program through the province, through the Ministry of Economic Development and Job Creation and Trade. What we will be able to achieve through participating in this project is to actually certify our industrial park as a certified site with the province. So this helps pays for any studies that we need to do. There's also marketing materials that would be part of this project. And the province, they just actually in August announced that they were starting up the Invest Ontario organization that's going to be governed by a board of directors. So they've started a website. On that website, you will find about 6 locations that are certified sites in the province of Ontario. So the province actually markets the sites for you. Those are kind of the first things that any company dealing with the province looks at. The Johnstown Park that is now, full with the Canadian Tire warehouse development. That was a certified site. The site in South Stormont that just landed the Wills Transfer warehouse, that was a certified site. We were in the hunt for Wills Transfer, but unfortunately we came in second, so not quite the gold medal we were hoping. So this is a good project and a good program, and that's why I've included it in the budget.
Okay.
If we're gonna have an industrial park, which we do, we need to do things like this, so I say yes.
Yeah, I'm all for it. We've had, this is probably the third or fourth discussion on this certification. I thought we budgeted last year 20,000, or did we remove it?
It was removed because of COVID-19.
So the money itself didn't come out of, what happened? You're puzzled there. I don't like that look.
Oh, it wasn't in the budget last year. I believe Rob did a report to council. I want to say it was late 2019 with an action request to take it from sale of asset reserve. So there was a request that went through council for it, and it never came out of sale
And
of
it
asset.
wasn't in budget for 2020 then?
I don't, no.
Okay, no, that's fine, that's fine.
Okay.
No, I agree with Deputy Mayor here. If we're gonna have it, certification, mind you, we don't have a big industrial park, but that 20,000 is probably only about an acre of cost if we get selling stuff, so no, I'm for it.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh,
Okay, next one's industrial park improvements.
Okay, this is the doing some clearing of the industrial park. I have talked to council about this over the last couple of years again too, that we had been marketing the park when we got clients, when they came and saw lots of trees and piles of dirt and composting site, and that you could kind of see in their eyes that they kind of glimmer, kind of dimmed. So with this project, this part of doing the improvements, I've discussed with a tree clearing company. It's roughly about 2.7 acres of property to clear the trees back from the road about 100 feet, and then level out those great big piles of dirt that exist there, so we actually get a level site. The price per acre for the clearing of the trees was $8,000, and like I said, it was about 2.7 acres of trees that would need to be cleared, so that's 21,600, and then the 13,400 would be for the leveling of the dirt and cleaning up the compost site and so on and so forth.
Okay, so we had discussion yesterday about dealing with the butternuts in here, and some other department was taking care of that. Is that correct? It's in the budget, but it was part of
I believe that it was in
something.
the admin budget, but talk was to move that over to the industrial park budget.
It's more an accounting thing, but
Yeah, so admin has the consulting line, we've consolidated all the consulting under there, but we can certainly move it to economic
well,
development.
it's up,
It's,
it's just the logic, right? It makes this project look cheaper than it actually is, and Min is actually paying for something that really shouldn't be paying for.
correct.
Okay, that's the way I look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, the plan would be is to take care of all the butternut trees, deal with the ministry on that, and then the rest of it would be then cleared.
Okay,
Same comment as the last line. I think we have to get serious about the industrial park and get it to the point where it starts doing what it's supposed to be doing.
saleable.
Yeah.
Council Wells?
okay, couple questions, Rob. You indicated that the 35,000 is to, what you state here is to clear back 100 feet. And then you went on to say about the 2.7 acres. So I'm assuming this 35,000 for the 2.7 acres is just to clean up the compost site. Is not to do, because if you're going if you're saying 2.7 acres, it's not doing the whole industrial park back 100 feet from starting from Prospect all the way around Campbell, and which would only be on the north side because the south side's all private land. So we can't
Yeah,
take that back.
Just to clarify, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wells, we used the GIS to measure back 100 feet, so basically from the elbow turn of Campbell on the north side of the road going to Prospect. A lot of the dirt at the composting site is fairly close to the road, so there's not many trees that need to be cleared at that point in time, but we did the measuring of all the trees if we were going to go back 100 feet. So we're not clearing 100 feet of trees. Basically, you'll have 100 feet clear on the north side of Campbell Street back, and that'll include eliminating about 2.7 acres worth of trees and then leveling all the dirt piles and everything. So to do the trees was 21,600. And then there's 13,400 for the leveling of the piles of dirt that exist there.
Which would be safe
And
to
that's
say
the-
we could
and
take
that's the
that.
35,000.
As far as trees go, that's a big removal. I wouldn't expect us to do that in-house. But the 13,000, we do have an excavator and backhoes. And a lot of that stuff, as far as leveling, I believe there's quite a bit of dirt there that can be used for, that could be transferred to our landfill site for cover. I know that for a fact. So
Yeah,
I
the
think
company
this,
that does the tree clearing, they kind of specialize in clearing industrial and commercial land, so they come in with crews and they just buzz everything.
Okay, so before Councillor Wells goes any farther, did you consult with Director of Environmental Services and Director of Transportation to deal with the excess dirt and see where it could go here?
We talked about it, but we didn't come to any clear-cut conclusion what we could do. But that's why I allocated funds. There is a possibility because they hadn't quite firmed up their plans for what they were doing with the composting site.
Go ahead
Okay.
now, sorry.
Okay,
But we will need funds to do it one way or another.
yes, I was just gonna say that, Rob, whether it's in-house or not, it still has to be paid for. So it's not like an in-kind thing to the public, it still has to be paid for. So I just wanna make sure I'm on the same page here. So when we started out in front of my shop at Campbell Street, we're going north 100 feet, and we're going all the way up west to the corner, and we're turning south, and we're coming up to those Quasim buildings that's owned by the doctor there.
No,
Correct?
we wouldn't be doing anything below the turn because that property that was sold to the cannabis company, they will be clearing that 4.5 acres themselves. So that's.
So they
we
own
wouldn't
from the
be clearing-
corner, the
They own
4.5
from the
acres from the
corner down to
corner
the
up to
Quonset
the
huts.
Quasim building? That's
That
there,
is
so-
correct.
So that price is, okay, I just want to make sure we're, so I know what we're exact. So 100 feet back, that's, actually, I'm not going to go from the center of the road. We'll just go 100 feet back, and that'll take us up to the corner to beat up to that private property as of now. So, no.
That is correct.
I'm good, and like I said, I know the 35,000 has to stay there whether we move it or not, but I would strongly advise you get a hold of Jeff and Danielle and get a plan that, because to just level that fill off there, I sooner, you can level off to even things up, but there's gonna be a lot of excess fill there, so it'll have to be removed, and it's something that whoever buys it, let them worry about bringing fill in, because we can always use fill, so, especially at the landfill site to cover stuff, so. That's it for me. I'm good with the 35.
I wish we had, I wish I had a number on the butternut trees that are gonna need to be removed. Have we got a number on them? Or,
Working with South Nation on it.
oh, they're already involved?
Yep.
90% of them in there are dead anyways.
I know, but they still.
It'll all depend on which category they're in, so
That's the part that scares me, and, they come in with, that isn't South Nation's doing, it's whoever
The ministries.
dictates whatever you gotta do for butternuts. And one time there was a solution for those butternut trees, but since I'm sitting on Conservation Authority, I guess I'll pass right now, Mayor Byvells.
Okay. I understand the need to clear that space out. However, I do have I just caution that staff work together on dealing with the dirt in the most logical manner, and that's where I'm going to leave it. Okay, tourism billboard signage, please.
Yes, this was the billboard that was approved by council for the bottom of County Road 2 at 41. We did have it in the budget last year, but just because of COVID-19 and that, we put it off until this year. So the funds are coming out reserve. They're already allocated there to do the project this year.
We already kind of approved this one, so.
Yeah.
No issues, Mayor.
Is that your sign?
Nope, I'm
Okay.
good.
Well, that's the one you were wanting to get up. so
Yeah, I know, I
just-
want to get, well,
Okay, so we're good with the signage. Streetscape project, and when you're discussing our share, just re-enlighten council on what our responsibility in that project is.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. To council, we've had discussions with the counties regarding the streetscape. After the initial tender went out and came back quite high, and basically looking at any of the assets that the municipality would end up owning, like the multi-pathway on the south side of County Road 2, we would be that would be something that would be at our cost. Some of the lighting that would light the pathway. So, and then the roadway itself, the roundabout itself, the street lighting for the actual road itself is at the cost of the county. So they're currently just working on the plan that we've discussed, and we're waiting for them to come back with the kind of the final costing on that project. But their thought was that the $250,000 that we had allocated to the project would more than likely be sufficient for the items that would be at our cost.
Okay, so just to refresh council on this whole project and who pays what. So the counties are mainly dealing with the roadway and the traffic, the roundabout. As Rob has told us, the multi-use pathway, which is proposed to be on the south side, any sidewalk work, any crosswalks, including all the crosswalks in the roundabout, sidewalk on the north side, some of that is our responsibility and our costs. Just to put things in perspective, the initial tender came in at $6.1 million, and our share of that was $850,000. So you have to understand that some of us are under gun to try to bring this down to do something that's a lot more reasonable. So the counties are still for the project, but they're going to dictate a lot of what they want to do on the roadway and with our advice. I'm still for the project. We got most of it in reserves, a little bit from taxation, but we're trying to work within this envelope. So it's going to be a little bit tight, but we'll make it work. And lights. The lights on the pathway are ours, not the lights on the roadway.
Yes, the roadway is the
The
counties.
roadway's
and
the
pathway
counties,
is us.
but us is on the pathway if we put lights on the pathway, so.
Yes.
And the center of the roundabout's half and half, and they're being fair, but they're not paying for it all, so. And the government's paying $2.1 million, so I think the max it out was 3.2, so counties are still gonna spend an extra $1 million on this project by the time they get done. On top, so.
At the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean,
You can talk about it just as much as I can.
Oh, yeah,
but-
I mean, we're working really hard to keep those elements in that will make the biggest impact for the streetscape project. The counties are roads guys, like they're focused on the road and stuff like that, but fighting the good fight so it will have an impact, it's kind of a once in a lifetime project, and it was hard to hear that number come back. I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, who's got $800,000? We don't. So Yeah, we're working really hard to stretch out that 250.
Yeah. So all the curbings are gone, like all the fancy,
Yeah.
some of the,
Some of the fancy
like,
stuff's gone.
yeah, there's no curbings along the road. We're still doing,
Storm sewer eliminated?
no, can't.
So the ditch infill's still in and all that?
No, the ditch is still gonna be the ditch.
Yeah.
The
So
ditch
the
fill
bridge-
in, the ditch fill in with the CS, the concrete pipe, which was over a meter in size in places, was gonna cost us almost $1 million on it, so. So, not, it was a county cost, but we just couldn't, you know, you gotta have some thought and limit in how you're gonna do it and do it right, so. My recommendation, council, is to still stick with the 250 grand and let us do what we can to make this project work and still, as Deputy Mayor Gardner says, still make it a good project. Because we're not gonna cheap out on the project, we just scaling it down to a point that is more reasonable and affordable. So,
And, yeah, like that money set aside, there's 3,000 coming from taxation, which is, at the end of the day, it's, I'm good with. Even if it goes, the streetscape, I still think I wouldn't be comfortable. We can do what we can with our 250,000 this year. Hypothetically, if you can't get the lights for 1 year, or you do a section or do something, we don't have to do it all in 1 year.
we'd have to lay out the electrical though.
Yeah, I mean, we
That's-
could, it's not gonna be hard to get rid of 250,000, but I mean, we don't, if it comes in over budget again by where we need another 150,000, well, we can make modifications that we can do it for
Yeah,
next
we're
year.
not being stupid in the sense
Yeah,
that the
yeah.
foundation is
So,
there to expand.
Without taking any more time on this, like, I'm good with the 250,000, with the 3,000, and hopefully with all the different planning the counties are coming up with, and we can move on and get this project started.
Councilor Lewis?
Nope, everything's good.
Councilor Mellon?
Nope.
Okay, roundabout lights.
Yes, now, this is an item that the Tourism Committee discussed. Initially, the thought was that, you know, the streetscape project would come back, the tender would come back and would proceed as is, so with a completion time just before Pumpkinferno would start in the fall. Given the timelines now with retendering and that will be pushed back. So there was talk that what we could look at these lights and the lighting displays that would actually go on the light poles around the 8 lights around the roundabout to highlight could be Christmas or winter themed, like snowflakes or something like that, just to kind of give a pop of something something a little different. There is talk about a Christmas market through December and that, so we might be hitting that timing. So that was kind of the thought process, changing up a little bit of going from pumpkin style themed lights to something maybe more of a winter style that would make the roundabout in that area pop up, given all the work that would be done during the streetscape project.
Okay, we don't have a roundabout, so I'm just saying that before we start.
Yep. So the $6,000 basically, this is, it is for lighting, but it is connecting, it's a joint partnership with SLPC to connect some of their bigger projects with this, which is one of the focuses that the Tourism Committee has come up with. We figure lighting, because both Pumpkinferno and A Light at Night are focused on lighting, so if we're going to spread their events this way, so our retailers, et cetera, can benefit from it, lighting up things in our area is probably the most natural way to do it. So whether it's roundabout or it's lights on the lighting on the lights, lighting on the lights. The next 3 projects, that's what it is. It totals $14,000 for all 3 of them to kind of move those the tourism committee's focal points forward. It's part of a bigger plan. So The lights, while it seems like it's just lights, it's not as simple. Rob, it's lots of discussions with St. Lawrence Parks Commission about the back and forth and having a little bit of money at the table whenever we kind of take their events and expand them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to comment on the Deputy Mayor's last take that, yes, the Tourism Committee has had some great discussions and meetings with the St. Lawrence Parks Commission and the people from Upper Canada Village, and I think we've really gelled, and they do want to work in partnership with us. We did have a nice lighting display at Pumpkin Fern with some of our Adirondack chairs and a South Dundas pumpkin right when you came in last year. So, and that was kind of, and they gave some tickets that we were able to raffle off for the South Dundas Facebook page. So I definitely get the sense that there's a great willingness there on the Parks Commission to really work with us and help us amplify some of the things that they're doing.
That's what's been missing. We haven't always had an equal partnership with them. We've gone to them and said, fix all our tourism problems, wah, wah, wah. And instead we have more of a back and a forth, and that's what the $6,000 represents.
It almost equals what would they pay us a year, Council Wells.
That's a good statement, Mayor.
Not quite, though. There's
None of the people we
there's
talked
about
about
$560 short, just
Yeah.
to let you know. Maybe we need to do like the municipality did in Quebec and take the NCC on for taxation of Gatineau Park, and they're getting $500,000 all in one nice big check because of it.
I have really no problem with this. The tourism committee, they're active committee, so they're asking us for 14,000. It's not the end of the world. The wayfinding signage, what I'm hoping for is just displayed is, like, I know last year when you got your signs for those other signs going into Williamsburg and stuff, and that they're this year, because they were kind of, I just like to think they were thrown up because there wasn't much time left, that there may be, yeah. So along with this wayfinding and the other signage that they're down now, right?
Yeah.
And they're put away, that maybe if we have to go to the counties and put separate posts in for our own signage so it kind of stands out by itself. Yeah, I like to see this. We're promoting tourism here. So the lights with the St. Lawrence Parks helping us a bit, and the chairs were a big hit down
People
here.
love them. Yeah.
It just something, just hopefully people don't abuse them, because you're seeing you want to put them in other spots that's like not as busy as the waterfront here, but overall, no, I can support this 14,000 all the way through.
Okay, so we're looking at all three. If you pick one out, that's okay, but we can speed things up a bit.
No, I have no problem with none of the three. I think it's good, so I'll support this.
Hey, Council Mellon?
So
One
we're
or
looking
all
at
three, it's okay.
The Adirondack chairs, wayfinding signage, and the chairs for contests, those three are the 14,000?
Yeah, and the lights.
All three
All
are
three.
the lights. Three on that page that I'm looking at. Roundabout lights, Adirondack chairs, wayfinding signage, 14 grand.
We're all on this, Archie.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that page. Okay, what about
Yeah.
the chairs for contests at 5,000? That's on the,
Yeah, that's included.
Yeah, they were actually included in the operating budget because that's an in-out. We will, it's cost
yeah, it's not
recovery.
in here,
The
it's not on
chairs.
these. Okay. I'll be honest with you, I looked at and I'm not sure which one. I had a note that I would, and I respect and I appreciate the tourism committee. I had a note here that we'd be looking, I would thinking maybe take 5,000 away from one of, however the project wants to go, just for some savings this year, but I'm somewhat flexible on that, but, I can appreciate what they're doing and how they're doing it, and they're a good committee, and, their ideas and stuff is just,
Maybe,
and I don't
Mr.
know
Mayor-
good or
Oh,
bad,
sorry.
I don't know. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, maybe just a further comment to the council that I didn't really mention kind of at the outset, but what the tourism committee was really looking at focusing on some of these, they're not huge cost elements, but again, because of COVID-19 and the kind of the staycation and, Eastern Ontario kind of thing is, things for people to do that are going to be outside. Finding their way around. I know we did talk, about the Adirondack chairs having some at Duncan Park. Duncan Park is a beautiful park. You're close right up to the ships. But the only thing to sit on there is a small little log bench. If we had some of the Adirondack chairs there, it would give a nice place for some of our local people that really, enjoy watching the ships and to the ship watching community. So that was kind of the thought process at the committee level was, let's again try to focus on things that, will give people something to do, again, that we're still not quite over COVID-19.
Okay, I was just,
Okay. I think all three projects are worth it. My only caution with the roundabout lights is that we have no idea the timing of when the roundabout's going to be done. So I'm thinking Pumpkin Furrow is probably not going to happen light-wise, but maybe a light at night. And maybe if not, then you got $6,000 to do the project next year. And that's the way I would look at it. It's the only way you can look at it. To be honest, I think we're going to get beyond staycations this year. I think people are going to start venturing about as soon as vaccinations hit the streets hard, and I'm not promising they're coming out like others are doing, but people are aching to get going. Literally, somebody asks you the question, you've been out of Canada in the last 14 days, and all I can say is I wish. And that's not the disregard that we just been cooped up too long. We're going to get out. As soon as we can get out and go, we're going.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, this is a bit out of context of budget, but I'm looking forward to the crowds we had last year at the beaches.
oh, yeah.
Okay? Because they're going to come.
They will.
They didn't bring COVID in the South Dundas, so
No.
just keep that in mind.
Well, and just to Councillor Mellon's concern, so valid point, like to try and save some money. One of the things, and it was just kind of whizzed through, but that app that's worth almost $25,000 that we're getting for free from St. Lawrence College. So the tourism committee is used to working with not much, right? They're not dealing, and each one of these things will be used in multiple ways, right? So the Adirondack chairs, there's 2 events that people are working on. They'll be used at those events. So they try to use it. So I always say the rule of 3. If you can use something 3 different ways, right, then you get your money out of it. So.
My expertise is not in this field, so I will.
Okay, so we're done with capital, yeah, except for the waterfront, yes.
Just need some clarification from Rob on the Adirondack chairs, because in tourism special projects, there's 5,000 for Adirondack chairs. And then in capital, there's an additional 5,000 for Adirondack chairs, then another 5,000 for Adirondack chairs for an art display. So are we getting 15,000 worth of Adirondack chairs or 10?
10, 5,000 in operating, that would be cost recovery because we would be using those for the art contact.
Okay.
So we would basically, whatever is ordered, that's what we'll order and the people will pay for them. And then the ones in the capital budget are for going along the waterfronts and that we would own.
So can we subtract 5?
Yes.
So I got my 5,000.
Yeah. There you go, Archie.
I don't know how you did it from there.
Better be lucky.
Where's my little note?
Okay. So we're done capital, except for the Waterfront Advisory Committee. My suggestion to council is they have an ask for what they already have in their reserve, which they want to spend, which is on water fountain at the splash pad and tree planting and the park. Well, no. No, they're gonna spend it on the pathway, the 52 grand, the new pathways that they have proposed. And then their request is 35,550, right? So that's taxation request is 35,550.
Is that already included in the number? Yeah,
Yes, it's in the budget.
yeah, it's already budgeted.
Okay.
So there's two pathways, okay? Keep that in mind. They have their internal pathways, which is on a nice pretty picture on 134, farther down in your book. Keep going,
The one the Trillium grants paying
keep
for.
going. One more.
This one right here.
Yes, that one. That's the
one
one they
here.
want to spend 50 grand on, that they already have in their reserve funds.
And this is part of the original, the
original
waterfront plan. Yeah, this is actually an actionable item in the waterfront plan that was,
Yeah,
that
and
they're working
I
from.
was- Yeah. So, which is fine. So right now, their ending balance was 52,793, which everyone can see. They're using that towards the new paths, right?
Yes. Yeah.
If they, obviously, did they apply for a Trillium grant for that, or did we? I'm thinking we did.
It'll be a provisional as part of our tender.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
our
on top of
yeah.
Fully
ours.
understand.
Yep.
It's on
So
top.
this, they already have that money, it's sitting,
Yep.
that's their money. So this 35,550 is for the lookout pier and the tree replacement program and the beach out, or the,
Marker.
Golf
Yep.
course.
the fence.
Correct, that's new money, yeah.
Yeah,
It's new money.
yeah.
Okay, so they're not here to explain all the new money. We all kind of understand it in principle. You've
Yeah.
been to meetings,
Yes.
so
Yeah,
can
yeah.
you explain it a little bit to us?
Sure. So, well, I'll go through the first one. So the
Oh,
beach.
oh, wait, does anybody need a break? Because we've gone a long time without
No,
one.
I say let's go.
I'm good.
Okay, go ahead.
So the beach golf course bound, maybe I do. Beach golf course boundary marker is what we talked about with the fence. So the fence was budgeted in, but the waterfront committee's portion of it is natural boundaries, right? To beef up that section. The tree replacement program, that's self-explanatory, that's to buy more trees from the ones that are being chopped down. And the lookout pier was on the original waterfront plan, so you'll see the picture in the package where they're actually adding onto, they are going to refurbish, I guess there's that, you know, right?
I've cast off there a
Yeah.
good many times.
Well, it will be nicer now, so there you go.
Now you have to throw over a fence over it.
Yeah, so those are the three ones, and they're complementary to some of the donations that the Lions Club are adding to the park as well. So that's it. They're pretty self-explanatory projects.
Okay, does council feel they need more information from the waterfront committee chair themselves, or do they think they have enough information in their package and from Deputy Mayor Gardner to at least allow the budgeting of the 35,550, and then they can come to council with their concrete plans?
Yeah, that works.
I'm good, and I just like, it's a very good presentation, like it's, Michael did a good job and the committee did a good job to bring it forwards and tell us exactly what they're doing, so. And at the end of the day, all this stuff is for the benefit of the municipality, because it's all going to beautify, especially the pathways, joining into the new pathways. And I know before when they were talking, they're just concentrating on getting the pathways in this year, but there's also going to be parts in their tree program, which I think they're incorporating in their paths,
Yeah.
that we're going to have some kind of interlock stone there, and a little bench and a couple of trees. So overall, I think this 35 is it's going to be well spent, and I have no issues with it.
Well, if you look at the last page too, sorry, Mayor Belvotes, but it explains all the projects that are still going to be happening, but are not requiring funding. So it's almost like they're matching it dollar for dollar, right? You're getting double your bang for your money kind of thing.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns from?
Nope.
No, I hemmed and hawed a little bit on this, the lookout pier and the tree replacement, but darn, we got the committee in there now that they're gung ho and they want to do something. I'll be damned if I'm going to hold them back. Let them go.
Okay, so if, I think it would be good, we'll put the 35,550 aside for them. I think a presentation to council on some of the fine details would be, not to disrespect the committee, but I think that's just part of the committee coming to council to explain, because it's not only council they're explaining it to, it's also the general public at that time. So I think that is certainly something they need to do. Okay, nobody's screaming for a break. We're going to keep on going to grants and donations then. Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to the treasurer to explain this, and then we'll go on from there.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So for grants and donations this year, I guess there's a couple components that to talk about. The first being that due to the pandemic, we did allow groups that were approved last year in 2020 to carry over their grants to this year for if they're going to hold their events. So along with that, there's also commitments that council has made year over year. So those being Seaway District High School for their bursary, Dundas County Hospice, $3,000, and then the Dundas Manor Pledge, which is $50,000. So the total of all those commitments is $68,000, and that's been included in the council donations budget.
Just a second, Councilor Mellon has a question.
That's already included.
That's already included in the budget.
Everything is in the budget. They made life simple. We don't have to add, and they even added things that I
have a
thought
hard
they
time
would have
getting
just said, your decision, council, not ours. So fair enough. Go ahead, Sarah.
So moving on to the 2021 grant request. So we received a total of 42,000. We received a Historical Society of South Dundas is requesting 2,000. The J.W. McIntosh Community Support Services, they are asking for 30,000. Now, with this request, it's for a paid transportation position. So from what I understand from their application, they received funding last year from the Social Services Relief Fund to fund that position. So they're asking the municipality for funding for this year. Shannon has reached out to Social Services to see if our COVID funding could apply to them, and they said yes. So there is $30,000 that we could reallocate to that group if council wishes.
You're 100% positive on that?
Yep, got it in an email and everything.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Okay, because I know counties had some similar type of discussions of taking county money and giving it to someone else,
Yep.
and it seemed like there was some barriers there. So I'm okay. If you got confirmation, I'm good. Oh, quit. Calm down, Councilor Mellon. Calm down.
Next is the Iroquois Lawn Bowling. They requested $500 for an operational grant. Community Food Share, they have requested $8,000, and that is a cost-sharing initiative. They're looking for a lift for the food bank in Morrisburg. I forwarded the requests to council, so they have details on what they're looking for. And then the final one is from Friends of the Sanctuary. They are looking for $1,500 for their winter program operations.
So are these included in the budget?
They're all included in the budget.
Oh.
Easy.
That doesn't mean we have
No,
to.
I know.
They're putting it there so we don't have to deal with it, but if we take it out, it's less money having to come in, so.
So all the carryover grants is what was budget obviously for last year, right?
Correct.
These are the new ones.
Yeah.
Yes.
So everybody's good with the carryover grant page? Any issues with
the
any
one
of
before?
that?
No.
I
Well,
don't see
no,
any
I don't have
issues, but
issues with
I'm not gonna sit here and assume there's,
No, I have no issues with that.
No.
okay, then fair enough. Then we're gonna go one at a time on the new ones. Historical Society of South Dundas, they're looking for 2 grand. They had 1,000 last year.
I have a question. I thought Historical Society of South Dundas and the Friends of Forward House
Are the
were
same.
one and the same. So they've
They're
applied.
kind of a blended. They're two kind of, yeah, I know.
It's all the same people. Is it not?
I can say that about certain committee in South Dundas is the same, built the same way, and I'm not gonna name names, so that's all I'm gonna say. So yes, it happens here.
Okay.
There's only so
I'm
many
just-
people that are interested
No,
in
but
this
I
stuff.
was positive that the Historical Society, like, because I'm pretty sure that the legal part of being able to write off for donations and all that stuff is under the Historical Society. I don't know if the Friends of Forward House have their separate organizational thing. That's all I'm saying.
I don't
Like,
believe they're separate yet. I don't believe that, no.
Okay, that was my only question. What's the operational grant for? Sorry, you probably emailed it to me, but I,
It's part of the package. No, you didn't send an email. We don't have them, so you're gonna have to explain it. Yeah, I know, but it's not part of my electronic package. I have to dig it up now.
So they would like to purchase 2 digital frames for displaying pictures at some of our events.
What are their events?
We could use them for displaying our events as well as making them available for classroom teachers to borrow.
it's interesting. And we gave them $1,000 last year.
Yeah.
You know, I'll split the difference. I'll support it for 1,000.
1,000 or 1,500?
Well, they're asking for 2.
Okay, $1,000,
Yeah.
you're at 1,000, Councilor Wells?
1,000.
Most definitely. 1,000.
Bingo.
Okay, we're back at 1,000. I'm to my page, I got my information, Sarah, so we're good. Okay, next one, we don't have to deal with, so staff is comfortable with saying we got $30,000 COVID relief money that we can allow them to have, and we don't need it?
Correct. Yeah.
And council's good with that?
Yep, and I'm good with it too, except next year, when the COLA funding ain't there. Just-
Correct.
It'll be just a back burner in here, and it'll just keep it there.
Well, true, but they also said they're hoping to get funding from Ministry of Health to actually do it full-time. This
okay.
is supposedly to try to get them to there. That's what, did you not read the package?
Yes.
It's part of it. Go ahead, Sarah.
And I believe they indicate in their email too that, I think going forward, they are to approach social services
That
for
was-
funding, like in the future,
Yeah,
so.
yeah. So counties do pay some into our 4 little, or 6 little hubs on top of social services. Williamsburg, I think gets, I don't know if it's 90 altogether or what it is, but the senior support centers all get some county funding. This is on top. And to be honest, Tracy talked to me about it, and it's been a challenge for them, especially this year, because before, it was easy to find volunteers to do the driving.
Yeah.
And we all know who did it, and they did it very often, and they did it willingly. But this year, it's not so willing
It's a
anymore,
risk,
you know,
yeah.
there's more risk that,
Yeah.
and to be honest, you know, there's insurance implications, things are getting a little crazy in the insurance world, and we haven't even talked about snow removal, because that's another one I'm hearing is gone absolutely crazy. So, it's good that we can get that 30,000 and give it to them and make them work to where they need to get to. I think, you know, what they do in Williamsburg, and I know Councilor Wells is, you know, being a business, being a local resident, know that
Yeah.
without that place in Williamsburg, they'd be lost. Like,
Well,
they
you-
do so much
You
work.
got the Macintosh, like, it's just not the seniors' home, like, Meals on Wheels, and all that stuff, like, and my sister works there, and so she's always talking to me about it, and it's hard to get, like, people to volunteer and stuff like that, and,
No, for sure.
and two, they also, they take care of, I don't know all the stuff they take care of, but they're in charge of the, those apartments over there, the
Yeah.
Trevor, they're all in charge of that, like, there's,
Yeah, we
like
got
Kelly and
those.
them, they got a lot of work, and Tracy, and
Yeah. Yeah, they do a lot.
they earn their money.
Yep.
For sure. Okay, that's good. So Air Qualon Bowling's asking for $500. I will say this, last year we dealt with the electrical system on that, so council put money into that. We will be paying for electricity on that project. We pay for the water that they use, kinda, sort of. It goes through, does it go through a meter now or not?
No.
I don't think so. So
I
the
don't
water
think it
users
does.
get pay into that system.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Insurance.
stuff there for 20 members
Insurance we pay for
in
too.
the insurance.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, it's $500. I know it's not much, but then conversely, 20 times 25, they got their $500 again. And I curl, Ron Beaupre curls. We all know how that system works at the curling club. And don't ever kid yourself, I think they're gonna have a tight year this year because membership is down. Like literally they said, do you wanna curl, do you don't wanna curl? And I think we're running on 2/3 membership. Same dollars, they didn't charge any more. They had a nothing period, but still had to run the compressor, everything had to run. Bar sales are way down, no bond spiels, like,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a tight year. They never come to council looking for money, and by the way, they pay taxes. So, I know everybody says it's part of a recreation, but it's kinda not. It's a separate membership-driven organization. I don't begrudge dealing with the electrical and cleaning that whole mess up, and paying for the electrical's okay, because the LED lights are not gonna cost us anything, I was told. And I'm talking from operation, not from John Ross's donation, but I mean, to me, it's time to cut the cord. And no disrespect for those who lawn bowl, but that's my opinion. Council can override it, and that's okay with me.
No, actually, I agree. When I saw this, I was okay with the hydro. They are now getting a new storage section for
Shed.
their shed, and beautiful washrooms and all that, which was still $350,000 of residents' money. So I think we are supporting them. Insurance, in my mind, we're supporting them. So no to the 500.
Council Wells?
Let's just keep going on.
Oh, you want, okay, go ahead. It'll be no by the time you get there, maybe. That's your key, eh?
And I agree with you. And now, with the campsite building there, they got a brand new meeting room.
Yeah.
And they get to use what's ever in the kitchen if they want to have a function. No, I agree. No. Goodbye.
Is it me or Law?
No, it's you, because Councilor Wells doesn't want to put his name on it.
We're doing everything we did for them last year, and then some, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd say no.
You don't need to make a decision now. You're
No.
good? You can
No,
sit on the fence,
I'll,
Graham.
Actually, I'll reach out to the lawn bowling and, but as far as council goes, I'll say it's no, so it's all good.
We're giving them a lot of
No,
support.
no,
It's not no to
no,
support.
it's not like no.
I totally
Jeez.
agree.
Like,
We-
shall we put the dollars together?
No,
It can
no,
add up in a
it's,
hurry.
We will.
I know
maybe.
there we fought, like originally, that electrical stuff and we
Yeah.
got that switched over that we paid for. No, they're getting treated well. I have, but after working up there and around all of them.
You got too soft a heart now. Not supposed to, this is a heartless game at times, and you know
I
it.
hear you. No, it's all good.
No disrespect to anybody there. It's just, it's time. And you know, maybe what they need is to really, really push the membership of that club, because you don't sense that from them. They need to get out of the cocoon, and even the curling club sometimes need to get, it costs money to do it, but all it takes is 2 or 3 more. If they get 5 more members, this is paid for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the best clubs,
And they get-
honestly, are the ones that fundraise, welcome new members, do that. It helps them live longer in the community. It's like having your 40-year-old kid live with you. You're literally, like, it's time to, you know.
Well, no, you're right. They need to start thinking outside their air quad box and start, how do we get more people here? And the only way you do that is be a lot more inviting, whatever it takes. And I'm not, and it's whether it's golf, it's whatever it is.
It doesn't matter what it is, you gotta be welcome.
You take like the curling club there, I just got my invoice the other day for my signage
Yeah.
for the meat market.
And we appreciate that.
And it's it's not a lot, but it's still, you're helping out. It's not so much for me to give that $100 for the sign, it's, at the end of the day, it's not getting Williamsburg Meat Market up there, it's to help the club. That's what it's all about. I'm not looking at it as a advertising
Yeah.
avenue, it's just,
Supplemental.
No.
yeah, it's
Yep.
it's to help. And same with, like, they could do the same thing really if they want to get $500, put some lawn service signs on incorporated in their fence.
Yep.
That you go back, see what Rito Auctions does at the north side. Hunter's getting paid for that.
Yep.
So, and same thing Dave Castle does, well, he's gonna have a little hard time getting my invoice from me this year because he just put a 300-foot tower in front of my thing. So you drive through Tim Hortons, you can't see my Weldon Son rental sign there anymore.
Well,
but-
you could if you're in.
Yeah.
going south.
Anyways, we're all good.
It's all about, supporting the community. And if you want to support the curling club better, we can take that sign out of the rafters that nobody sees and put it on the wall
Yeah.
where we see it all the time.
I'd go to $500.
That's right. You talk to Malin about that.
Yeah. No, he's mentioned it, trust me.
Anyway, okay, so we're done there, then we'll move on to the community.
No, we have
food-
one more.
I'm not done. Community
Oh.
food share.
Oh, sorry.
So that's for the lift.
Yeah, I just went to the project, they're asking for half the money, basically, $16,000 project.
Yes.
Maybe, you're familiar with the door and area, what's your thought?
I don't know why they need a lift.
Neither do I, but.
I can't figure
Does
that
it
out.
say on the-
If you're coming in from the south side, it's all flat surface.
Yeah.
You wheel right in.
But they got a picture here that shows a
They're coming in from the west, east
big
side.
drop off on the inside of the door.
Yeah.
We're coming
Once
the
you're
east
in
side
the
here.
building, right?
Once you're in the building, isn't there a big drop off? I'm seeing this.
East, there's that slope, right?
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, they need something.
Well, I think it's when they're coming
Right here,
down
Don.
the hill, they can't
Don, right here.
That's their
get
loading
Here.
dock.
Yeah, that's where they want to go in.
Donnie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what?
Why do you need a chairlift there?
Why did?
It's not a chair lift, it's a,
Lift,
I could have had it all, man.
unload the
Unload all
pallets.
the
Oh.
stuff.
so it's level,
okay.
you can
Yeah.
deal with, you get one of those little pallet lifts
Yeah,
and you can
there's
pull
no
it
way.
in. You don't have one at the store yet, I know that, but that's because you have Keith that can put it over his shoulder and wheel it in
No,
like he
but
always does.
I understand, like 16,000, a lot of their
16
donations
Yeah,
are
they're saying
small
the
boxes.
slope and
It's
there's the
not
lip. That's what
pallets.
they're saying they need
Well, they
the,
buy now from, like when we did the tour, they purchase food. Like they purchase and get it
I
delivered
just,
and stuff.
okay, we start
They're
with you
older.
anyway, so it's,
Yeah,
Their
I mean,
older group, and they got a
I-
handle and everything.
I mean,
guess.
in
Yeah,
my
yeah.
mind, they're not asking for it and not needing it. That's what my thought process is, because that's a big number that their focus is always on giving to the community. So that would buy a lot of food if they didn't need it. They're,
Well, I know where
That's
you're.
how I feel.
I know where you're coming from, but I think this council has been very, very, very generous to
True.
that group of people.
But I think that the need is always there.
Well, I know the need is always there, but does that mean that you have to go to the food trough every year and every year? I don't think so.
Well, I said
know.
yes. You can say what you want.
I'm saying no. Because I think we've been very, very generous to the community food share.
Well, we have, I know that, at one time, we actually rented the building out to them until I got on council and I said, why are we renting out the
our own
building to
building.
the food bank?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't be that a community, our share to a community project?
Well, I
And
don't-
finally got it knocked off.
I don't think it hurts them to hand bomb it myself. And they were the ones that designed that side of the building anyways. It wasn't us, it was them.
Okay. Well, I see, do you see the drop?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
about a
drop off?
16
There's-
inch.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
okay. I'm with Councillor Lewis. It's not what we donate, and I'm happy we were able to do it at the time to forgive the loan, and we matched the thing there when we had the competition, or whatever you want to call it, with North Dundas, which was a very big success. As far as this, I would have to say 90% of their food donations comes in boxes, so they can back up there, and if they had a pallet jack, they could put it on pallets themselves. Anything that would come on a pallet, if they actually bought it by a pallet would hypothetically be delivered by a truck that has a Tommy lift that could actually back up that door and flip it out and set it down on that slab, and you just pick it up and come back. So I think it's more, this is my own opinion, but since we're giving out tax dollars money here, if they were asking for 8,000 because they were short food, I would be for it. But for a lift, I think I would have to say no, and I think it's no's my answer for sure, because I
Okay.
can't justify it.
Councillor Mellon?
I gotta agree with Councillor Lewis and Councillor Wells. I mean, we've, we're trying to do the best we can. There's a need, it's always gonna be there. I think I just don't have it on this one. I don't think, I think they could make other arrangements, do something else, but no, I think we're doing enough for them as it is right now, so.
Okay, well, I was gonna disagree. I think if that's something they thought they were gonna need and we were gonna pay half, that's okay, but I can understand the will of council. We do support them a lot. They have a free building, they have free utilities, they probably get a little bit of help from us in kind. They do a lot of good work. I think this perhaps could have been explained a bit better, but you're right. I think, it's been explained enough that we've done our share, and maybe the community's gonna have to find the dollars to improve that, and they'll have to make a decision whether they want to spend it or not. Yes, Councillor Lewis?
I could understand it if they come and said, we need $8,000 for groceries, for food. I would not have a problem with that. I don't want you to take me the wrong way.
No, I understand that.
But I just can't believe that they want us to give them $8,000 for a lift, where they might hand bomb 20 boxes. I'm sorry that I made the decision that I made, but I had to do it.
Okay. Anything more?
Nope.
Okay, well, I guess in conclusion, then, the next time they should come here and ask for $8,000 worth of groceries, and then the money they save on spending on groceries, they can buy the lift.
Yep.
But I don't want them lying to us. So.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. The next one
That's it.
on the list, because I got 2 pages open, is Friends of the Bird Sanctuary.
This one, this one I actually thought about a second time around, and the only reason why is they have a massive uptake from South Dundas, Mooresburg people specifically, and their volunteer board is actually, I don't know if he's chair or not of the Friends, but he's a Mooresburg resident.
No, they sent out,
Is it there?
no, it's just one thing at a time here.
I mean, they are, they offer the groom ski trails and stuff, and I'm pretty sure the groom ski trails do actually go from South Stormont to South Dundas.
The chair is from Blake's Crescent in Mooresburg.
Yeah. So-
And the vice chair is Long Sioux, secretary's from Mooresburg, treasurer's from Iroquois. And then you got on the board, a good, almost half from
Yeah.
South Dundas.
Yeah, and I think the reasoning behind that is because South Dundas folks actually use the bird sanctuary. It's a little different than the Twin Creeks because they have programming and the whole shebang. So I said no to this last year, but this year I'm going to say yes.
Full amount?
Yep.
Council Wells?
Well, if Deputy Mayor thinks it's a good thing, I'm not up on the Friends of the Sanctuary. I do walk down there quite a bit, or used to. If it's needed, I guess I'm good with it. Thank you.
Council Lewis?
Yes, I'll agree. We said no last year, so I'll give this year.
Council Mellon?
It's the Friends of the Sanctuary. Is this anything to do with the Parks Commission?
Yep.
No.
It's on Parks land.
But it's on
in
Parks
South
land.
As long as they only gonna give me $5,500, I'm not giving them a cent.
But to be very clear, very similar to the Friends of the Train, they don't get much.
Yeah, I
from
know.
the Parks.
It's a shame, and it's wrong. I wish they should be supporting, the Parks Commission could be supporting the train, they could be supporting the Friends of the Sanctuary.
Yeah.
They should be supporting us, and they don't, and I'm yelling that way because they're over there.
Like
Oh, I thought he was yelling at me.
all their winter programming is done by volunteers. There's not a staff member there, so it's all volunteer.
Understandable? Okay.
So the only question I would have had is what South Stormont throw at them.
Oh, I don't know. Probably the same. Probably more, maybe.
Well, the vote's there, so,
Yeah.
you know, I'm still, you
Call South
semi-convinced
Stormont's
me to
treasurer.
go there, like at 750 maybe.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Well, do we-
1,500 has gone through.
Okay.
I'm not gonna fight it.
Okay.
And the last one we need to deal with is the Friends of the Forward House basement reinforcement, and they're looking for $38.75, and from some reason, staff has put it in the facilities budget.
Yes, it was included in the facilities budget just because it is one of our facilities. So in that spreadsheet, you'll see up top, there's a revenue that would be their half of the project, and then we budgeted for the full cost on for the Forward House. So it's $7,750.
Okay. So the request, that's the total value, $77.50.
Correct.
Did you put all that in?
Yes, that full amount is in the budget, and then there's a revenue up top for their half of the project, 'cause it's a 50/50 request.
Oh, so they're gonna be paying in the $38.75?
Correct.
Okay, good math. Okay, council's had some debates on this. I know that they've brought us a good-looking business plan. I still have some significant concerns, so. Go. You want me to go to Councilor
Sure,
Wells and
yeah.
put him on the spot? Good.
No, it's not putting me on the spot.
It's not if you thought it through.
Well, I somewhat did. We all sat here and seen the delegation, or Ann did, and their business proposal and all that. First of all, this money that they're asking for it's based on their fundraisers and their applications for all their grants and all that. And hypothetically, the committee said themselves, if the funding's not there, they're not going to pursue it anymore. So you can call this a catch-22 or whatever you want to call it. I don't personally myself, I don't think, like right now, we're keeping the building at the point where we're paying the heat, and we put a dehumidifier in, which is not a lot, but at the end of the day, I guess I would see what it costs for the Forward House if I go back to the thing there. But I have a hard time with this one because it was brought to us that they're going to do fundraising, grants and everything, and this is, the way it looks to me, is part of their fundraising where we kind of agreed that we weren't going to spend any taxpayers' money. And so I would have to stick to, I agreed to their business plan and that it wouldn't cost the taxpayers any more than what we agreed on at that meeting at that time. So my answer on this would be no.
Okay. I'll just keep going, Councilor Allen. Just before I go on, Madam Treasurer, what is it costing us to keep the Forward House electrical account alive? Because it's basically all we have, plus there is probably property taxes that we pay to counties on that. Would that be right? Do we pay property taxes at all on a building like that?
Forward House? No, I don't think
No, the
we do.
Forward House
No.
wouldn't have property tax.
Okay, but
It'd
then
be
we
just-
do have an electrical bill.
Yep.
Correct.
And heat. Oh,
Well, it's everything.
Yeah, there's no
It's the only
gas.
real bill. Insurance.
Insurance, yep.
But it's part of our bigger
Yeah.
plan.
The
And as I told,
Is it all
the-
one? Yeah.
as I told the committee last year, you know, if they took over the building
It's all one
in a
though.
lease
It's all
situation, which I
combined.
think is not a
It's not
bad
separate
idea to do down the road, is that there would be property tax implications because it's no
Yeah.
longer run by us, and we could deal with that. But we're still hanging on the electrical meter now. And that's all forward house now. It's no more lawn bowling.
We should have that in our package.
It's not in the package.
Sean is taking a look, see if he can find it. So the issue with the Ford House is that all the costs, it goes into like the parks, like overhead account. There's no
Okay,
specific
fair
GL for
enough.
Ford House.
So it's a general fund, so you can't,
We could find the electrical bills, like we just have to get Greg to separate it out. It's just when we
Well,
go.
okay, here's an idea. Can you go back a whole year and see what you paid last year? Because I'm sure you had accounts for it yet, or not.
No, we don't have a GL set
Never?
for, no, parks.
Slush funds. Okay, fair enough. Let's say we pay even $50 a month to keep the place alive. That would be probably a reasonable amount, maybe more electrically.
75 probably.
Probably what we pay
It's
for
gotta
that.
be
that's
more
still at
electric.
about $100 a month.
$100 a
Yeah.
month.
Yeah, if we pay 5,000
So-
at Princeton, it's not quite as much, but yeah.
Okay, so we are at least paying for that as of now.
Plus water and sewer. It does have a meter.
Yeah, and the meters every month, no matter.
Fixed charge every month for your water.
That's good.
Okay, go on.
I gotta agree with Councilor Wells. Like, I mean, their business plan was good. Their idea was to go out and fundraise and get grant money, and then the first thing you know, the first grant money they go after is us, it's taxpayers' money. So I am gonna say no for now, everybody else.
Councilor Lewis?
You know, I love that group to death, but it was made very clear by my mouth that if you need money, you get money on your own. Do not come and expect me to say yes to give taxpayers money for that building. So my answer is no.
I agree. I support that group. I think they're a fabulous group of people. They're very passionate. I think, though, that I have routinely said that my support came in access to the building and listening to plans and supporting plans. And I really think with these groups, and I guess it does kind of apply to the food share, is they need to start understanding that the insurance coverage, the utility coverage, that is not just a zero amount. That is an amount that has to be paid for, and it is being supported. I mean, my first year on council, I had this with a group that we had turned down funding for, and we had a huge insurance bill because it's a party on the waterfront. And I remember saying to the group, well, we can yank that, and then you can see how much your insurance costs. So I think in this case, I work with groups that have to get their own insurance. So, you know, I think the municipality and its residents, the taxpayers of all the residents, need to be recognized when they are already supporting something. And hydro is, you know, if a group like that had to come up with $1,200 a year, that's a problem. Plus tack on, what, $40 a month for water, $30 a month for water, plus the insurance thing. We are supporting them, so no to this request.
Okay, and I agree with council. I think, you know, we did say no money would come out of South Dundas to support that building. We would support the group in any fundraising, anything they would do. And as I said at the meeting we all had with them individually, my biggest concern is that we have 2 reports saying that building is pretty well done.
Yep.
And would take a significant amount of dollars to rehabilitate. And I can see one engineer saying that, but when I see 2, and one, the last one was a very practical one, then I'm challenged. I think they're going to have a challenge, and that's unfortunate. But if they need to figure this out on their own.
Mr. Mayor?
So, and that's it, unless there's anything from council at this time before I call on the treasurer to see what damage or undamage we did today.
What are we at yesterday?
What's that?
Oh, I had a whole bunch of, and I thought I left it here. Hopefully staff didn't take it, throw it in the garbage, because I can't remember all those numbers. I thought so.
You should have wrote it all down, because I was writing it down,
I
but
should have took a picture of it. Oh, there it is, right here, it's on the back.
Oh,
So you're sorry, sorry.
They knew I was
So we
just
should be
kidding
down quite a
anyways.
bit. No?
okay.
So, council, total $126,470 has been removed from the budget. So that,
126,
470.
okay.
So that would work out to a 1.24% tax rate increase and 1.76% tax levy increase.
Not what we wanted. It's good, but
So if you were going with your target, the initial target of 1.83, you'd have to add back in $43,165.
almost a wood chipper.
Almost a wood chipper.
Oh, jeez.
I'm leaving.
Or you got your bridges.
Can the wood chipper be used to clear the?
Or your contribution to bridges too, if you wanted to
Industrial
add that.
work?
It's a lot of
Question,
work.
if you were saying, we were all saying that the 1.83 was to
Yeah.
cover the
Landfill?
The landfill loan.
landfill loan.
And keeping, so you take last year's tax rate. Now, keep all this in mind, because I think the waters got a bit muddied in some of the reporting that was reported in the local paper yesterday. The 99% of the residents in South Dundas and tax properties are staying at the same assessment level.
Which is,
Because assessments did not change. It only changed if you triggered a building permit and did a renovation, or you have a new building or an addition or something like that. But if you've done nothing in your house, your assessment is what it was last year. So if we leave the tax rate exactly where it was, and that's, what number was that last year? The rate itself?
4.9, wasn't it?
No. No, the tax rate
Oh,
is
the rate.
different, not the,
Sorry.
not the
No, no,
percentage
okay, right,
increase.
right, right.
Percentage increase was 5 last year, I know that. Or close.
0.00510.
Yeah, so that number wouldn't change. That would only change by 1.3% to cover the loan. So basically, we need to jack it up to get that loan payment into the rate, and once it's there, every year, it's there. Like, you don't have to increase the rate because you've made it happen.
Yeah.
So we can go with the minus 126 and goes to 124 for this year. I'm not saying that's a bad thing to do. The only caution I have is that I suspect next year you're going to wish you had that 43 grand in your pocket, so you didn't have to charge them 5% because that's how far we're behind. This is a very lean budget. Like, there's a lot of stuff in here. All we did was patch our buildings. We didn't improve our building. Not to say we have to improve our buildings every year, but
We got to make sure.
we did a lot of patching. We didn't. And that's okay. We could, and I think what we've done is reasonable. However, if we decide we need to do something in the middle of the year, we're going to wish we had a little extra money. And I know people may not want to hear this, but leaving the tax rate where it is, I think is still fair. Not where it is, but I mean, plus, where would the tax rate be? Just,
Per house?
yeah, how much more would an average house pay because of the 1.83?
It's all based on the
So
200,000.
how it is right now, based on the average assessment, the increase is $13.41
At 124?
at 124.
And what would it be if it was at 183?
One minute.
Because we had this debate at the counties, and I advocated to put it up, to just leave the tax rate where it is and take the extra money and put it in reserves, but as we all know, Councilor Armstrong spoke strongly about being a compassionate budget, and we left it at the -7.4, which is fine at the counties. I'm not saying this is not fine here, you know, we've done our job, we had to do what we had to do.
At the end of the day, it's not, you can look at it, we'll pay now or we'll pay next year. Like I said, this is, we could have actually took this and made it a negative if we wanted to on this, especially the way that they brought the budget to us this year. Like I said, all I had to do was bring a hatchet, I didn't have to bring a broad axe to this one, but.
Well, I did, well, okay, now I,
It was a very good budget.
Yeah.
So it'd be $19.74 at
20
183.
bucks
1.83. and
for
what-
the average, person
right
on the
now
waterfront's
it's
40.
minus
13.
13.
$13.
13 more. I don't know. I don't know what.
Now, something that I never brought up, and I have to say it because it just hit my mind, and council has never brought this out, but within all the wages, the 0.7 increases in there, right?
Correct.
Okay, council's still good with that?
I
Because I'm not trying to take it out, but I want to make sure that after we get done and we don't say, we never thought of that. It's not staff's idea to bring that to us, that's our decision to do that. So, counties left it, they have a unionized shop. I know if times were tight, I would have some challenges in giving it, but we're not super tight, so.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because this is what woke me up at 3 o'clock last night or this morning was
I slept till 6.
Yeah, was that in government as public servants, sometimes there is a little bit of give and take. You know, I've worked in it where I've been frozen, like no standard of living increase, and I struggle with it only because some of our residents they look at it when they're losing their businesses or they're close to losing their businesses and they don't have the stability of, you know, and we all make choices where we go to career-wise, so I get it. But I didn't, you know, if it wouldn't hurt the staff's, like if the staff wouldn't think it was a reflection on how I felt about them as a council, I would tend to gravitate towards the freeze. Because it's a pandemic year, because things were all upside down, because people worked at home more, and you know, there's, you know, you're not driving to work, like all that fun stuff. And we do have people in our communities that have struggled to the, like, they're at the breaking point, like the small businesses and stuff. So that's my debate, because I don't want the staff, I think especially with this budget, you guys, all the staff worked extremely hard. I think it's very reflective of the mutual respect and that we have going on, the hard work that was put in presenting a budget. But I was a very proud public servant, and just sometimes you are asked to give, and one of the few ways you can give is a freeze, and that's, like I said, 3 to 5, tossing and turning, because I don't want it to be viewed as a punishment, because that's not my thing. It's more caretaking our residents and making a statement that we understand that while we had it tough, they had it tough, and that's the message I was struggling with.
They didn't give me an answer.
I know.
CAO has something to say.
I don't disagree with you at all, Deputy Mayor. I think one thing for council's consideration is this is always a discussion we have at every budget when it comes to CPI. I know this year CPI is quite low at 0.7%. I will say from a staff perspective and hearing staff, we've got a lot of staff that are at their top of their grid. So this small little portion is a way of, I would say, acknowledging their performance. Yes, COVID did play a part, If you look at all of our outside staff, they continued working throughout this pandemic. And even if you look at staff inside, they still worked from home, wherever.
Yeah.
So I said, it's not something that is a given, and we tell that to staff every year. I guess, I look at it both ways, that this is a year of where COVID's hit, and, we kind of weigh, the $20,000, is it worth, the disgruntle you might get from employees? That's a balance that we need to take. So that's just my comment.
Well, and so I look at it I look at it both ways.
Yep.
And like I said, for me, if I voted not to do it, it's not a reflection on how I feel the staff. The flip side is $20,000 worth the residents viewing it? You know what I mean? Because it in government, it is the residents that support through their tax base the pay and adding staff and stuff. And keep in mind, the residents with this budget, the 3 new positions, the residents are supporting the workload. They're saying, what I mean, through us, they're saying yes, they'll have that extra support. So it's tricky, because I know that staff may look at it in a negative fashion, and I'm just saying, from my perspective, Mr. Mayor, I think a freeze speaks to the situation. I don't think I did the calculation on what difference, and after taxes, you're probably talking like $100 for the average person. So I'm sitting at this table brought here by the residents, and it's no reflection on how I feel the staff have done. And I've always said this, whether I was the boss or not, I never ask people something that I wouldn't be able to willing to do myself. So in my mind, I know we're at the point, but I'm actually, I think a freeze speaks to our residents that have really struggled, that will get that tax bill and have a hard time paying it.
Okay, as everyone knows here, I'm always, for the last 3 years, I said about, as municipal workers and government workers, you guys, everyone's used good here. And if it wasn't for COVID, that CPI would be a lot more than 0.7. Don't kid yourself, it'd be up over 2. And as being a employer for several years, and had employees for several years, in the private sector, there's no CPI. We just, if you have a good year, the way I always did, if I had a really good year, okay, say my profit was $100, well, I'm going to take $20 of that profit, and I get a allot every one of my employees a wage increase. Some years were better than others, and this year's, if it was in it's not a government thing, it would be considered a bad year, because we couldn't, we offered as many services as we can. We had to bring them down considerably. Staff did save money. We didn't have one layoff. At the beginning of the first shutdown there, as all the different departments, they rotated, people stayed at home, so they did save money by staying at home, and fuel and stuff like that. So for this year, I have no issues especially because it's at 0.7. I have no issues by taking that. I think it's 23,500, Sarah, in total for the 0.7, and taking that and putting that back into a reserve or something. Keep it in our budget, but just put it somewhere where, let's say, leave it up to the employees where they want to put their, and I'm not being a smart person, put it where they think would be the best to their helping out the community. It's just, as council, we've never taken, except for that, whatever we did there, that little thing we did for the $25, but we've never taken the CPI. This is our 3rd year in a row that we haven't. And again, that's our choice, that's not up to staff. I didn't come into this council thing to do it for a living. If I did, I'd be on an unemployment line, but anyways, for now, I think, and I'm sure at the beginning, some of the staff is gonna be peeved off at us. But I think deep down, if you thought about it, what you get as a municipal worker and your benefits and the whole package, it would override this 0.7, as Deputy Mayor said at the end of the day. That little increase could probably actually bring your wages lower, the final number. But I would take that 23.5 and we'll just put it aside for this year, and hopefully we get by this, and next year be a little more prosperous, and there'll be money to move forward with.
That's no then.
That's no.
I understand, with the 7 COVID, nobody got laid off. But on the other hand, our staff, they worked at home. These are the people that makes this council look good. And I think that you're thinking the wrong way. They are the ones that make us look good. I can't tell you the last time that I had somebody in my face over something stupid. And at 0.7%, we're going to keep that from them. Like, I'm sorry. I disagree with you. I say we give it to them. And that's all I'm saying.
Councilman
I'm hearing what you're saying, and I can understand, the hardships and everything. The only thing I'm gonna say is staff has worked hard. We have taken no pay raise. A lot of people out there are suffering. I guess if we say, let's keep it out, and I can mean, if we're gonna take it out of the tax, it's in the budget now, isn't it? Yeah, so, I mean, if we take it out, we might as well give it to them. I don't believe in taking it out of the taxation and then putting it into a reserve or spending it somewhere else, I guess. It's just that it could cost you more next year, because let's face it, we're gonna have to play catch up. Now, if we say no raise this year, folks, no cost of living, and then next year, hopefully the economy's rolling and everything's, rosy. We're gonna have to play catch up, and it probably is gonna cost us more than that 0.7 or whatever, 0.7 or whatever it is. Probably gonna cost us more than that next year to, play catch up. And so I'm saying, it's not a big amount, I'm saying leaving it in.
Okay, anything further? You're good, yeah?
The only thing I will add, I mean, Councillor Wells and I, we differ in our reasoning. I respect the government public servants, I absolutely do. And my vote for a no is more on the residents that are struggling. It's not reflective on the work that's been done.
And I'm the same. It has nothing, like, the staff's done an excellent job. The draft and everything, we kept things going. I want to really, like, it's not reflected. It's reflected to a lot of people are sitting out there that they're not really worrying about a raise because they don't have a job. And we're sitting here, and no disrespect to staff. I think if it came down that they would be mad over, and Councillor Lewis over 0.7. It's not the money. It's nothing to do with the money. It's just this year. Like I said, Deputy Mayor is putting things in perspective. We're sitting here giving people raises, even at 0.7, you may as well put it at 2% because it doesn't matter, or put it at 1%. It's irrelevant. What's irrelevant is the people that's lost their jobs. That's not, they wouldn't even care about a 0.7 raise. They would just love to have a job at the end of the day. It is what it is. At least our staff, they have a job. And there's a lot of our taxpayers that don't have a job. And I'm just saying, it has nothing to do with staff. It's just in thinking about the whole picture at the end of the day. So, and my answer is still, like I said, I think, out of respect, everyone can just stay the same for 1 year. It's not gonna hurt anyone.
Okay, I think it sounds like the mayor's gonna make this decision, and that's okay. To be honest, I came in with this, even with the rate we were at, to freeze the wages of our staff. As all of you allude to, staff have done a great job, and this is no disrespect to any of the staff and not trying to punish them or anything like that. It's just the challenge of the year and how some people, A, don't have a job, or B, have less. However, there is a segment of South Dundas that have done very well in this year. So, you know, if we were really poor off, housing prices would be going down, new builds would be down, stuff would be down. I feel sorry for all the small businesses that shut down in the last month and a half and then earlier on. But in talking to one after the earlier on one, he said it's never been so busy. So it's damn if you do and damn if you don't. And if we were coming in a rate that was higher than 183, I would say no for sure. I'd say no, I need the money to get to where I want to get to where we should get to. However, we're below that, so we've done our job. We've done our job because staff has done their job, and I will admit that the very passionate plea by Councillor Lewis made a lot of sense. You know, it's for the most part, we don't get berated out in the stores or in the streets, and Councillor Lewis is more on them than I am, but I still get a sense that the people of South Dundas are fairly pleased with their council. They're not 100% pleased, but overall, knowing what it felt like before and felt like now, we're doing, you know, we're all doing a decent job, and it's not only council, it's staff and everything else that comes along with it. For $23,500, you know, if the rate was at 2 and I wanted to get to 183, I'd say, well, we're all going to share to get there. I don't need to do that now, so my vote is to leave it in. We're still at 1.24, even leaving it in, so. And I'm certainly not going to take the money and put it in our bank account and say, well, we'll wait for next year. I don't believe that's right either. So my vote is to keep it in. But at least we had to have that debate, because there's nothing worse than saying we're all done and then all of a sudden we go home and said, damn, we didn't have that discussion, and we wish we all did. But I think we had a good discussion.
And again, I have no issue. Like it's not about the money. It's just about. And you said about people having a good year. Well, they have, but there's a lot of people that haven't. And
well, it's a balance.
so at the end of the day, it is. Like I just, it just seems every time like it's, especially being in politics and me being an employer of other companies that don't have the luxury of benefits and everything. So I'm basically talking for businesses that are out there that can't afford to give their employees a raise. And I would love to give my employees a raise every year, but over the years I can't do it because I didn't have the money. Here we have the luxury because we're just taking everyone's money and doing it. At the end of the day, it's the taxpayers that are giving you a raise, and that's the way it is. I still believe you guys do deserve a raise, but I'm just giving you my opinion on being an employer in the private sector where we don't have the option or the money to do that every year. And it just seems here, since I've been here for 3 years, it's always, everyone doesn't want to talk about it. It doesn't bother me to talk about it, my feelings, because I'm still for the small business. And everyone makes, my employees made me look good when they go out and build a building and I get a compliment. That year, should I give them a raise? Well, maybe I should have, but I didn't have the money to do it. And it's just, this is we just have a pot that we can do it, so. And again, I'm not against the 23,000, it's good, but I had to get it out there because I'm one that's gonna say every year about, base how much money we spend, and it just seems like everyone thinks like it's a given, and then it doesn't matter whether it's the council with breakfast or the Christmas bonus, which taxpayers pay for. It all has to come from somewhere. Some years I've seen, and I'm getting off subject a bit, but it gets to the point where it just seems like it's a given, and it's not always a given. And at the end, I'm not going to say anymore. Like it's good. You guys did an excellent job. I don't have one complaint this year on the best budget I ever sat in the last 3 years or 2 years I've been here. And I commend you on that, but at the end I says we could have held off, but the choice is made, so I'm done for the day.
Okay, last year, if I remember right, Bill, we only gave them half.
Yep.
We didn't give them, we didn't give them full last year.
No, it was half last year.
I know.
It was a bigger increase.
I think it was at 2.9 last year, the CPI.
Yeah, 1.5 is what it was last year.
Yeah, we came down to
something like that.
1.5.
We cut her. Okay, so right now, we are at a tax rate increase of 1.24, correct, Madam Treasurer? Okay, so does council want to leave it there? Our goal is 183. Saw it in half, give me a number.
What would we do with the money if we
We
raised-
just put it in the kitty bank in case we need to spend it during the year, but we're not broke,
Okay.
right?
No, we're not. We've got
Okay,
good reserves.
so-
Okay, I say leave it at the lower amount.
124.
Definitely the lower amount.
Leave it where it is, that gives the
124.
citizens a break.
You have your number to work on. Any other questions from Treasury?
Nope, I think we're good.
Okay, so I'll say a few remarks. I know it's late. Couple, hard enough days. I didn't honestly expect to spend 2 hours on a wood chipper, but it was an excellent debate, and it kind of made a lot of people think.
It is what it is.
That's right. So, I will congratulate council for coming to actually a lower number than we anticipated. I think people should be, pleased that we did our job. I will give staff a lot of credit for giving us a budget that we can work with and actually had some wiggle room that we can say no to things and still be reasonable with what we need to do. I thank each and every one of you for your presentation. I didn't maybe sort of thank you more often during the day, but in the end, I do appreciate what you have done for us. And I hope that, if there's any issues or, if there's something you see that council needs to know about, then work together and let us know. Like, we're all in it together. We can't, council, some people call me the boss. I'm looking at the deputy treasurer and I say, no, I'm not the boss. We will all work together to get to where we need to get to. We're going to have struggles. I guarantee it, that we're going to get halfway through the year and say, I wish we had another 50 grand, but we'll work through it. We might get a bonus, who knows? But, in the end, it's a very workable budget. We did a good job. And I hope the residents of South Dundas appreciate the work we and staff did. And I will go around the table and you can say what you wish.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor Byveld. I want to thank my fellow council members and the mayor for his leadership. I do want to say thank you to the staff. When I got this binder, even the graphic was like kind of neat. I was like, wow.
Yeah, and in color.
We're always better when we're together. Like when we all work together, it's always better. The outcome is always better, and politics can be a nasty game sometimes for the ones of us sitting around this table that are in it. I appreciated this. I appreciated the hard work that you did, where you started, where you ended up, what you presented, and the fulsome discussions that you had as a team, and it really showed. And I want to thank you if I ever irritated you with any of my questions about specific things. Thanks for answering me in a professional manner, even though you might have wanted to eye roll. I appreciate it. And the 2 days were a lot of hard work, and I'm hoping that the residents of South Dundas appreciate it.
Councilor Wells?
And, yeah, me too. It's been great. The council, the mayor, everything. We had a lot of good discussions. Like, this will probably go down in the record book, like the council spent 2 hours on a wood chipper, like the mayor said. And again, like I said, staff, you did an excellent job. Like, very, very happy with, like, the way everything was brought, and the presentations about the slideshows and stuff like that is really, really nice. Like, it was, if next year goes this smooth, it'll be a blessing. I love this binder. I love this. I don't know who put this saying in here, but I don't know if the public knows. It says on our budget, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Helen Keller. And that sums it all up, because we can. It's that's what it comes down to. We all work as a group. So thank you very much, staff, and move on.
Councilor Lewis?
I'd like to thank council. I'd like to hand my thank you out and gratitude out to the staff. You did a fantastic job. You got us down to the 2.9 whatever. And at the end of the day, the second day, when council got done, we got down to 1.24. I think the citizens of South Dundas should be very thankful for how we all worked together and got to the point where we got. And as Councillor Wells says, if next year's budget's like this year's budget, we're laughing, and it'll be hopefully for some of us, the final budget that we have to deal with.
Shouldn't talk like that yet, Councilor Lewis. We could all be back after that. Councilor Mellon?
I can't, I got to echo what my colleagues has said so far. I mean, this, everybody did a good job. Everybody worked together. We all had our little pet peeves, what we wanted, what we didn't want, and so we got through it all. And I think it's a budget for the times, or the sign of the times. And I think I said at the start we were going to slash and burn. I didn't think we were going to maybe have. Well, I was quite pleased that we slashed and burned as much as we did, and I still think we're going to be able to offer the people the services and that they expect and have come to realize through municipality of South Dundas. So very well done. I think we did our job.
I'm glad you said slash and burn, because we can't chip it anymore.
Apparently, we can't burn at the Matilda site either, so we'll just have to stick with slash.
Take it over to industrial.
Okay, so anyway, I know it's late in the day, and a little bit of comic relief never hurts, because if you're in this job and you're totally serious, then it's going to be a big, long time, and you got to have a little light heart. So before I ask the clerk to read the adjournment motion, I once again like to thank council, thank all staff, whether they're at the director level or at the bottom level where they're actually doing the work on the ground. We appreciate all you do. And we do hope that the residents of South Dundas do likewise. It's not easy working for a municipality, because everybody's watching you. Everybody's got an opinion, but in the end, if we didn't have our staff do the work, you wouldn't get the services that we've all come to expect and deserve. So with that, go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Mellon, that council now adjourn to meet again at the call of the chair.
All heard the motion. Those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Once again, thank you very much.